In this video, we'll be exploring the full story of Daenerys Targaryen's life and her perspective throughout A Game of Thrones. Since we'll be focusing solely on Daenerys' chapters, some major events involving other characters will be left out. To provide context, we'll include brief summaries of key events happening elsewhere at the start of each chapter. On the right side of the screen, we'll use vertical footage to highlight scenes from the show, while images will be used to illustrate details from the books. With that said, let's begin. The life of Daenerys Targaryen. Daenerys Targaryen, born in 284 AC on Dragonstone, is the youngest child of King Aerys II Targaryen and Queen Rhaella, his sister wife. Her conception occurred during the tumultuous final month of Robert's Rebellion, which ultimately led to the fall of House Targaryen's rule over the Seven Kingdoms. In a bid to evade the advancing rebel forces headed for King's Landing, her pregnant mother and older brother, Prince Viserys, were hurriedly relocated to Dragonstone, the Targaryen ancestral stronghold. Daenerys' birth came 9 months later amid a fierce storm that devastated the remaining Targaryen fleet anchored at Dragonstone. This storm, which coincided with her arrival, led to her nickname, Daenerys Stormborn. Tragically, her birth also resulted in her mother's death, though not before Queen Rhaella could name her daughter. The Targaryen dynasty faced its demise shortly after Queen Rhaella and her children fled King's Landing, with Robert I Baratheon ascending to the Iron Throne. The deaths of King Aerys, his eldest son Rhaegar, and Rhaegar's children, Rhaenys and Aegon, left Daenerys and her brother Viserys as the sole surviving heirs of their house. Before her death, their mother had crowned Viserys as the king in exile on Dragonstone, thereby designating Daenerys as the Princess of Dragonstone and the heir to her brother. In the aftermath of the Targaryen defeat, Stannis Baratheon, Robert's brother, constructed a new royal fleet with the intention of launching an assault on Dragonstone. The island's defenses had been severely weakened by the same storm that marked Daenerys' birth, which had also devastated the Targaryen fleet. This vulnerability prompted the garrison at Dragonstone to consider betraying the last Targaryen heirs by selling them to King Robert. However, before they could execute this plan, Sir Willem Darry, alongside a few loyal retainers, rescued Daenerys and her brother Viserys from the nursery. They successfully smuggled the children to safety, fleeing across the sea to the coast of Braavos. In Braavos, Viserys and Daenerys found refuge in a modest house designated by a red door. Daenerys had her own room there, complete with a lemon tree growing just outside her window. Their guardian, Sir Willem Darry, though old and ailing, always treated Daenerys with kindness. Unfortunately, when Daenerys was just 5 years old, Willem's health deteriorated further, and he eventually passed away. Following his death, the servants he had employed seized the opportunity to steal whatever valuables they could find. Not long after, the young Targaryens were evicted from the house. As they were forced to leave the home she had come to know, Daenerys couldn't help but weep over their desperate situation. After leaving Braavos, Viserys and Daenerys spent years drifting through the free cities, including Mia, Tyrosh, Cahor, Volantis, and Lys, and even returned to Braavos occasionally. Initially, they received a warm welcome from various influential figures, such as magisters, archons, and merchant princes. However, as time passed, these leaders' interest in the last Targaryens waned. Facing dwindling support, Viserys and Daenerys were forced to sell their remaining valuables, culminating in the sale of their mother's crown, a loss that extinguished the last remnants of Viserys' happiness, leaving behind only fury. Viserys, considering himself the rightful ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, became increasingly bitter and obsessed with the throne he believed was rightfully his. Daenerys, bearing the brunt of his frustrations, often endured his anger. He blamed her for their mother's death during her childbirth and frequently cautioned her against provoking his wrath, ominously warning her not to wake the dragon. On one occasion, when they were traveling to ship back to Braavos, Daenerys innocently wished aloud to be a sailor, which angered Viserys to the point of physically hurting her. Raised with the belief that Targaryen blood must remain pure, Daenerys grew up under the impression that she was destined to marry Viserys once she reached adulthood. Despite the growing bitterness that strained their relationship, Daenerys holds some fond memories of Viserys from a time before his anger had fully taken hold. During more peaceful moments, he would allow her to snuggle up with him and share stories of their homeland. He recounted tales of the Seven Kingdoms, their noble family's legacy, the dragons that once cemented their rule, and the events of Robert's Rebellion. These stories shaped Daenerys' understanding of Westeros, giving her a sense of familiarity with a land she had never actually seen. Viserys was driven by a relentless desire to reclaim their father's throne, repeatedly promising Daenerys that he would return her to Westeros and that their lives would be greatly improved once he had restored their family to power. He also educated her on various aspects of warfare and religion, including siege towers and the faith of the Seven, further deepening her knowledge of the world they hoped to rule. In 297 AC, Viserys and Daenerys found a new ally in Illyrio Mopatis, a magister of the free city of Pentos. Illyrio extended his hospitality to the Targaryen siblings, providing them shelter and support as they continued their quest to reclaim the Iron Throne for Viserys. They stayed under Illyrio's roof for nearly 6 months, during which time he offered not just a safe haven, but also assistance in their efforts to restore their family's rule over Westeros. Daenerys Targaryen is a young woman in her early teens, epitomizing the classic Valyrian beauty with her violet eyes, pale skin, and long pale silver gold hair. Her build is slender and has features that contribute to her delicate appearance. There are comparisons to be made with Queen Daenerys Targaryen, although Daenerys is described as being taller and more robust. Her beauty is often remarked upon being consistently described as fair and beautiful. In addition to the common tongue, Daenerys is multilingual, speaking the bastard Valyrian of the Free Cities with a distinct Tyroshi accent, as well as High Valyrian. Her linguistic skills extend to quickly learning the Dothraki language and the Jaskari tongue, demonstrating her adaptability and intelligence in mastering languages critical to her survival and influence in foreign cultures. Growing up, Daenerys experienced a life marked by fear and abuse at the hands of her brother Viserys, which shaped her into a timid and secretive young girl, as noted by Magister Illyrio Mopatis. Raised and exiled and constantly on the move, Daenerys Targaryen has never had a permanent place to call home. A potent symbol of her lost childhood is the house with the red door in Braavos, where she lived until about the age of 5. This house remains a cherished memory for Daenerys, and she often longs to return there. Daenerys Targaryen finds a profound sense of freedom in the sea, enjoying the company of sailors along with their songs and stories. Her love for tales is not limited to those of the sea. She also cherishes children's stories and songs from the Seven Kingdoms that tell of noble and handsome heroes. Comfort in warmth is another preference of hers, as she favors her baths scalding hot. As a descendant of dragon lords, Daenerys frequently dreams of dragons, a reflection of her heritage. While she is familiar with the faith of the Seven and believes in the existence of gods, Daenerys does not adhere strictly to any particular faith, reflecting her independent and somewhat secular outlook. Unfortunately, this is all the background we have on Daenerys Targaryen before the events of A Game of Thrones, which took place in 298 AC, which currently makes Daenerys around 13 years old. Now, to take a closer look at her character, we'll go through each of her chapters in the book, comparing them to how they were portrayed in the show. Along the way, we'll provide our own analysis discussing what was adapted well and what might have been handled differently. Let's begin. Before we get into Daenerys 1, let's quickly recap what's happened so far in A Game of Thrones. The book opens with a chilling prologue where 3 Rangers of the Night's Watch track a group of wildlings beyond the wall, only to come face to face with the others, revealing that an ancient threat is stirring in the far north. In Bran 1, we shift to Winterfell, where Lord Eddard Stark carries out an execution for a Night's Watch deserter, teaching Bran an important lesson about duty. On the way home, Jon Snow and Robb Stark discover 6 orphan direwolf pups, 1 for each Stark child, including Jon. Meanwhile, in Catelyn 1, Lady Catelyn finds Ned in the Godswood and delivers some heavy news. Lord Jon Arryn, Ned's foster father and Hand of the King, has died. And if that weren't enough, King Robert Baratheon is on his way to Winterfell, bringing his entire family and half of the royal court with him. With all that setting the stage, it's time to dive into Daenerys 1. Daenerys 1. Her brother held the gown up for inspection. "This is beauty. Touch it. Go on. Caress the fabric." Dany touched it. The cloth was so smooth that it seemed to run through her fingers like water. She could not remember ever wearing anything so soft. It frightened her. She pulled her hand away. "Is it really mine?" "A gift from the Magister Illyroy," Viserys said, smiling. Her brother was in a high mood tonight. "The color will bring out the violet in your eyes, and you shall have gold as well, and jewels of all sort. Illyroy has promised. Tonight you must look like a princess." A princess, Dany thought. She had forgotten what that was like. Perhaps she had never really known. "Why does he give us so much?" she asked. "What does he want from us?" For nigh on half a year they had lived in the Magister's house, eating his food, pampered by his servants. Dany was 13, old enough to know that such gifts seldom come without their price, here in the free city of Pentos. "Illyroy is no fool," Viserys said. He was a gaunt young man with nervous hands and a feverish look in his pale lilac eyes. "The Magister knows that I will not forget my friends when I come into my throne." Dany said nothing. Magister Illyroy was a dealer in spices, gemstones, dragonbone, and other, less savory things. He had friends in all of the 9 free cities, it was said, and even beyond, in Vaes Dothrak and the fabled lands beside the Jade Sea. It was also said that he never had a friend he wouldn't cheerfully sell for the right price. Dany listened to the talk in the streets, and she heard these things, but she knew better than to question her brother when he wove his webs of dream. His anger was a terrible thing when roused. Viserys called it waking the dragon. Her brother hung the gown beside the door. "Illyroy will send the slaves to bathe you. Be sure you wash off the stink of the stables. Khal Drogo has 1,000 horses. Tonight, he looks for a different sort of mount." He studied her critically. "You still slouch. Straighten yourself." He pushed back her shoulders with his hands. "Let them see that you have a woman's shape now." His fingers pushed lightly over his budding breasts and tightened on a nipple. "You will not fail me tonight. If you do, it will go hard for you. You don't want to wake the dragon, do you?" His fingers twisted her, the pinch cruelly hard through the rough fabric of her tunic. "Do you?" he repeated. "No," Dany said meekly. Her brother smiled. "Good." He touched her hair, almost with affection. "When they write the history of my reign, sweet sister, they will say that it began tonight." When he was gone, Dany went to her window and looked out wistfully on the waters of the bay. The square brick towers of Pentos were black silhouettes outlined against the settling sun. Dany could hear the singing of the red priests as they lit their night fires and the shouts of ragged children playing games beyond the walls of the estate. For a moment, she wished she could be out there with them, barefoot and breathless, and dressed in tatters, with no past and no future, and no feast to attend at Khal Drogo's manse. Somewhere beyond the sunset, across the narrow sea, lay a land of green hills and flowered plains and great rushing rivers, where towers of dark stone rose amidst magnificent blue-grey mountains, and armored knights rode to battle beneath the banners of their lords. The Dothraki called that land Rayash Andali, the land of the Andals. In the free cities, they talked of Westeros and the Sunset Kingdoms. Her brother had a simpler name. Our land, he called it. The words were like a prayer with him. If he said them enough, the gods were sure to hear. Ours by blood right, taken from us by treachery, but ours still. Ours forever. You do not steal from the dragon. Oh no, the dragon remembers. And perhaps the dragon did remember, but Dany could not. She had never seen this land her brother said was theirs, this realm beyond the narrow sea, these places he talked of, Castle Rock and the Eyrie, High Garden and the Vale of Arryn, Dawn and the Isle of Faces. They were just words to her. Viserys had been a boy of 8 when they fled King's Landing to escape the advancing armies of the usurper, but Daenerys had been only a quickening in their mother's womb. Yet, sometimes Dany would picture the way it had been. So often had her brother told her the stories. The midnight flight to Dragonstone, moonlight shimmering on the ship's black sails, her brother Rhaegar battling the usurper in the bloody waters of the Trident and dying for the woman he loved. The sack of King's Landing by the ones Viserys called the usurper's dogs, the Lords Lannister and Stark. Princess Elia of Dorne pleading for mercy as Rhaegar's heir was ripped from her breast and murdered before her eyes. The polished skulls of the last dragons staring down sightlessly from the walls of the throne room while the Kingslayer opened father's throat with a golden sword. She had been born on Dragonstone 9 moons after their flight, while a raging summer storm threatened to rip the island fastness apart. They said that storm was terrible. The Targaryen fleet was smashed while it lay at anchor, and huge stone blocks were ripped from the parapets and sent hurtling into the wild waters of the narrow sea. Her mother had died birthing her, and for that, her brother Viserys had never forgiven her. She did not remember Dragonstone either. They had run again, just before the usurper's brother set sail with his new-built fleet. By then, only Dragonstone itself, the ancient seat of their house, had remained of the 7 kingdoms that had once been theirs. It would not remain for long. The garrison had been prepared to sell them to the usurper, but one night, Sir Willem Darry and 4 loyal men had broken into the nursery and stolen them both, along with her wet nurse, and set sail under cover of darkness for the safety of the Bravosian coast. She remembered Sir Willem dimly, a great grey bear of a man, half-blind, roaring and bellowing orders from his sickbed. The servants had lived in terror of him, but he had always been kind to Dany. He called her Little Princess, and sometimes My Lady. And his hands were soft as old leather. He never left his bed though, and the smell of sickness clung to him, day and night, a hot, moist, sickly, sweet odor. That was when they lived in Braavos, in the big house with the red door. Dany had her own room there, with a lemon tree outside her window. After Sir Willem had died, the servants had stolen what little money they had left, and soon after they had been put out of the big house. Dany had cried when the red door closed behind them forever. They had wandered since then, from Braavos to Myr, from Myr to Tyrosh, and on to Cahor and Volantis and Lys, never staying long in any one place. Her brother would not allow it. The usurper's hired knives were close behind them, he insisted, though Dany had never seen one. At first, the magisters and archons and merchant princes were pleased to welcome the last Targaryens to their homes and tables. But as the years passed and the usurper continued to sit upon the Iron Throne, doors closed and their lives grew meaner. Years passed, they had been forced to sell their last few treasures, and now even the coin they had gotten from Mother's crown had gone. In the alleys and wine sinks of Pentos, they called her brother the Beggar King. Dany did not want to know what they called her. "We will have it all back someday, sweet sister," he would promise her. Sometimes his hands shook when he talked about it. The jewels and the silks, Dragonstone and King's Landing, the Iron Throne and the 7 kingdoms. All they have taken from us, we will have it back. Viserys lived for that day. All that Daenerys wanted back was the big house with the red door, the lemon tree outside her window, the childhood she had never known. There came a soft knock on her door. "Come," Dany said, turning away from the window. Illyroy's servants entered, bowed, and set about their business. They were slaves, a gift from one of the Magister's many Dothraki friends. There was no slavery in the free city of Pentos. Nonetheless, they were slaves. The old woman, small and grey as a mouse, never said a word, but the girl made up for it. She was Illyroy's favourite, a fair-haired, blue-eyed wench of 16 who chatted constantly as she worked. They filled her bath with hot water, brought up from the kitchen, and scented it with fragrant oils. The girl pulled the rough cotton tunic over Dany's head and helped her into the tub. The water was scalding hot, but Daenerys did not flinch or cry out. She liked the heat. It made her clean. Besides, her brother had often told her that it was never too hot for a Targaryen. "Ours is the house of the dragon," he would say. "The fire is in our blood." The old woman washed her long silver pale hair and gently combed out the snags, all in silence. The girl scrubbed her back and her feet and told her how lucky she was. "Drogo is so rich that even his slaves wear golden collars. 100,000 men ride in his khalasar, and his place in Vaes Dothrak has 200 rooms and doors of solid silver." There was more like that, so much more. What a handsome man the cow was, so tall and fierce, fearless in battle, the best rider ever to mount a horse, a demon archer. Daenerys said nothing. She had always assumed that she would wed Viserys when she came of age. For centuries the Targaryens had married brother to sister, since Aegon the Conqueror had taken his sisters to bride. The line must be kept pure, Viserys had told her 1,000 times. Theirs was the king's blood, the golden blood, of old Valyria, the blood of the dragon. Dragons did not mate with the beasts of the field, and Targaryens did not mingle their blood with that of lesser men. Yet now Viserys schemed to sell her to a stranger, a barbarian. When she was clean, the slaves helped her from the water and towed her dry. The girl brushed her hair until it shone like molten silver, while the old woman anointed her with the spice flower perfume of the Dothraki plains, a dab on each wrist, behind her ears, on the tips of her breasts, and one last one, cool on her lips, down there between her legs. They dressed her in the wisps that Magister Illyroy had sent up, and then the gown, a deep plum silk to bring out the violet in her eyes. The girl slid the gilded sandals onto her feet, while the old woman fixed the tiara in her hair, and slid golden bracelets crusted with amethysts around her wrists. Last of all came the collar, a heavy golden torque emblazoned with ancient Valyrian glyphs. "Now you look all a princess," the girl said breathlessly when they were done. Dany glanced at her image in the silvered-looking glass that Illyroy had so thoughtfully provided. A princess, she thought. But she remembered what the girl had said, how Khal Drogo was so rich, even his slaves wore golden collars. She felt a sudden chill, and goose flesh pimpled her bare arms. Her brother was waiting in the cool of the entry hall, seated on the edge of the pool, his hand trailing in the water. He rose when she appeared and looked her over critically. "Stand there," he told her. "Turn around. Yes. Good. You look regal," Magister Illyroy said, stepping through an archway. He moved with surprising delicacy for such a massive man. Beneath loose garments of flame-colored silk, rolls of fat jiggled as he walked. Gemstones glittered on every finger, and his man had oiled his forked yellow beard until it shone like real gold. "May the Lord of Light shower you with blessings on this most fortunate day, Princess Daenerys," the Magister said as he took her hand. He bowed his head, showing a thin glimpse of crooked yellow teeth through the gold of his yellow beard. "She is a vision, Your Grace, a vision," he told her brother. "Drogo will be enraptured." "She's too skinny," Viserys said. His hair, the same silver blonde as hers, had been pulled back tightly behind his head and fastened with a dragon bone brooch. It was a severe look that emphasized the hard, gaunt lines of his face. He rested his hand on the hilt of the sword that Illyroy had lent him and said, "Are you sure that Khal Drogo likes his women this young?" "She has had her blood. She is old enough for the cow," Illyroy told him, not for the first time. "Look at her, that silver gold hair, those purple eyes. She is the blood of old Valyria, no doubt. No doubt. And highborn, daughter of the old king, sister to the new. She cannot fail to entrance our Drogo." When he released her hand, Daenerys found herself trembling. "I suppose," her brother said doubtfully. "The savages have queer tastes. Boys, horses, sheep." "Best not suggest this to Khal Drogo," Illyroy said. Anger flashed in her brother's lilac eyes. "Do you take me for a fool?" The Magister bowed slightly. "I take you for a king. Kings lack the caution of common men. My apologies if I have given offense." He turned away and clapped his hands for his bearers. The streets of Pentos were pitch dark when they set out in Illyroy's elaborately carved palanquin. 2 servants went ahead to light their way, carrying ornate oil lanterns with panes of pale blue glass, while a dozen strong men hoisted the poles to their shoulders. It was warm and close inside behind the curtains. Dani could smell the stench of Illaroy's pallid flesh through his heavy perfumes. Her brother sprawled out on his pillows beside her, never noticed. His mind was away across the narrow sea. "We won't need his whole Khalasar," Viserys said. His fingers toyed with the hilt of his borrowed blade, though Dani knew he had never used a sword in earnest. 10,000, that would be enough. I could sweep the Seven Kingdoms with 10,000 Dothraki screamers. The realm will rise for its rightful king. Tyrell, Redwyn, Darry, Greyjoy, they have no more love for the usurper than I do. The Dornishmen burn to avenge Elia and her children, and the small folk will be with us. They cry out for their king." He looked at Illaroy anxiously. "They do, don't they? They are your people, and they love you well," Magister Illaroy said amicably. "In holdfasts all across the realm, men lift toasts to your health, while women sew dragon banners and hide them against the day of your return from across the water." He gave a massive shrug. "Or so my agents tell me." Dani had no agents, no way of knowing what anyone was doing or thinking across the narrow sea, but she mistrusted Illaroy's sweet words as she mistrusted everything about Illaroy. Her brother was nodding eagerly, however. "I shall kill the usurper myself," he promised, who had never killed anyone, as he killed my brother Rhaegar, and Lannister too, the Kingslayer, for what he did to my father. "That would be most fitting," Magister Illaroy said. Dani saw the smallest hint of a smile playing around his full lips, but her brother did not notice. Nodding, he pushed back a curtain and stared off into the night, and Dani knew he was fighting the Battle of the Trident once again. The 9-towered manse of Khal Drogo sat beside the waters of the bay, its high brick walls overgrown with pale ivy. It had been given to the Khal by the Magisters of Pentos, Illaroy told them. The free cities were always generous with the horse lords. "It is not that we fear these barbarians," Illaroy would explain with a smile. "The Lord of Light would hold our cities against 1,000,000 Dothraki, or so the Red Priests promise. Yet, why take the chances, when their friendship comes so cheap?" Their palanquin was stopped at the gate, the curtains pulled roughly back by one of the house guards. He had the copper skin and dark almond eyes of a Dothraki, but his face was hairless and he wore the spiked bronze cap of the Unsullied. He looked them over coldly. Magister Illaroy growled something to him in the rough Dothraki tongue. The guardsman replied in the same voice and waved them through the gates. Dani noticed that her brother's hands was clenched tightly around the hilt of his borrowed sword. He looked almost as frightened as she felt. "Insolent eunuch," Viserys muttered as the palanquin lurched up toward the manse. Magister Illaroy's words were honey. "Many important men will be at the feast tonight. Such men have enemies. The Khal must protect his guests, yourself chief among them, your grace. No doubt the usurper would pay well for your head." "Oh yes," Viserys said darkly. "He has tried, Illaroy, I promise you that. His hired knives follow us everywhere. I am the last dragon, and he will not sleep easy while I live." The palanquin slowed and stopped. The curtains were thrown back, and a slave offered a hand to help Daenerys out. His collar, she noted, was ordinary bronze. Her brother followed, one hand still clenched hard around his sword hilt. It took 2 strong men to get Magister Illaroy's back on his feet. Inside the manse, the air was heavy with the scent of spices, pinch fire, and sweet lemon and cinnamon. They were escorted across the entry hall, where a mosaic of colored glass depicted the doom of Valyria. Oil burned in black iron lanterns all along the walls. Beneath an arch of the twinning stone leaves, a eunuch sang their coming. "Viserys of House Targaryen, the third of his name," he called in a high sweet voice, "King of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lords of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, his sister Daenerys Stormborn, Princess of Dragonstone, his honorable host Illaroy Mopatis, Magister of the free city of Pentos." They stepped past the eunuch into a pillared courtyard overgrown in pale ivy. Moonlight painted the leaves in shades of bone and silver as the guests drifted among them. Many were Dothraki horse lords, big men with red-brown skin, their drooping mustachios bound in metal rings. their black hair oiled and braided and hung with bells. Yet among them moved bravos and sellswords from Pentos and Mia and Tyrosh, a red priest even fatter than Illaroy, hairy men from the port of Ibn, and lords from the Summer Isles with skin as black as ebony. Daenerys looked at them all in wonder, and realized with a sudden start of fear that she was the only woman there. Illaroy whispered to them, "Those three are Drogo's blood riders. There," he said, "by the pillar is Khal Moro, with his son, Rhaegoro. The man with the green beard is brother to the Archon of Tyrosh, and the man behind him is Ser Jorah Mormont." The last name caught Daenerys. A knight? No less, Illaroy smiled through his beard. Anointed with the 7 oils by the High Septon himself. "What is he doing here?" she blurted. "The usurper wanted his head," Illaroy told them. "Some trifling affront. He sold some poachers to a Tyroshi slaver instead of giving them to the Night's Watch. Absurd law. A man should be able to do as he likes with his own chattel." "I shall wish to speak with Ser Jorah before the night is done," her brother said. Dany found herself looking at the knight curiously. He was an older man, past 40 and balding, but still strong and fit. Instead of silks and cottons, he wore wool and leather. His tunic was a dark green, embroidered with the likeness of a black bear standing on 2 legs. She was still looking at this strange man from the homeland she had never known when Magister Illaroy placed a moist hand on her bare shoulder. "Over there, sweet princess," he whispered. "There is the Khal himself." Dany wanted to run and hide, but her brother was looking at her, and if she displeased him, she knew she would wake the dragon. Anxiously, she turned and looked at the man Viserys hoped would ask to wed her before the night was done. The slave girl had not been far wrong, she thought. Khal Drogo was a head taller than the tallest man in the room, yet somehow light on his feet. As graceful as the panther in Illaroy's Menagerie. He was younger than she thought, no more than 30. His skin was the color of polished copper, his thick mustachios bound with gold and bronze rings. "I must go and make my submissions," Magister Illaroy said. "Wait here, I shall bring him to you." Her brother took her by the arm as Illaroy waddled over to the Khal, his fingers squeezing so hard that they hurt. "Do you see his braid, sweet sister?" Drogo's braid was black as midnight and heavy with scented oil, hung with tiny bells that rang softly as he moved. It swung well past his belt, below even his buttocks, the end of it brushing against the back of his thighs. "You see how long it is?" Viserys said. "When Dothraki are defeated in combat, they cut off their braid in disgrace, so the world will know their shame. Khal Drogo has never lost a fight. He is Aegon the Dragon Lord come again, and you will be his queen." Dany looked at Khal Drogo. His face was hard and cruel, his eyes as cold and dark as onyx. Her brother hurt her sometimes when she woke the dragon, but he did not frighten her the way this man frightened her. "I don't want to be his queen," she heard herself say in a small thin voice. Please, Viserys, I don't want to. I want to go home." "Home?" He kept his voice low, but she could hear the fury in his tone. "How are we to go home, sweet sister? They took our home from us." He drew her into the shadows, out of sight, his fingers digging into her skin. "How are we to go home?" he repeated, meaning King's Landing and Dragonstone and all the realm they had lost. Dany had only meant their rooms in Illaroy's estate. No true home, surely, though all they had. But her brother did not want to hear that. There was no home there for him. Even the big house with the red door had not been home for him. His fingers dug hard into her arm, demanding an answer. "I don't know," she said, at last, her voice breaking. Tears welled in her eyes. "I do," he said sharply. "We go home with an army, sweet sister. With Khal Drogo's army. That is how we go home. And if you must wed him and bed him for that, you will." He smiled at her. "I'd let his whole Khalasar sleep with you, if need be, sweet sister. All 40,000 men. And their horses too, if that was what it took to get my army. Be grateful it is only Drogo. In time, you may even learn to like him. Now dry your eyes. Illaroy is bringing him over, and he will not see you crying." Dany turned and saw that it was true. Magister Illaroy, all smiles and bows, was escorting Khal Drogo over to where they stood. She brushed away unfallen tears with the back of her hand. "Smile," Viserys whispered nervously. his hand falling to the hilt of his sword. "And stand up straight. Let him see that you have breasts. Gods know you have little enough as is." Daenerys smiled and stood up straight. So, in the book, Daenerys' story starts with a big feast in Pentos at Khal Drogo's place, where she's basically put on display for a bunch of guests, including other Dothraki leaders, to celebrate her engagement. It's a grand event that sets the stage for her journey. This is also where we first meet Ser Jorah Mormont, who swears his loyalty to Viserys and Dany right there. But the show simplifies all of this. Drogo just shows up for a quiet meeting at Illaroy's estate to check Dany out, skipping the whole party and a lot of world building. One big difference is how Dany's fear and longing for a safe home, like her memories of the house with the red door, are handled. In the book, we get a lot of her internal monologue, really digging into her emotions. The show, on the other hand, relies more on visuals and body language to get her fear across. It also adds a disturbing scene where Viserys is seen groping and controlling her, making his abuse more explicit than in the book, where it's more implied. Dany herself is also quite different between the book and show. In a Game of Thrones book, she's only about 13, very submissive and completely under Viserys' control. The show ages her up to around 16, making her slightly more aware of her brother's cruelty from the start, though she's still very much in a vulnerable position. Another minor but notable change is that the Targaryen signature violet eyes don't make it to the screen, probably because it was too impractical to keep up with colored contacts. So some of that mystical otherworldly quality is lost. Before we jump into Daenerys 2, let's quickly run through what's happened in the other chapters. In Eddard 1, King Robert Baratheon arrives at Winterfell with his entourage, bringing big news for Lord Eddard Stark. He asks Ned to become the new Hand of the King and also suggests that their family unite through marriage, offering a betrothal between Ned's daughter, Sansa, and his own son, Prince Joffrey. In Jon 1, Jon Snow hangs out at the big feast in Winterfell, catching up with Benjen Stark and Tyrion Lannister. Then, in Catelyn 2, a secret letter from his sister convinces Catelyn to push Ned to head to King's Landing and take up the post of the Hand of the King. Arya 1 sees Arya skipping out on her needlework to watch the boys spar with swords in the yard. Things take a dramatic turn in Bran 2, where Bran, while climbing the towers at Winterfell, catches Jaime and Cersei Lannister in a compromising position and overhears them plotting, which leads to Jaime pushing him out the window when he's spotted. In Tyrion 1, Tyrion links up with his nephew, Joffrey, making sure he shows some respect to the Starks before he joins his siblings at breakfast to relay that Bran might survive. Jon 2 is all about goodbyes. Jon bids farewell to Bran, still in a coma, then Robb, and finally Arya, to whom he gifts a Braavosi-type sword. And that's everything you need to know before the start of Daenerys 2. Let's continue. Daenerys 2. Daenerys Targaryen wed Khal Drogo with fear and barbaric splendor in a field beyond the walls of Pentos, for the Dothraki believed that all things of importance in a man's life must be done beneath the open sky. Drogo had called his khalasar to attend him, and they had come, 40,000 Dothraki warriors and uncounted numbers of women, children, and slaves. Outside the city walls, they camped with their vast herds, raising palaces of woven grass, eating everything in sight, and making the good folk of Pentos more anxious with every passing day. "My fellow magisters have doubled the size of the city guard," Illaroy told them over platters of honey duck and orange snap peppers one night at the manse that had been Drogo's. The Khal had joined his khalasar, his estate given over to Daenerys and her brother until the wedding. "Best we get Princess Daenerys wedded quickly before they hand half the wealth of Pentos away to sellswords and bravos," Ser Jorah Mormont jested. The exile had offered her brother his sword the night Dany had been sold to Khal Drogo. Viserys had accepted eagerly. Mormont had been their constant companion ever since. Magister Illaroy laughed lightly through his forked beard, but Viserys did not so much as smile. "He can have her tomorrow if he likes," her brother said. He glanced over at Dany, and she lowered her eyes. "So long as he pays the price." Illaroy waved a languid hand in the air, rings glittering on his fat fingers. "I have told you, all is settled. Trust me. The Khal has promised you a crown, and you shall have it." "Yes, but when?" "When the cow chooses," Illaroy said, "he will have the girl first, and after they are wed, he must make his procession across the plains and present her to the Dosh Khaleen at Vaesdothrak. After that, perhaps, if the omens favor war." Viserys seethed with impatience. "I piss on Dothraki omens. The usurper sits on my father's throne. How long must I wait?" Illaroy gave a massive shrug. "You have waited most of your life, great king. What is another few months? Another few years?" Ser Jorah, who would travel as far east as Vaesdothrak, nodded in agreement. "I counsel you to be patient, your grace. The Dothraki are true to their word, but they do things in their own time. A lesser man may beg a favor from the Khal, but must never presume to berate him." Viserys bristled. "Guard your tongue, Mormont, or I'll have it out. I am no lesser man. I am the rightful lord of the Seven Kingdoms. The dragon does not beg." Ser Jorah lowered his eyes respectfully. Illaroy smiled enigmatically and tore a wing from the duck. Honey and grease ran over his fingers and dripped down into his beard as he nibbled at the tender meat. There are no more dragons, Dany thought, staring at her brother, though she did not dare say it aloud. Yet that night she dreamt of one. Viserys was hitting her, hurting her. She was naked, clumsy with fear. She ran from him, but her body seemed thick and ungainly. He struck her again. She stumbled and fell. "You woke the dragon," he screamed as he kicked her. "You woke the dragon! You woke the dragon!" Her thighs were slick with blood. She covered her eyes and whimpered. As if in answer, there was a hideous ripping sound and the crackling of some great fire. When she looked again, Viserys was gone. Great columns of flame rose all around, and in the midst of them was the dragon. It turned its great head slowly. When its molten eyes found her, she woke, shaking and covered with a fine sheen of sweat. She had never been so afraid, until the day of her wedding came at last. The ceremony began at dawn and continued until dusk, an endless day of drinking and feasting and fighting. A mighty earthen ramp had been raised amid the grass palaces, and there Dany was seated beside Khal Drogo, above the seething sea of Dothraki. She had never seen so many people in one place, nor people so strange and frightening. The horse lords might put on rich fabrics and sweet perfumes when they visited the free cities, but out under the open sky they kept the old ways. Men and women alike wore painted leather vests over bare chests and horsehair leggings cinched by bronze medallion belts, and the warriors greased their long braids with fat from the rendering pits. They gorged themselves on horseflesh roasted with honey and peppers, drank themselves blind on fermented mare's milk and Illaroy's fine wines, and spat jests at each other across the fires, their voices harsh and alien in Dany's ears. Viserys was seated just below her, splendid in a new black wool tunic with a scarlet dragon on the chest. Illaroy and Ser Jorah sat beside him. Theirs was a place of high honor, just below the Khal's own blood riders. But Dany could see the anger in her brother's lilac eyes. He did not like sitting beneath her, and he fumed when the slaves offered each dish first to the Khal and his bride, and served him from the portions they refused. He could do nothing but nurse his resentment. So nurse it he did, his mood growing blacker by the hour at each insult to his person. Dany had never felt so alone as she did seated in the midst of that vast horde. Her brother had told her to smile, and so she smiled until her face ached and the tears came unbidden to her eyes. She did her best to hide them, knowing how angry Viserys would be if he saw her crying, terrified of how Khal Drogo might react. Food was brought to her, steaming joints of meat and thick black sausages and Dothraki blood pies, and later fruits and sweetgrass stews and delicate pastries from the kitchens of Pentos, but she waved it all away. Her stomach was a royal, and she knew she could keep none of it down. There was no one to talk to. Khal Drogo shouted commands and gestured down to his blood riders and laughed at their replies, but he scarcely glanced at Dany beside him. They had no common language. Dothraki was incomprehensible to her, and the Khal knew only a few words of the bastard Valyrian of the free cities, and none at all of the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms. She would even have welcomed the conversation of Illaroy and her brother, but they were too far below to hear her. So she sat in her wedding silks, nursing a cup of honeyed wine, afraid to eat, talking silently to herself. "I am blood of the dragon," she told herself. "I am Daenerys Stormborn, princess of Dragonstone, of the blood and seed of Aegon the Conqueror. The sun was only a quarter of the way up the sky when she saw her first man die. Drums were beating as some of the women danced for the Khal. Drogo watched without expression, but his eyes followed their movements, and from time to time he would toss down a bronze medallion for the women to fight over. The warriors were watching too. One of them finally stepped into the circle, grabbed a dancer by the arm, pushed her down to the ground, and mounted her right there, as a stallion mounts a mare. Illaroy had told her that might happen. The Dothraki mate like the animals in their herds. There is no privacy in the Khalasar, and they do not understand sin or shame as we do. Dany looked away from the coupling, frightened when she realized what was happening. But a second warrior stepped forward, and a third, and soon there was no way to avert her eyes. Then two men seized the same woman. She heard a shout, saw a shove, and in the blink of an eye, the araks were out, long razor-sharp blades, half sword and half scythe. A dance of death began as the warriors circled and slashed, leaping toward each other, whirling the blades around their heads, shrieking insults at each clash. No one made a move to interfere. It ended as quickly as it began. The araks shivered together faster than Dany could follow. One man missed a step, the other swung his blade in a flat arc. Steel bit into flesh just above the Dothraki waist and opened him from backbone to belly button, spilling his entrails into the dust. As the loser died, the winner took hold of the nearest woman, not even the one they had been quarreling over, and had her there and then. Slaves carried off the body and the dancing resumed. Magister Illaroy had warned Dany about this too. A Dothraki wedding without at least 3 deaths is deemed a dull affair, he had said. Her wedding must have been especially blessed. Before the day was over, a dozen men had died. As the hours passed, the terror grew in Dany, until it was all she could do not to scream. She was afraid of the Dothraki, whose ways seemed alien and monstrous, as if they were beasts in human skins and not true men at all. She was afraid of her brother, of what he might do if she failed him. Most of all, she was afraid of what would happen tonight under the stars when her brother gave her up to the hulking giant who sat drinking beside her with a face as still and cruel as a bronze mask. I am the blood of the dragon, she told herself again. When at last the sun was low in the sky, Khal Drogo clapped his hands together, and the drums and the shouting and festering came to a sudden halt. Drogo stood and pulled Dany to her feet beside him. It was time for her bride gifts. And after the gifts, she knew, after the sun had gone down, it would be time for the first ride and the consummation of her marriage. Dany tried to put the thought aside, but it would not leave her. She hugged herself to try to keep from shaking. Her brother Viserys gifted her with 3 handmaids. Dany knew they had cost him nothing. Illaroy no doubt had provided the girls. Irri and Jiqui were copper-skinned Dothraki with black hair and almond-shaped eyes. Dora, a fair-haired, blue-eyed Lyseni girl. These are no common servants, sweet sister, her brother told her as they were brought forward one by one. Illaroy and I selected them personally for you. Irri will teach you riding, Jiqui the Dothraki tongue, and Dora will instruct you in the womanly arts of love. He smiled thinly. She's very good. Illaroy and I can both swear to that. Sir Jorah Mormont apologized for his gift. It is a small thing, my princess, but all a poor exile could afford, he said as he laid a small stack of old books before her. They were histories and songs of the 7 kingdoms she saw, written in the common tongue. She thanked him with all her heart. Magister Illaroy murmured a command, and 4 burly slaves hurried forward, bearing between them a great cedar chest bound in bronze. When she opened it, she found piles of the finest velvets and damask the free cities could produce. And resting on top, nestled in the soft cloth, 3 huge eggs. Dany gasped. They were the most beautiful things she had ever seen, each different than the others, patterned in such rich colors that at first she thought they were crusted with jewels, and so large it took both of her hands to hold one. She lifted it delicately, expecting that it would be made of some fine porcelain or delicate enamel, or even blown glass, but it was much heavier than that, as if it were all of solid stone. The surface of the shell was covered with tiny scales, and as she turned the egg between her fingers, they shimmered like polished metal in the light of the setting sun. One egg was a deep green with burnished bronze flecks that came and went depending on how Dani turned it. Another was a pale cream streaked with gold. The last was black as a midnight sea, yet alive with scarlet ripples and swirls. "What are they?" she asked, her voice hushed and full of wonder. "Dragon's eggs from the Shadowlands beyond Ashai," said Magister Illyroy. "The eons have turned them to stone, yet they still burn bright with beauty. I shall treasure them always." Dani had heard tales of such eggs, but she had never seen one, nor thought to see one. It was a truly magnificent gift, though she knew that Illyroy could afford to be lavish. He had collected a fortune in horses and slaves for his part in selling her to Khal Drogo. The Khal's blood riders offered her the traditional 3 weapons, and splendid weapons they were. Hago gave her a great leather whip with a silver handle, Kolo a magnificent arak chased in gold, and Kotho a double-curved dragon-bone bow taller than she was. Magister Illyroy and Ser Jorah had taught her the traditional refusals for these offerings. "This is a gift worthy of a great warrior, O blood of my blood, and I am but a woman. Let my lord husband bear these in my stead." And so Khal Drogo too received his bride gifts. Other gifts she was given in plenty by other Dothraki, slippers and jewels and silver rings for her hair, medallion belts and painted vests and soft furs, sand silks and jars of scent, needles and feathers and tiny bottles of purple glass, and a gown made from the skin of 1,000 mice. "A handsome gift, Khaleesi," Magister Illyroy said of the last, after he had told her what it was. "Most lucky." The gifts mounted up around her in great piles, more gifts than she could possibly imagine, more gifts than she could want or use. And last of all, Khal Drogo brought forth his own bride gift to her. An expectant rush rippled out from the center of the camp as he left her side, growing until it had swallowed the whole Khalasar. When he returned, the dense press of Dothraki gift-givers parted before him, and he led the horse to her. She was a young filly, spirited and splendid. Dani knew just enough about horses to know that this was no ordinary animal. There was something about her that took the breath away. She was grey as the winter sea, with a mane like silver smoke. Hesitantly, she reached out and stroked the horse's neck, ran her fingers through the silver of her mane. Khal Drogo said something in Dothraki, and Magister Illyroy translated. "Silver for the silver of your hair," the Khal says. "She's beautiful," Dani murmured. "She is the pride of the Khalasar," Illyroy said. "Custom decrees that the Khaleesi must ride a mount worthy of her place by the side of the Khal." Drogo stepped forward and put his hands on her waist. He lifted her up as easily as if she were a child and set her on the thin Dothraki saddle, so much smaller than the ones she was used to. Dani sat there uncertain for a moment. No one had told her about this part. "What should I do?" she asked Illyroy. It was Ser Jorah Mormont who answered. "Take the reins and ride. You need not go far." Nervously, Dani gathered the reins in her hands and slid her feet into the short stirrups. She was only a fair rider. She had spent far more time traveling by ship and wagon and palanquin than by horseback. Praying that she would not fall off and disgrace herself, she gave the filly the lightest and most timid touch with her knees. And for the first time in hours, she forgot to be afraid. Or perhaps it was for the first time ever. The silver-grey filly moved with a smooth and silken gait, and the crowd parted for her, every eye upon them. Dani found herself moving faster than she had intended, yet somehow it was exciting rather than terrifying. The horse broke into a trot, and she smiled. Dothraki scrambled to clear a path, the slightest pressure with her legs, the lightest touch on the reins, and the filly responded. She sent it into a gallop, and now the Dothraki were hooting and laughing and shouting at her as they jumped out of her way. As she turned to ride back, a fire pit loomed ahead, directly in her path. They were hemmed in on either side, with no room to stop. A daring she had never known filled Daenerys then, and she gave the filly her head. The silver horse leapt the flames as if she had wings. When she pulled up before Magister Illyroy, she said, "Tell Khal Drogo that he has given me the wind." The fat Pentoshi stroked his yellow beard as he repeated her words in Dothraki, and Dani saw her new husband smile for the first time. The last silver of sun vanished behind the high walls of Pentos to the west just then. Dani had lost all track of time. Khal Drogo commanded his blood riders to bring forth his own horse, a lean red stallion. As the cow was saddling the horse, Viserys slid close to Dani on her silver, dug his fingers into her leg, and said, "Please him, sweet sister, or I swear you will see the dragon wake as it has never woken before." The fear came back to her then, with her brother's words. She felt like a child once more, only 13 and all alone, not ready for what was about to happen to her. They rode out together as the stars came out, leaving the Khalasar and the grass palaces behind. Khal Drogo spoke no word to her, but drove his stallion at a hard trot through the gathering dusk. The tiny silver bells in his long braid rang softly as he rode. "I am the blood of the dragon," she whispered aloud as she followed, trying to keep her courage up. "I am the blood of the dragon. I am the blood of the dragon." The dragon was never afraid. Afterward, she could not see how far or how long they had ridden, but it was full dark when they stopped at a grassy place beside a small stream. Drogo swung off his horse and lifted her down from hers. She felt as fragile as glass in his hands, her limbs as weak as water. She stood there helpless and trembling in her wedding silks while he secured the horses. And when he turned to look at her, she began to cry. Khal Drogo stared at her tears, his face strangely empty of expression. "No," he said. He lifted his hands and rubbed away the tears roughly, with a callous thumb. "You speak the common tongue?" Dani said in wonder. "No," he said again. Perhaps he had only that word, she thought, but it was one more word than she had known he had, and somehow it made her feel a little better. Drogo touched her hair lightly, sliding the silver blonde strands between his fingers and murmuring softly in Dothraki. Dani did not understand the words, yet there was warmth in the tone, a tenderness she had never expected from this man. He put his fingers under her chin and lifted her head, so she was looking up into his eyes. Drogo towered over her as he towered over everyone. Taking her lightly under the arms, he lifted her and seated her on a rounded rock beside the stream. Then he sat on the ground facing her, legs crossed beneath him, their faces finally at a height. "No," he said. "Is that the only word you know?" she asked him. Drogo did not reply. His long, heavy braid was coiled in the dirt beside him. He pulled it over his right shoulder and began to remove the bells from his hair, one by one. After a moment, Dani leaned forward to help. When they were done, Drogo gestured. She understood. Slowly, carefully, she began to undo his braid. It took a long time. All the while, he sat there silently, watching her. When she was done, he shook his head and his hair spread out behind him like a river of darkness, oiled and gleaming. She had never seen hair so long, so black, so thick. Then it was his turn. He began to undress her. His fingers were deft and strangely tender. He removed her silks one by one, carefully, while Dani sat unmoving, silent, looking at his eyes. When he bared her small breasts, she could not help herself. She averted her eyes and covered herself with her hands. "No," Drogo said. He pulled her hands away from her breasts, gently but firmly, then lifted her face again to make her look at him. "No," he repeated. "No," she echoed back at him. He stood her up and then pulled her close to remove the last of her silks. The night air was chilly on her bare skin. She shivered, and goose flesh covered her arms and legs. She was afraid of what would come next. But for a while, nothing happened. Khal Drogo sat with his legs crossed, looking at her, drinking in her body with his eyes. After a while, he began to touch her, lightly at first, then harder. She could sense the fierce strength in his hands, but he never hurt her. He held her hand in his own and brushed her fingers one by one. He ran a hand gently down her leg. He stroked her face, tracing the curve of her ears, running a finger gently around her mouth. He put both hands in her hair and combed it with his fingers. He turned her around, massaged her shoulders, slid a knuckle down the path of her spine. It seemed as if hours passed before his hands finally went to her breasts. He stroked the soft skin underneath until it tingled. He circled her nipples with his thumbs, pinched them between thumb and forefinger, then began to pull at her, very lightly at first, then more insistently, until her nipples stiffened and began to ache. He stopped then and drew her down onto his lap. Dani was flushed and breathless, her heart fluttering in her chest. He cupped her face in his huge hands and looked into his eyes. "No," he said, and she knew it was a question. She took his hands and moved it down to the wetness between her thighs. "Yes," she whispered as she put his fingers inside her. So, Daenerys' wedding night plays out very differently in the book compared to the show. In the novel, while Dany is understandably scared, Drogo is unexpectedly gentle with her. He even asks for her consent using the word no to make sure she's okay with it before they sleep together. The story makes it clear that despite her initial fear, she eventually chooses to embrace him and experiences a kind of sexual awakening. The show takes a much darker approach. There's no consent at all. Instead, Drogo forces himself on her while she cries, making it a traumatic assault rather than a moment of mutual acceptance. This major change completely shifts the tone of their relationship. In the book, Dany's journey toward empowerment starts that very night as she begins to take control of her new life, while in the show, she remains trapped in a cycle of abuse for a while longer. To balance this, the show later adds a new scene that isn't in the book, where Dany, with guidance from her handmaiden, Dora, learns how to take control in the bedroom. This moment serves as her way of reclaiming some agency in the marriage, a shift that was necessary because of how the series initially portrayed her relationship with Drogo. Beyond that, the wedding itself is mostly the same in both versions. However, the show trims things down a bit, focusing on the important gifts and a quick shot of some background violence, while the book goes deeper into the cultural significance of it all. Overall, the biggest difference is how Dany's character develops. In the book, her wedding night is a key turning point where she starts to gain confidence and agency, whereas in the show, her transformation into a strong, willing partner takes much longer. The series frames her marriage as an initial horror that she has to fight through, making her eventual empowerment a much bigger shift later on. Before we dive into Daenerys 3, let's catch up on what's been happening in A Game of Thrones. In Eddard 2, Ned and King Robert talk about the potential danger of Daenerys Targaryen's marriage and what it could mean for the realm. Their conversation also drifts to the past, revisiting the events of the sack of King's Landing and the choices that were made in the aftermath of Robert's rebellion. In Tyrion 2, as they head north, Tyrion and Jon Snow have a heated debate about what life really is like on the Wall. Then, in Catelyn 3, Catelyn's distress over Bran's fall takes a sharp turn when an assassin tries to finish the job. She manages to delay the killer just long enough for Bran's direwolf to leap in and save the day. This convinces Catelyn that Bran didn't just fall, he was pushed. Over in Sansa 1, after a bit of exploring the camp, Sansa Stark goes riding with her fiancé, Prince Joffrey. Their ride takes a dark turn near the Ruby Ford when they encounter Arya and a butcher's boy playfighting. Joffrey starts harassing the boy, which leads to Arya striking back at him. In Eddard 3, Arya and Joffrey each give King Robert completely different versions of what happened during the fight near the Trident. When Sansa, caught in the middle, claims she doesn't remember, Queen Cersei seizes the moment to demand punishment. With Arya's direwolf Nymeria already gone, Lady is chosen as a replacement, and sadly Ned is forced to carry out the sentence himself. In Bran 3, Bran is deep in a coma, dreaming about falling and a crow teaching him to fly, until he wakes up to find himself crippled, but ready to name his direwolf Summer. Moving on to Catelyn 4, Catelyn and Sir Roderick make it to King's Landing by ship, where they sneak into a secret meeting with Peter Baelish and Varys. There, Catelyn learns that the knife used in the attempt on Bran's life belonged to Tyrion Lannister. Over in Jon 3, after some tough training, Jon Snow finds himself ambushed by fellow recruits, but Donal Noye steps in just in time, helping Jon see where he's gone wrong. Jon then has a moment with Tyrion before the Lord Commander gives him the good news. Bran's awake. In Eddard 4, as soon as Ned arrives in King's Landing, he's thrown straight into business. He's summoned to a small council meeting where they start planning a tourney in his honor. Afterward, Littlefinger pulls him aside and secretly leads him to Catelyn, who has been hiding in the city. There, they discuss their next steps and strategize how to seek justice for the attack on Bran. In Tyrion 3, Tyrion hangs out with the top brass of the Night's Watch and promises Lord Commander Mormont he'll chat with the king about their needs. Before he leaves, he bumps into Jon Snow, who asks him to look out for his brother, Bran. In Arya 2, Arya, not loving life in King's Landing, skips dinner and instead has a heart-to-heart with her dad, Eddard, who catches her with her sword, Needle. He decides to let her keep it, and soon after she starts lessons with her new dancing master, Syrio Forel. Let's continue. Daenerys 3. "The Dothraki see," Sir Jorah Mormont said as he reined to a halt beside her on the top of the ridge beneath them. The plain stretched out, immense and empty, a vast flat expanse that reached the distant horizon and beyond. It was a sea, Dany thought. Past here, there were no hills, no mountains, no trees, nor cities nor roads, only the endless grasses, the tall blades ripping like waves when the winds blew. "It's so green," she said. "Here and now," Sir Jorah agreed. "You ought to see it when it blooms, all dark red flowers from horizon to horizon, like a sea of blood. Come the dry season and the world turns the color of old bronze. And this is only Harrenhal, child. There are 100 kinds of grass out there, grasses as yellow as lemons and as dark as indigo, blue grasses and orange grasses and grasses like rainbow. Down in the Shadowlands beyond Ashai, they say there are oceans of ghost grass, taller than a man on horseback, with stalks as pale as milkgrass. It murders all other grass and glows in the dark with the spirits of the damned. The Dothraki claim that someday ghost grass will cover the entire world, and then all life will end." That thought gave Dany the shivers. "I don't want to talk about that now," she said. "It's so beautiful here. I don't want to think about everything dying." "As you will, Khaleesi," Sir Jorah said respectfully. She heard the sound of voices and turned to look behind her. She and Mormont had outdistanced the rest of their party, and now the others were climbing the ridge below them. Her handmaid, Irri, and the younger archers of her cars were fluid as centaurs, but Viserys still struggled with the short stirrups and the flat saddle. Her brother was miserable out here. He ought never have come. Magister Illyroy had urged him to wait in Pentos, had offered him the hospitality of his manse, but Viserys would have none of it. He would stay with Drogo until the debt had been paid, until he had the crown he had been promised. "And if he tries to cheat me, he will learn to his sorrow what it means to wake the dragon," Viserys had vowed, laying a hand on his borrowed sword. Illyroy had blinked at that and wished him good fortune. Dany realized that she did not want to listen to any of her brother's complaints right now. The day was too perfect. The sky was a deep blue, and high above them a hunting hawk circled. The grass sea swayed and sighed with each breath of wind. The air was warm on her face, and Dany felt at peace. She would not let Viserys spoil it. "Wait here," Dany told Ser Jorah. "Tell them all to stay. Tell them I command it." The knight smiled. Ser Jorah was not a handsome man. He had a neck and shoulders like a bull, and coarse black hair covered his arms and chest so thickly that there was none left for his head. Yet his smiles gave Dany comfort. "You are learning to talk like a queen, Daenerys." "Not a queen," said Dany, "a Khaleesi." She wheeled her horse about and galloped down the ridge alone. The descent was steep and rocky, but Dany rode fearlessly, and the joy and the danger of it were a song in her heart. All her life, Viserys had told her she was a princess, but not until she rode her silver had Daenerys Targaryen ever felt like one. At first, it had not come easy. The Khalasar had broken camp the morning after her wedding, moving east toward Vaes Dothrak, and by the third day, Dany thought she was going to die. Saddle sores opened on her bottom, hideous and bloody. Her thighs were chafed raw, her hands blistered from the reins, the muscles of her legs and back so racked with pain that she could scarcely sit. By the time dusk fell, her handmaids would need to help her down from her mount. Even the knights brought no relief. Khal Drogo ignored her when they rode, even as he ignored her during their wedding and spent his evenings drinking with his warriors and blood riders, racing his prize horses, watching women dance and men die. Dany had no place in these parts of his life. She was left to sup alone, or with Ser Jorah and her brother, and afterward to cry herself to sleep. Yet every night, sometime before the dawn, Drogo would come to her tent and wake her in the dark, to ride her as relentlessly as he rode his stallion. He always took her from behind, Dothraki fashion, for which Dany was grateful. That way, her lord husband could not see the tears that wet her face, and she could use her pillow to muffle her cries of pain. When he was done, he would close his eyes and begin to snore softly, and Dany would lie beside him, her body bruised and sore, hurting too much for sleep. Day followed day, and night followed night, until Dany knew she could not endure a moment longer. She would kill herself rather than go on, she decided one night. Yet when she slept that night, she dreamed the dragon dream again. Viserys was not in it this time. There was only her and the dragon. Its scales were black as night, wet and slick with blood. Her blood, Dani sensed. Its eyes were pools of molten magma, and when it opened its mouth, the flame came roaring out in a hot jet. She could hear it singing to her. She opened her arms to the fire, embraced it, let it swallow her whole, let it cleanse her and temper her and scour her clean. She could feel her flesh sear and blacken and slew away, could feel her body boil and turn to steam, and yet there was no pain. She felt strong and new and fierce, and the next day, strangely, she did not seem to hurt quite so much. It was as if the gods had heard her and taken pity. Even her handmaids noticed the change. "Khaleesi," Jinqui said, "what is wrong? Are you sick?" "I was," she answered, standing over the dragon's eggs that Illaroy had given her when she wed. She touched one, the largest of the three, running her hand lightly over the shelf. Black and scarlet, she thought, like the dragon in my dream. The stone felt strangely warm beneath her fingers. Or was she still dreaming? She pulled her hand back nervously. From that hour onward, each day was easier than the one before it. Her legs grew stronger, her blisters burst, and her hands grew calloused. Her soft thighs tightened, supple as leather. The Khal had commanded the handmaid Iri to teach Dani to ride in the Dothraki fashion, but it was the filly who was her real teacher. The horse seemed to know her moods, as if they shared a single mind. With every passing day, Dani felt surer in her seat. The Dothraki were a hard and unsentimental people, and it was not their custom to name their animals, so Dani thought of her only as the Silver. She had never loved anything so much. As the riding became less an ordeal, Dani began to notice the beauties of the land around her. She rode at the head of the Khalasar with Drogo and his blood riders, so she came to each country fresh and unspoiled. Behind them, the great horde might tear the earth and muddy the rivers and send up clouds of choking dust, but the fields ahead of them were always green and verdant. They crossed the rolling hills of Norvus, past terraced farms and small villages where the townsfolk watched anxiously from atop white stucco walls. They forded 3 wide placid rivers and a 4th that was swift and narrow and treacherous, camped beside a high blue waterfall, skirted the tumbled ruins of a vast dead city where ghosts were said to moan among blackened marble columns. They raced down Valyrian roads 1,000 years old and straight as a Dothraki arrow. For half a moon they rode through the forests of Cahor, where the leaves made a golden canopy high above them, and the trunks of the trees were as wide as city gates. There were great elk in that wood, and spotted tigers, and lemurs with silver fur, and huge purple eyes, but all fled before the approach of the Khalasar, and Dani got no glimpse of them. By then, her agony was a fading memory. She still ached after a long day's riding, yet somehow the pain had a sweetness to it now, and each morning she came willingly to her saddle, eager to know what wonder waited for her in the lands ahead. She began to find pleasure even in her nights, and if she still cried out when Drogo took her, it was not always in pain. At the bottom of the ridge, the grasses rose around her, tall and supple. Dani slowed to a trot and rode out onto the plain, losing herself in the green, blessedly alone. In the Khalasar, she was never alone. Khal Drogo came to her only after the sun went down, but her handmaids fed her and bathed her and slept by the door of her tent. Drogo's blood riders and the men of her cars were never far, and her brother was an unwelcome shadow, day and night. Dani could hear him on top of the ridge, his voice shrill with anger as he shouted at Ser Jorah. She rode on, submerging herself deeper in the Dothraki Sea. The green swallowed her up. The air was rich with the scent of earth and grass, mixed with the smell of horseflesh and Dani's sweat and the oil in her hair. Dothraki smells. They seemed to belong here. Dani breathed it all in, laughing. She had a sudden urge to feel the ground beneath her, to curl her toes in that thick black soil. Swinging down from her saddle, she let the silver graze while she pulled off her high boots. Viserys came upon her as sudden as a summer storm, his horse rearing beneath him as he reined up too hard. "You dare?" he screamed at her. "You give commands to me? To me?" He vaulted off the horse, stumbling as he landed. His face was flushed as he struggled back to his feet. He grabbed her, shook her. "Have you forgotten who you are? Look at you! Look at you!" Dani did not need to look. She was barefoot, with oiled hair, wearing Dothraki riding leathers and a painted vest given her as a bride gift. She looked as though she belonged here. Viserys was soiled and stained in city silks and ringmail. He was still screaming, "You do not command the dragon. Do you understand? I am the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. I will not hear orders from some horse lord's lut. Do you hear me?" His hand went under her vest, his fingers digging painfully into her breast. "Do you hear me?" Dani shoved him away, hard. Viserys stared at her, his lilac eyes incredulous. She had never defied him, never fought back. Rage twisted his features. He would hurt her now, and badly. She knew that. Crack! The whip made a sound like thunder. The coil took Viserys around the throat and yanked him backward. He went sprawling in the grass, stunned and choking. The Dothraki riders hooted at him as he struggled to free himself. The one with the whip, young Jogo, rasped a question. Dani did not understand his words, but by then Irri was there and Ser Jorah and the rest of her cars. "Jogo asked if you would have him dead, Khaleesi," Irri said. "No," Dani replied. "No." Jogo understood that. One of the others barked out a command and the Dothraki laughed. Irri told her, "Quoro thinks you should take an ear to teach him respect." Her brother was on his knees, his fingers digging under the leather coils, crying incoherently, struggling for breath. The whip was tight around his windpipe. "Tell them I do not wish him harmed," Dani said. Irri repeated, her words in Dothraki. Jogo gave a pull on the whip, yanking Viserys around like a puppet on a string. He went sprawling again, freed from the leather embrace, a thin line of blood under his chin where the whip had cut deep. "I warned him what would happen, my lady," Ser Jorah Mormont said. "I told him to stay on the ridge, as you commanded." "I know you did," Dani replied, watching Viserys. He lay on the ground, sucking in air noisily, red-faced and sobbing. He was a pitiful thing. He had always been a pitiful thing. Why had she never seen that before? There was a hollow place inside her, where her fear had been. "Take his horse," Dani commanded Ser Jorah. Viserys gaped at her. He could not believe what he was hearing, nor could Dani quite believe what she was saying. Yet the words came. "Let my brother walk behind us, back to the Khalasar." Among the Dothraki, the man who does not ride was no man at all, the lowest of the low, without honor or pride. Let everyone see him as he is. "No!" Viserys screamed. He turned to Ser Jorah, pleading in the common tongue, with words the horsemen would not understand. "Hit her, Mormont. Hurt her. Your king commands it. Kill these Dothraki dogs and teach her." The exile knight looked from Dani to her brother, she barefoot, with dirt beneath her toes and oil in her hair. He with his silks and steel. Dani could see the decision on his face. "He shall walk, Khaleesi," he said. He took her brother's horse in hand, while Dani remounted her silver. Viserys gaped at him and sat down in the dirt. He kept his silence, but he would not move, and his eyes were full of poison as they rode away. Soon he was lost in the tall grass. When they could not see him anymore, Dani grew afraid. "Will he find his way back?" she asked Ser Jorah as they rode. "Even a man as blind as your brother should be able to follow our trail," he replied. "He is proud. He may be too shamed to come back." Jorah laughed. "Where else should he go? If he cannot find the Khalasar will most surely find him. It is hard to drown in the Dothraki Sea, child." Dani saw the truth of that. The Khalasar was like a city on the march, but it did not march blindly. Always scouts ranged far ahead of the main column, alert for any sign of game or prey or enemies, while outriders guarded their flanks. They missed nothing. Not here, in this land, the place where they had come from. These plains were a part of them, and of her now. "I hit him," she said, wonder in her voice. Now that it was over, it seemed like some strange dream that she had dreamed. "Ser Jorah, do you think he'll be so angry when he gets back?" She shivered. "I woke the dragon, didn't I?" Ser Jorah snorted. "Can you wake the dead, girl? Your brother Rhaegar was the last dragon, and he died on the trident. Viserys is less than a shadow of a snake." His blunt words startled her. It seemed as though all the things she had always believed were suddenly called into question. You swore him your sword?" "That I did, girl," Ser Jorah said. "And if your brother is the shadow of a snake, what does that make his servants?" His voice was bitter. "He is still the true king. He is..." Jorah pulled up his horse and looked at her. "Truth now, would you want to see Viserys sit a throne?" Dani thought about that. "He would not be a very good king, would he?" "There have been worse, but not many." The knight gave his heels to his mount and started off again. Dani rode close beside him. Still, she said, the common people are waiting for him. Magister Illyroy says they are sewing dragon banners and praying for Viserys to return from across the narrow sea to free them. The common people pray for rain, healthy children, and a summer that never ends, Ser Jorah told her. It is no matter to them if the High Lords play their Game of Thrones, so long as they are left in peace. He gave a shrug. They never are. Dany rode along quietly for a time, working his words like a puzzle box. It went against everything that Viserys had ever told her to think that the people could care so little whether a true king or a usurper reigned over them. Yet, the more she thought on Jorah's words, the more they rang the truth. What do you pray for, Ser Jorah? She asked him. Home, he said. His voice was thick with longing. I pray for home too, she told him, believing it. Ser Jorah laughed. Look around you then, Khaleesi. But it was not the plains Dany saw then. It was King's Landing and the great red keep that Aegon the Conqueror had built. It was Dragonstone where she had been born. In her mind's eye, they burnt with 1,000 lights, a fire blazing in every window. In her mind's eye, all the doors were red. My brother will never take back the 7 kingdoms, Dany said. She had known that for a long time, she realized. She had known it all her life, only she had never let herself say the words, even in a whisper. But now she said them for Jorah Mormont and all the world to hear. So Jorah gave her a measuring look. You think not? He could not lead an army even if my lord husband gave him one, Dany said. He has no coin, and the only knight who follows him reviles him as less than a snake. The Dothraki make mock of his weakness. He will never take us home. Wise child, the knight smiled. I am no child, she told him fiercely. Her heels pressed into the sides of her mount, rousing the silver to a gallop. Faster and faster she raced, leaving Jorah and Irri and the others far behind, the warm wind in her hair and the setting sun red on her face. By the time she reached the Khalasar, it was dusk. The slaves had erected her tent by the shore of a spring-fed pool. She could hear rough voices from the woven grass palace on the hill. Soon there would be laughter when the men of her cars told the story of what happened in the grasses today. By the time Viserys came limping back among them, every man, woman, and child in the camp would know him for a walker. There were no secrets in the Khalasar. Dany gave the silver over to the slaves for grooming and entered her tent. It was cool and dim beneath the silk. As she let the door flap close behind her, Dany saw a finger of dusty red light reach out to touch her dragon's eggs across the tent. For an instant, 1,000 droplets of scarlet flame swam before her eyes. She blinked and they were gone. Stone, she told herself. They are only stone. Even Illyroy said so. The dragons are all dead. She put her palm against the black egg, fingers spread gently across the curve of the shell. The stone was warm, almost hot. The sun, Dany whispered. The sun warmed them as they rode. She commanded her handmaids to prepare her a bath. Dora built a fire outside the tent, while Irri and Jiqui fetched a big copper tub, another bride gift, from the pack horses and carried water from the pool. When the bath was steaming, Irri helped her into it and climbed in after her. Have you ever seen a dragon? She asked as Irri scrubbed her back and Jiqui removed sand from her hair. She had heard that the first dragons had come from the east, from the Shadowlands beyond Ashai and the islands of the Jade Sea. Perhaps some were still living there, in realms strange and wild. Dragons are gone, Khaleesi, Irri said. Dead, agreed Jiqui. Long and long ago. Viserys had told her that the last Targaryen dragons had died no more than a century and a half ago, during the reign of Aegon III, who was called the Dragonbane. That did not seem so long ago to Dany. Everywhere, she said, disappointed. Even in the east? Magic had died in the west when the doom fell on Valyria and the lands of the long summer, and neither spell-forged steel, nor storm singers, nor dragons could hold it back. But Dany had always heard that the east was different. It was said that the manticores prowled the islands of the Jade Sea, that basilisks infected the jungles of Yitai, that spell singers, warlocks, and aromancers practiced their arts openly in Ashai, while shadowbinders and blood mages worked terrible sorceries in the black of night. Why shouldn't there be dragons too? No dragon, Irri said. Brave men kill them, for dragon terrible evil beasts. It is known. It is known, agreed Jiqui. A trader from Karth once told me that dragons come from the moon, blonde Dora said as she warmed a towel over the fire. Jiqui and Irri were of an age with Dany, Dothraki girls taken as slaves when Drogo destroyed their father's Khalasar. Dori was older, almost 20. Magister Illyroy had found her in a pleasure house in Lys. Silvery wet hair tumbled across her eyes as Dani turned her head, curious. "The moon?" "He told me the moon was an egg, Khaleesi," the Lanesi girl said. "Once there were 2 moons in the sky, but one wandered too close to the sun and cracked from the heat. 1,000 dragons poured forth and drank the fire of the sun. That is why dragons breathe flame. One day, the other moon will kiss the sun too, and then it will crack and the dragons will return." The 2 Dothraki girls giggled and laughed. "You are foolish, straw-haired girl," Irri said. "Moon is no egg. Moon is God, woman wife of sun. It is known." "It is known," Jiqui agreed. Dani's skill was flushed and pink when she climbed from the tub. Jiqui laid her down to oil her body and scrape the dirt from her paws. Afterward, Irri sprinkled her with spice flour and cinnamon. While Dora brushed her hair until it shone like spun silver, she thought about the moon and eggs and dragons. Her supper was a simple meal of fruit and cheese and fry bread, with a jug of honeyed wine to wash it down. "Dori, stay and eat with me," Dani commanded when she sent her other handmaids away. The Lanesi girl had hair the color of honey and eyes like the summer sky. She lowered those eyes when they were alone. "You honor me, Khaleesi," she said, but it was no honor, only service. Long after the moon had risen, they sat together, talking. That night, when Khal Drogo came, Dani was waiting for him. He stood in the door of her tent and looked at her with surprise. She rose slowly and opened her sleeping silks and let them fall to the ground. "This night we must go outside, my lord," she told him, for the Dothraki believed that all things of importance in a man's life must be done beneath the open sky. Khal Drogo followed her out into the moonlight, the bells in his hair tinkling softly. A few yards from her tent was a bed of soft grass, and it was there that Dani drew him down. When he tried to turn her over, she put a hand on his chest. "No," she said. "This night I would look on your face." There is no privacy in the heart of the Khalasar. Dani felt the eyes on her as she undressed him, heard the soft voices as she did the things that Dora had told her to do. It was nothing to her. Was she not Khaleesi? His were the only eyes that mattered, and when she mounted him, she saw something there that she had never seen before. She rode him as fiercely as ever she had ridden her silver, and when the moment of his pleasure came, Khal Drogo called out her name. They were on the far side of the Dothraki Sea when Jiqui brushed the soft swell of Dani's stomach with her fingers and said, "Khaleesi, you are with child." "I know," Dani told her. It was her 14th name day. In this chapter, we really see her stepping into her role as Khaleesi. She finds a sense of freedom in riding and quickly realizes she's pregnant. The major turning point, though, is when Viserys loses his temper and tries to manhandle her. Instead of cowering like she used to, Dani finally fights back. In the book, her new Dothraki bodyguards immediately restrains Viserys, and Dani delivers a major blow to his pride by ordering them to take away his horse, forcing him to walk behind the Khalasar. Since being horseless is a huge humiliation in Dothraki culture, this moment cements her growing authority. The show also has a version of this confrontation, but instead of taking his horse, Dani physically fights back. She whips Viserys with a belt and warns him that if he ever lays a hand on her again, he'll be the one without hands. The end result is the same. Viserys is humiliated and starts realizing he's losing control over her. But the show skips over the cultural significance of the punishment. Both versions make it clear that Dani is stepping into her power, but they go about it differently. The book gives us her internal thoughts, showing how she feels a dragon's strength awakening inside of her as she realizes Viserys no longer has any real power over her. The show, which can't rely on internal monologues, uses external moments, like her later confidently eating the raw horse heart in front of the Khalasar, to show her transformation. Another subtle difference is Dora's role. In the show, Dani gaining control in her marriage is portrayed as a big step in her overall confidence, almost like a turning point. In the book, her empowerment feels more self-driven. It comes from her own realization that she belongs with the Dothraki and her growing sense of independence, not just from learning how to please Drogo. By this point, Book Dani is already starting to feel at home with her new people, thinking of the Khalasar as hers. Show Dani follows a similar path, but since we don't get her thoughts, her transformation might feel a little more abrupt. Another big omission in the show is her dragon dreams, which in the book plays a major role in inspiring her courage and hinting at her destiny. Without them, her growing confidence in the show feels purely based on real-world experiences rather than any mystical foreshadowing. Before we dive into Daenerys 4, let's quickly catch up on what's been going down in A Game of Thrones. In Bran 4, Bran snaps out of his funk when Tyrion Lannister shows up at Winterfell. Despite Robb's chilly reception, Tyrion comes through with designs for a special saddle so Bran can ride horses again. In Eddard 5, Ned meets with Grand Maester Pycelle to learn more about Jon Arryn's final days, hoping to uncover the truth behind his sudden death. As he heads back, he comes across Arya practicing her water dancing technique on the steps of the Tower of the Hand, already embracing her training with Syrio Forel. Later, Littlefinger pays him a visit with some useful information. He has tracked down 4 of Lord Arryn's former household members who are still in King's Landing, offering Ned a potential lead in his investigation. Next is Jon 4, where we meet Samwell Tarly during a training session in the yard. When Sir Alliser Thorne wants the recruits to keep beating Sam even after he yields, Jon steps in to help him out. Later, Jon has a chat with Sam and manages to convince the rest of the recruits to take it easy on him, despite Thorne's harsh orders. In Eddard 6, Ned and the small council handle the growing law enforcement issues caused by the upcoming tournament, which is already stirring up trouble in King's Landing. After the meeting, Jory Castle updates Ned on what he's learned from speaking with Jon Arryn's former household members. It turns out that both Jon Arryn and Stannis Baratheon had been visiting a brothel and an armourer before Arryn's death. Suspicious, Ned orders Jory to track down the brothel while he personally visits the armourer. There, he meets a young apprentice named Gendry, who, to Ned's surprise, bears a striking resemblance to King Robert, suggesting he might be one of Robert's illegitimate sons. In Catelyn 5, Catelyn Stark and Sir Roderick Castle are trying to stay under the radar at the inn at the crossroads when Tyrion Lannister and his crew show up. Tyrion spots Catelyn, blowing her cover, and she seizes the moment to rally the room's support to take Tyrion captive, planning to drag him to Winterfell to face justice. Over in Sansa 2, Sansa is totally swept up in the excitement of the tourney, watching knights like Sir Gregor Clegane, who dramatically kills Sir Hugh during a joust. Sir Loras Tyrell wins her over by gifting her a rose after his victory. At the feast, Prince Joffrey plays the charming prince, but later sends the Hound to walk her back to her chambers. The Hound confronts her about her discomfort with his scars, forcing her to look at his burnt face and sharing the story behind his disfigurement. In Eddard 7, after examining the body of Sir Hugh, Ned and Sir Barristan Selmy try to persuade King Robert not to take part in the melee, knowing how dangerous it would be. Meanwhile, during the tournament, the Hound ends up winning after stepping in to save Sir Loras Tyrell from his own brother, the Mountain. Later, Ned receives an unexpected visit from Varys, who drops a chilling revelation. Someone had planned for Robert to die in the melee. In Tyrion 4, Tyrion Lannister realizes he's being taken to the Eyrie, not Winterfell, a move designed to outsmart any rescue attempts. While trying to prove his innocence to Lady Catelyn, their group is ambushed by the Vale Mountain clans. Tyrion turns hero, saving Catelyn during the skirmish. He also points out a flaw in Littlefinger's accusation, that he'd never bet against his family. Meanwhile, in Arya 3, Arya is roaming the castle chasing a cat and stumbles upon Marcella and Tommen. She manages to slip away unnoticed and ends up in the dungeons, where she overhears a plot to kill her father. She tries to warn him, but Ned doesn't believe her story. In Eddard 8, Ned and King Robert have a heated argument over a plan to assassinate Daenerys Targaryen. Ned is strongly against it, refusing to support the murder of an innocent girl, but Robert sees her as a threat that must be eliminated. When the rest of the small council sides with the king, Ned, disgusted, resigns as Hand of the King in protest. He decides it's time to leave King's Landing and start preparing to return to Winterfell. Just as he's making arrangements, Littlefinger shows up with some intriguing news. He has finally identified the brothel that Jon Arryn and Stannis Baratheon had been visiting before Arryn's death, giving Ned one last lead to investigate. In Catelyn 6, Catelyn and her group make it to the Bloody Gate, finally reaching a place of safety. At her sister Lysa's urging, she then takes on the risky nighttime climb up to the Eyrie to meet with Lysa and her frail son, Robert. In Eddard 9, Littlefinger takes Ned to the brothel Jon Arryn had visited, where Ned speaks with a young woman who has a daughter bearing a striking resemblance to King Robert, another one of his illegitimate children. This discovery further confirms Jon Arryn's investigation into Robert's bastards. As Ned and his men head back to the Red Keep, they are ambushed by Jaime Lannister and about 20 Lannister guards. Furious over the abduction of his brother, Tyrion, Jaime demands answers. When Ned refuses to engage in politics with a sword to his throat, Jaime orders his men to slaughter Ned's escort. A fight breaks out, and while Ned holds his own, he ultimately gets his leg shattered in the chaos. As he collapses in agony, Jaime leaves him bleeding in the street, unconscious, as a brutal warning. And that's the scoop you need before we kick off with Daenerys 4. Let's continue. Daenerys 4. The horse gate of Vaes Dothrak was made of 2 gigantic bronze stallions rearing their hooves, meeting 100 feet above the roadway to form a pointed arch. Dany could not have said why the city needed a gate when it had no walls, and no buildings that she could see, yet there it stood, immense and beautiful, the great horses framing the distant purple mountain beyond. The bronze stallions threw their shadows across the waving grasses as Khal Drogo led the Khalasar under their hooves and down the Godswood, his blood riders beside him. Dany followed on her silver, escorted by Ser Jorah Mormont and her brother Viserys, mounted once more. After the day in the grass when she had left him to walk back to the Khalasar, the Dothraki had laughingly called him Khal Rhaemar, the Sorefoot King. Khal Drogo had offered him a place in a cart the next day, and Viserys had accepted. In his stubborn ignorance, he had not ever known he was being mocked. The carts were for eunuchs, cripples, women giving birth, the very young and the very old. That won him yet another name, Khal Rhaegat, the Cart King. Her brother had thought it was the Khal's way of apologizing for the wrong Dany had done him. She had begged Ser Jorah not to tell him the truth, lest he be shamed. The knight had replied that the king could do well with a bit of shame, yet he had done as she bid. It had taken much pleading and all the pillow tricks Jorah had taught her before Dany had been able to make Drogo relent and allow Viserys to rejoin them at the head of the column. "Where is the city?" she asked as they passed beneath the bronze arch. There were no buildings to be seen, no people, only the grass and the road, lined with ancient monuments from all the lands the Dothraki had sacked over the centuries. "Ahead," Ser Jorah answered, "under the mountain." Beyond the horse gate, plundered gods and stolen heroes loomed to either side of them. The forgotten deities of dead cities brandished their broken thunderbolts at the sky as Dany rode her silver past their feet. Stone kings looked down on her from their thrones, their faces chipped and stained, even their names lost in the midst of time. Lithe young maidens danced on marble plinths, draped only in flowers or poured air from shattered jars. Monsters stood in the grass beside the road, black iron dragons with jewels for eyes, roaring griffins, manticores with their barbed tails posed to strike, and other beasts she could not name. Some of the statues were so lovely they took her breath away, others so mishappen and terrible that Dany could scarcely bear to look at them. Those, Ser Jorah said, had likely come from the Shadowlands beyond Ashai. "So many," she said as her silver stepped slowly onward, "and from so many lands." Viserys was less impressed. "The trash of dead cities," he sneered. He was careful to speak in the common tongue, which few Dothraki could understand. Yet even so, Dany found herself glancing back at the men of her cars to make certain he had not been overheard. He went on blithely. "All these savages know how to do is steal the things better men have built. And kill," he laughed. "They do know how to kill, otherwise I'd have no use for them at all." "They are my people now," Dany said. "You should not call them savages, brother." "The dragon speaks as he likes," Viserys said, in the common tongue. He glanced over his shoulder at Aggo and Rakaro riding behind them and favored them with a mocking smile. "See, the savages lack the wit to understand the speech of civilized men." A moss-eaten stone monolith loomed over the road, 50 feet tall. Viserys gazed at it with boredom in his eyes. How long must we linger amidst these ruins before Drogo gives me my army? I grow tired of waiting. The princess must be presented to the Dosh Khaleen. The crones, yes, her brother interrupted, and there's to be some murmurs show of a prophecy for the whelp in her belly, you told me. What is that to me? I'm tired of eating horse meat, and I'm sick of the stink of these savages. He sniffed at the wide floppy sleeve of his tunic, where it was his custom to keep a sachet. It could not have helped much. The tunic was filthy. All the silk and heavy wools that Viserys had worn out of Pentos were stained by hard travel and rotted from sweat. Sir Jorah Mormont said, "The Western market will have food more to your taste, your grace. The traders from the free cities come there to sell their wares. The Khal will honor his promise in his own time." "He had better," Viserys said grimly. "I was promised a crown, and I mean to have it. The dragon is not mocked." Spying an obscene likeness of a woman with 6 breasts and a ferret's head, he rode off to inspect it more closely. Dany was relieved, yet no less anxious. "I pray that my sun and stars will not keep him waiting too long," she told Ser Jorah when her brother was out of earshot. The knight looked after Viserys doubtfully. "Your brother should have bided his time in Pentos. There is no place for him in Khalasar. Illyroy tried to warn him. He will go as soon as he has his 10,000. My lord husband promised a golden crown." Ser Jorah grunted. "Yes, Khaleesi, but the Dothraki look on these things differently than we do in the West. I have told him as much, as Illyroy told him, but your brother does not listen. The horse lords are no traders. Viserys thinks he sold you, and now he wants his price. Yet Khal Drogo would say he gave you as a gift. He will give Viserys a gift in return. Yes, in his own time. You do not demand a gift, not of a Khal. You do not demand anything of a Khal." "It is not right to make him wait," Dany said, not knowing why she was defending her brother. Yet she was. "Viserys says he could sweep the 7 kingdoms with 10,000 Dothraki screamers." Ser Jorah snorted. "Viserys could not sweep a stable with 10,000 brooms." Dany could not pretend to surprise at the disdain in his tone. What if it were not Viserys?" she asked. "If it was someone else who led them, someone stronger, could the Dothraki truly conquer the 7 kingdoms?" Ser Jorah's face grew thoughtful as their horses trod together down the Godswood. "When I first went into exile, I looked at the Dothraki and saw half-naked barbarians, as wild as their horses. If you had asked me then, princess, I should have told you that 1,000 good knights would have no trouble putting to flight 100 times as many Dothraki. But if I asked you now?" "Now," the knight said, "I am less certain. They are better riders than any knight, utterly fearless, and their bows outrange ours. In the 7 kingdoms, most archers fight on foot, from behind a shield wall or a barricade of sharpened stakes. The Dothraki fire from horseback, charging or retreating, it makes no matter. They are full as deadly, and there are so many of them, my lady. Your lord husband alone counts 40,000 mounted warriors in his Khalasar." "Is that truly so many?" "Your brother Rhaegar brought as many men to the Trident," Ser Jorah admitted. "But of that number, no more than 1/10 were knights. The rest were archers, free riders, and foot soldiers armed with spears and pikes. When Rhaegar fell, many threw down their weapons and fled the field. How long do you imagine such a rabble would stand against the charge of 40,000 screamers howling for blood? How well would boiled leather jerkins and nailed shirts protect them when the arrows fall like rain?" "Not long," she said. "Not well," he nodded. "Mind you, princess, if the lords of the 7 kingdoms have the wit the gods gave a goose, it will never come to that. The riders have no taste for siegecraft. I doubt they could even take the weakest castle in the 7 kingdoms. But if Robert Baratheon were fool enough to give them battle—" "Is he?" Dany asked. "A fool, I mean." Ser Jorah considered that for a moment. "Robert should have been born Dothraki," he said at last. "Your cow would tell you that only a coward hides behind stone walls instead of facing his enemies with a blade in hand. The usurper would agree. He is a strong man, brave, and rash enough to meet the Dothraki horde in the open field. But the men around him, well, their pipers play a different tune. His brother Stannis, Lord Tywin Lannister, Eddard Stark," he spat. "You hate this Lord Stark," Dany said. "He took from me all I loved. for the sake of a few lice-ridden poachers and some precious honor, Ser Jorah said bitterly. From his tone, she could tell the loss still pained him. He changed the subject quickly. There, he announced, pointing. Vaes Dothrak, the city of the Horse Lords. Khal Drogo and his blood riders led them through the great bazaar of the Western Market, down the broad ways beyond. Dany followed close on her silver, staring at the strangeness about her. Vaes Dothrak was at once the largest city and the smallest that she had ever known. She thought it must be 10 times as large as Pentos, a vastness without walls or limits. Its broad wind swept streets paved in grass and mud and carpeted with wildflowers. In the free cities of the West, towers and manses and hovels and bridges and shops and halls all crowded in on one another. But Vaes Dothrak sprawled languorously, baking in the warm sun, ancient, arrogant, and empty. Even the buildings were so queer to her eyes. She saw carved stone pavilions, manses of woven grass as large as castles, rickety wooden towers, stepped pyramids faced with marble, log holes open to the sky. In place of walls, some palaces were surrounded by thorny hedges. None of them are alike, she said. Your brother had part of the truth, Ser Jorah admitted. The Dothraki do not build. 1,000 years ago, to make a house, they would dig a hole in the earth and cover it with a woven grass roof. The buildings you see were made by slaves brought here from lands they've plundered, and they built each after the fashion of their own peoples. Most of the halls, even the largest, seemed deserted. Where are the people who live here? Dany asked. The bazaar had been full of running children and men shouting, but elsewhere she had seen only a few eunuchs going about their business. Only the crones of the Dosh Khaleen dwell permanently in the sacred city, them and their slaves and servants, Ser Jorah replied. Yet Vaes Dothrak is large enough to house every man of every Khalasar should all the cows return to the mother at once. The crones have prophesied that one day that will come to pass, and so Vaes Dothrak must be ready to embrace all its children. Khal Drogo finally called a halt near the eastern market, where the caravans of Yitai and Ashai and the Shadowlands came to trade. With the Mother of Mountains looming overhead, Dany smiled as she recalled Magister Illyroy's slave girl and her talk of a palace with 200 rooms and doors of solid silver. The palace was a cavernous wooden feasting hall, its rough-hewn timbered walls rising 40 feet, its roof sewn silk, a vast billowing tent that could be raised to keep out the rare rains or lowered to admit the endless sky. Around the hall were broad grassy horse yards, fenced with high hedges, fire pits, and hundreds of round earthen houses that bulged from the ground like miniature hills, covered with grass. A small army of slaves had gone ahead to prepare for Khal Drogo's arrival. As each rider swung down from his saddle, he unbelted his arak and handed it to a waiting slave, and any other weapons he carried as well. Even Khal Drogo himself was not exempt. Ser Jorah had explained that it was forbidden to carry a blade in Vaes Dothrak or to shed a free man's blood. Even warring Khalasars put aside their feuds and shared meat and mead together when they were in sight of the Mother of Mountains. In this place, the crones of the Dosh Khaleen had decreed all Dothraki were one blood, one Khalasar, one herd. Kaholo came to Dany as Irri and Jiqui were helping her down off her silver. He was the oldest of Drogo's 3 blood riders, a squat, bold man with a crooked nose and a mouth full of broken teeth, shattered by a mace 20 years before when he served the young Kalalaka from sellswords who hoped to sell him to his father's enemies. His life had been bound to Drogo's the day her lord husband was born. Every Khal had his blood riders. At first, Dany had thought of them as a kind of Dothraki Kingsguard, sworn to protect their lord. But it went further than that. Jiqui had taught her that a blood rider was more than a guard. They were the Khal's brothers, his shadows, his fiercest friends. Blood of my blood, Drogo called them. And so it was. They shared a single life. The ancient traditions of the Horse Lords demanded that when the Khal died, his blood riders died with him, to ride at his side in the Nightlands. If the Khal died at the hands of some enemy, they lived only long enough to avenge him, and then followed him joyfully into the grave. In some Khalasars, Jiqui said, the blood riders shared the Khal's wine, his tent, and even his wives, though never his horses. A man's mount was his own. Daenerys was glad that Khal Drogo did not hold to those ancient ways. She should not have liked being shared. And while old Cahol treated her kindly enough, the others frightened her. Hago, huge and silent, often glowered as if he had forgotten who she was, and Kotho had cruel eyes and quick hands that liked to hurt. He left bruises on Doria's soft white skin whenever he touched her, and sometimes made Irri sob in the night. Even his horses seemed to fear him. Yet they were bound to Drogo for life and death, so Daenerys had no choice but to accept them. And sometimes she found herself wishing her father had been protected by such men. In the songs, the White Knights of the Kingsguard were ever noble, valiant, and true, and yet King Aerys had been murdered by one of them, the handsome boy they now call the Kingslayer, and a second, Sir Barristan the Bold, had gone over to the usurper. She wondered if all men were as false in the Seven Kingdoms. When her son sat the Iron Throne, she would see that he had blood riders of his own to protect him against treachery in his Kingsguard. "Khaleesi," Caholio said to her in Dothraki, "Drogo, who is blood of my blood, commands me to tell you that he must ascend the Mother of Mountains this night to sacrifice to the gods for his safe return." Only men were allowed to set foot on the Mother, Dany knew. The Cow's blood riders would go with him and return at dawn. "Tell my sun and stars that I dream of him and wait anxiously for his return," she replied thankfully. Dany tired more easily as the child grew within her. In truth, a night of rest would be most welcome. Her pregnancy only seemed to have inflamed Drogo's desire for her, and of late his embraces left her exhausted. Doria led her to the hollow hill that had been prepared for her and her Khal. It was cool and dim within, like a tent made of earth. "Jiqui, a bath please," she commanded, to wash the dust of travel from her skin and soak her weary bones. It was pleasant to know they would linger here for a while, that she would not need to climb back on her silver on the morrow. The water was scalding hot, as she liked it. "I will give my brother his gifts tonight," she decided as Jiqui was washing her hair. "He should look a king in the sacred city. Doria, run and find him and invite him to sup with me." Viserys was nicer to the Lyseni girl than to her Dothraki handmaids, perhaps because Magister Illyroy had let him bed her back in Pentos. "Irri, go to the bazaar and buy fruit and meat, anything but horseflesh." "Horse is best," Irri said. "Horse makes a man strong." Viserys hates horse meat, as you say, Khaleesi. She brought back a haunch of goat and a basket of fruits and vegetables. Jiqui roasted the meat with sweetgrass and fire pods, basting it with honey as it cooked, and there were melons and pomegranates and plums, and some queer eastern fruit Dany did not know. While her handmaids prepared the meal, Dany laid out the clothing she had made to her brother's measure. A tunic and leggings of crisp white linen, leather sandals that laced up the knee, a bronze medallion belt, a leather vest painted with fire-breathing dragons. The Dothraki would respect him more if he looked less a beggar, she hoped, and perhaps he would forgive her for shaming him that day in the grass. He was still her king after all, and her brother. They were both blood of the dragon. She was arranging the last of his gifts, a sand silk cloak green as grass with a pale grey border that would bring out the silver in his hair, when Viserys arrived dragging Doria by the arm. Her eye was red where he'd hit her. "How dare you send this oar to give me commands," he said. He shoved the handmaid roughly to the carpet. The anger took Dany utterly by surprise. "I only wanted—" "Doria, what did you say?" "Khaleesi, pardons, forgive me. I went to him, as you bid, and told him you commanded him to join you for supper." "No one commands the dragon," Viserys snarled. "I am your king. I should have sent you back her head." The Lyseni girl quailed, but Dany calmed her with a touch. "Don't be afraid. He won't hurt you. Sweet brother, please forgive her. The girl misspoke herself. I told her to ask you to sup with me, if it pleases your grace." She took him by the hand and drew him across the room. "Look, these are for you." Viserys frowned suspiciously. "What is all this?" "New raiment. I had it made for you." Dany smiled shyly. He looked at her and sneered. "Dothraki rags. Do you presume to dress me now?" "Please, you'll be cooler and more comfortable. And I thought, maybe if you dress like them, the Dothraki—" Dany did not know how to say it without waking his dragon. "Next you'll want to braid my hair." "I'd never." Why was he always so cruel? She had only wanted to help. You have no right to a braid. You have won no victories yet. It was the wrong thing to say. Fury shone from his lilac eyes, yet he dared not strike her, not with her handmaids watching and the warriors for cows outside. Viserys picked up the cloak and sniffed at it. This stinks of manure. Perhaps I shall use it as a horse blanket. I had Doria sew it specially for you, she told him, wounded. These are garments fit for a cow. I am the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, not some grass-stained savage with bells in his hair, Viserys spat back at her. He grabbed her arm. You forget yourself, slut. Do you think that big belly will protect you if you wake the dragon? His fingers dug into her arm, painfully, and for an instant Dani felt like a child again, quailing in the face of his rage. She reached out with her other hand and grabbed the first thing she touched, the belt she'd hoped to give him, a heavy chain of ornate bronze medallions. She swung it with all her strength. It caught him full in the face. Viserys let go of her. Blood ran down his cheek where the edge of one of the medallions had sliced it open. You are the one who forgets himself, Dani said to him. Didn't you learn anything that day in the grass? Leave me now before I summon my cars to drag you out, and pray that Khal Drogo does not hear of this, or he will cut open your belly and feed you your own entrails. Viserys scrambled back to his feet. When I come into my kingdom, you will rue this day, slut. He walked off, holding his torn face, leaving her gifts behind him. Drops of his blood had splattered the beautiful sand-silk cloak. Dani clutched the soft cloth to her cheek and sat cross-legged on her sleeping mats. Your supper is ready, Khaleesi, Jiqui announced. I'm not hungry, Dani said sadly. She was suddenly very tired. Share the food among yourselves and send some to Ser Jorah if you would. After a moment, she added, Please bring me one of the dragon's eggs. Irri fetched the egg with the deep green shell, bronze flecks shining amid its scales as she turned it in her small hands. Dani curled up on her side, pulling the sand-silk cloak across her and cradling the egg in the hollow between her swollen belly and small, tender breasts. She liked to hold them. They were so beautiful, and sometimes just being close to them made her feel stronger, braver, as if somehow she were drawing strength from the stone dragons locked inside. She was lying there, holding the egg, when she felt the child move within her, as if he were reaching out, brother to brother, blood to blood. You are the dragon, Dani whispered to him. The true dragon. I know it. I know it. And she smiled and went to sleep, dreaming of home. So, when Daenerys arrives at Vaes Dothrak in the book, there's a lot of detail about Dothraki customs and rituals that the show mostly skips over. In the novel, she's formally welcomed by the Dosh Khaleen, the former wives of cows, who now serve as priestesses. She also follows sacred traditions like entering the city unarmed and taking a ceremonial bath in the womb of the world, a sacred lake. The show gives us the broad strokes. Vaes Dothrak is shown with its massive horse statues at the entrance, and we see Dani ride in. But a lot of the ceremonial aspects are downplayed or rearranged. For example, we don't see her bathing in the lake or spending much time with the Dosh Khaleen until the horse heart ceremony later. There's no single dramatic event in this chapter that the show needed to cut. Instead, the changes are mostly about pacing and how information is delivered. In the book, Dani has several important conversations with Jorah that help flesh out his backstory, like his bitterness toward Ned Stark and why he ended up in exile. The show often moves these dialogues around or gives them to other characters. For example, instead of Jorah confiding in Dani, the series adds a scene where Jorah and Viserys discuss Westeros and Robert's reign while traveling. One interesting detail missing from the show is Dani experimenting with her dragon eggs. In the book, she places them in a fire at Vaes Dothrak and notices that while the flames should have burnt her, they don't. But one of her handmaids does get burnt when she touches them. This moment subtly hints at Dani's connection to fire and foreshadows her later immunity. The show completely omits this, likely because it wanted to save the reveal of her fireproof nature for a bigger moment later. Character-wise, Book Dani by this point is fully embracing Dothraki customs and starting to feel truly at home. She's confident enough to openly defy Viserys, and she's even beginning to see her unborn son in almost prophetic terms. The show gets this across more through Emilia Clarke's performance than specific scenes. She starts wearing Dothraki clothes, speaking the language, and asserting herself more. but without the internal monologue, this makes the translation feel a bit more gradual in the book. Overall, the adaptation stays mostly faithful to Dany's journey at this stage, but it trims some of the culture depth and moves around exposition to keep things moving at a faster pace. Before we jump into Daenerys 5, let's quickly recap what's been happening in A Game of Thrones. In Bran 5, Bran takes his first ride outside Winterfell since his accident and hears about Jaime Lannister's attack on his dad. While riding, Bran gets jumped by outlaws, but Robb and the direwolves swoop in just in time, capturing one of the attackers, Osha. Over in Tyrion 5, Tyrion's stuck in a sky cell in the Eyrie, but manages to bribe his way into confessing, hoping for a way out. He cleverly opts for a trial by combat, with the sellsword Bronn stepping up as his champion. In Eddard 10, while unconscious, Ned has a vivid dream about the battle at the Tower of Joy, reliving the intense and mysterious showdown from his past. When he finally wakes, he finds himself in bed with a badly injured leg and an angry King Robert looming over him. Robert is furious about Tyrion Lannister's abduction and demands that Ned put an end to the brewing conflict by making peace with the Lannisters. Despite their past argument, Robert reinstates Ned as Hand of the King, insisting that he's the only one he trusts to run things. With that settled, Robert announces that he's going on a hunting trip, leaving Ned in charge to sit the Iron Throne in his absence. In Catelyn 7, Catelyn hears from Riverrun that the Lannisters are rallying their forces at Castle Rock. As she and Sir Roderick show up for Tyrion's trial by combat, they run into Sir Brendan, who's resigned his post to help defend Riverrun. The trial ends with Bronn defeating Sir Varys Egan, leading Lysa to begrudgingly release both Bronn and Tyrion outside the Bloody Gate to fend off the Vale Mountain clans themselves. Over in Jon 5, Sir Alliser passes 8 recruits, including Jon. There is a celebration, but Jon is worried about Sam's chances without their help. He convinces Maester Aemon to let Sam be his steward, a job Sam's perfect for since he can read, write, and crunch numbers. Then in Tyrion 6, Tyrion and Bronn are trying to lay low on the high road, debating whether to light a fire. Tyrion, feeling a bit reckless, decides they might as well, since avoiding the mountain clans seems pointless. Just as Bronn gives in, the Stone Crows show up and Tyrion manages to strike a deal with them. In Eddard 11, as Hand of the King, Ned holds court and listens to a petition from House Tully's bannermen, who report that Gregor Clegane has been raiding their lands and terrorizing their people. Outraged by these brutal attacks, Ned takes decisive action. He strips Gregor of his lands, titles, and sentences him to death for his crimes. To carry out the king's justice, he sends a force led by Lord Beric Dondarrion to track down Clegane and bring him to justice. In Sansa 3, Sansa spends some time pondering with Jean Poole why her dad didn't send the brave Sir Loras to take down the terrifying Sir Gregor. The next day, her father drops the news that he plans to send her and Arya back to Winterfell. Sansa protests, adamant she can't leave because she's destined to marry Prince Joffrey, who is nothing like his father and will give her children with golden hair. This declaration serves as an epiphany for her father, revealing a deeper layer of the political intrigue at play. In Eddard 12, Ned finally pieces together the secret that Jon Arryn died trying to cover, the truth about Robert's children. He also receives troubling news from Pycelle and Littlefinger. Lord Tywin Lannister is already preparing for war, signaling that tensions are about to explode. Determined to do the right thing, Ned meets with Cersei in private and tells her that he knows the truth. Her children are not Robert's but Jaime's. He warns her that once Robert returns from his hunting trip, he will reveal everything, but he gives her a chance to flee and take her children to safety. Rather than showing fear, Cersei remains calm and simply warns him that he's made a terrible mistake. And that's your rundown to get set for Daenerys 5. Let's continue. Daenerys 5. The heart was steaming in the cool evening air when Khal Drogo set her before her, raw and bloody. His arms were red to the elbow. Behind him, his blood riders knelt on the sand beside the corpse of the wild stallion, stone knives in their hands. The stallion's blood looked black in the flickering orange glare of the torches that ringed the high chalk walls of the pit. Dany touched the soft swell of her belly. Sweat beaded her skin and trickled down her brow. She could feel the old women watching her, the ancient crones of Vaes Dothrak, with eyes that shone dark as polished flint in their wrinkled faces. She must not flinch or look afraid. I am the blood of the dragon, she told herself, as she took the stallion's heart in both hands, lifted it to her mouth, and plunged her teeth into the tough, stringy flesh. Warm blood filled her mouth and ran down over her chin. The taste threatened to gag her, but she made herself chew and swallow. The heart of a stallion would make her son strong and swift and fearless, or so the Dothraki believed, but only if the mother could eat it all. If she choked on the blood or retched up the flesh, the omens were less favorable. The child might be stillborn or come forth weak, deformed, or female. Her handmaids had helped her ready herself for the ceremony. Despite the tender mother's stomach that had afflicted her these past 2 moons, Dani had dined on bowls of half-clotted blood to accustom herself to the taste, and Eerie made her chew strips of dried horseflesh until her jaws were aching. She had starved herself for a day and a night before the ceremony in the hopes that hunger would help her keep down the raw meat. The wild stallion's heart was all muscle, and Dani had to worry it with her teeth and chew each mouthful a long time. No steel was permitted within the sacred confines of Vaes Dothrak, beneath the shadow of the Mother of Mountains. She had to rip the heart apart with teeth and nails. Her stomach roiled and heaved, yet she kept on, her face smeared with the heart's blood that sometimes seemed to explode against her lips. Khal Drogo stood over her as she ate, his face as hard as a bronze shield. His long black braid was shiny with oil. He wore gold rings in his mustache, gold bells in his braid, and a heavy belt of solid gold medallions around his waist. But his chest was bare. She looked at him whenever she felt her strength failing, looked at him and chewed and swallowed, chewed and swallowed, chewed and swallowed. Toward the end, Dani thought she glimpsed a fierce pride in his dark, almond-shaped eyes, but she could not be sure. The cow's face did not often betray the thoughts within, and finally, it was done. Her cheeks and fingers were sticky as she forced down the last of it. Only then did she turn her eyes back to the old women, the crones of the Dosh Khaleen. "Kalaka Dothri Marana," she proclaimed in her best Dothraki. "A prince rides inside me." She had practiced the phrase for days with a handmaiden Jikwi, the oldest of the crones, a bent and shriveled stick of a woman with a single black eye, raised her arms on high. "Kalaka Dothri," she shrieked. "The prince is riding. He is riding," the other women answered. "Rak, rak, rak, huja," they proclaimed. A boy, a strong boy. Bells rang, a sudden clangor of bronze birds. A deep-throated warhorn sounded its long, low note. The old women began to chant. Underneath their painted leather vests, their withered dugs swayed back and forth, shiny with oil and sweat. The eunuchs who served them threw bundles of dried grasses into a great bronze brazier, and clouds of fragrant smoke rose up toward the moon and the stars. The Dothraki believed the stars were horses made of fire, a great herd that galloped across the sky by night. As the smoke ascended, the chanting died away and the ancient crone closed her single eye, the better to peer into the future. The silence that fell was complete. Dani could hear the distant call of night birds, the hiss and crackle of the torches, the gentle lapping of water from the lake. The Dothraki stared at her with eyes of night, waiting. Khal Drogo laid his hand on Dani's arm. She could feel the tension in his fingers. Even a Khal as mighty as Drogo could know fear when the Dosh Khaleen peered into the smoke of the future. At her back, her handmaids fluttered anxiously. Finally, the crone opened her eye and lifted her arms. "I have seen his face and heard the thunder of his hooves," she proclaimed in a thin, wavy voice. "The thunder of his hooves," the others chorused. "As swift as the wind he rides, and behind him his khalasar covers the earth, men without number, with araks shining in their hands like blades of razor grass. Fierce as a storm this prince will be. His enemies will tremble before him, and their wives will weep tears of blood and rend their flesh in grief. The bells in his hair will sing his coming, and the milkmen in the stone tents will fear his name." The old women trembled and looked at Dani almost as if she were afraid. the prince is riding, and he shall be the stallion who mounts the world. The stallion who mounts the world, the onlookers cried in echo, until the night rang to the sound of their voices. The one-eyed crone peered at Dani. What shall he be called? The stallion who mounts the world. She stood to answer. He shall be called Rhaego, she said, using the words that Jiqui had taught her. Her hands touched the swell beneath her breasts protectively as a roar went up from the Dothraki. Rhaego, they screamed. Rhaego, Rhaego, Rhaego. The name was still ringing in her ears as Khal Drogo led her from the pit. His blood riders fell in behind them. A procession followed them out onto the Godsway, the broad grassy road that ran through the heart of Vaes Dothrak, from the Horse Gate to the Mother of Mountains. The crones of the Dosh Khaleen came first, with their eunuchs and slaves. Some supported themselves with tall carved staffs as they struggled along on ancient shaking legs, while others walked as proud as any horse lord. Each of the old women had been a Khaleesi once, when their lord husbands died and a new cow took his place at the front of his riders, with a new Khaleesi mounted beside him. They were sent here, to reign over the vast Dothraki nation. Even the mightiest of cows bowed to the wisdom and authority of the Dosh Khaleen. Still, it gave Dani the shivers to think that one day she might be sent to join them, whether she willed it or no. Behind the wise women came the others, Khal Ogo and his son, the Kalakar Fogo, Khal Gomo and his wives, the chief men of Drogo's Khalasar, Dani's handmaids, the cow's servants and slaves, and more. Bells rang and drums beat a stately cadence as they marched along the Godsway. Stolen heroes and the gods of dead peoples brooded in the darkness beyond the road. Alongside the procession, slaves ran lightly through the grass with torches in their hands, and the flickering flames made the great monument seem almost alive. What is meaning, name Rhaego? Khal Drogo asked as they walked, using the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms. She had been teaching him a few words when she could. Drogo was quick to learn when he put his mind to it, though his accent was so thick and barbarous that neither Ser Jorah nor Viserys would understand a word he said. My brother Rhaegar was a fierce warrior, my son and stars, she told him. He died before I was born. Ser Jorah says that he was the last of the dragons. Khal Drogo looked down at her. His face was a copper mask, yet under the long black moustache, drooping beneath the weight of its golden rings, she thought she glimpsed the shadow of a smile. Is good name. Dan Aerys' wife, moon of my life, he said. They rode to the lake the Dothraki called the Womb of the World, surrounded by a fringe of reeds, its water still and calm. 1,000 years ago, Jiqui told her, the first man had emerged from its depths, riding upon the back of the first horse. The procession waited on the grassy shore as Dani stripped and let her soiled clothing fall to the ground. Naked, she stepped gingerly into the water. Eerie said the lake had no bottom, but Dani felt soft mud squishing between her toes as she pushed through the tall reeds. The moon floated on the still black waters, shattering and reforming as her ripples washed over it. Goose pimples rose on her pale skin as the coldness crept up her thighs and kissed her lower lips. The stallion's blood had dried on her hands and around her mouth. Dani cupped her fingers and lifted the sacred waters over her head, cleansing herself and the child inside her, while the cow and the others looked on. She heard the old women of the Dosh Khaleen muttering to each other as they watched, and wondered what they were saying. When she emerged from the lake, shivering and dripping, her handmaid Dora hurried to her with a robe of painted sand silk, but Khal Drogo waved her away. He was looking on her swollen breasts and the curve of her belly with approval, and Dani could see the shape of his manhood pressing through his horsehide trousers, below the heavy gold medallions of his belt. She went to him and helped him unlace. Then her huge cow took her by the hips and lifted her into the air, as he might lift a child. The bells in his hair rang softly. Dani wrapped her arms around his shoulders and pressed her face against his neck as he thrust himself inside her. 3 quick strokes, and it was done. The stallion who mounts the world, Drogo whispered hoarsely. His hand still smelled of horse blood. He bit at her throat hard, in the moment of his pleasure, and when he lifted her off, his seed filled her and trickled down the inside of her thighs. Only then was Dora permitted to drape her in the scented sand silk, and Iri to fit soft slippers to her feet. Khal Drogo laced himself up and spoke a command, and horses were brought to the lakeshore. Collio had the honor of helping the Khaleesi onto her silver. Drogo spurred his stallion and set off down the God's Way beneath the moon and stars. On her silver, Dany easily kept pace. The silk tenting that roofed Khal Drogo's hall had been rolled up to night, and the moon followed them inside. Flames leapt 10 feet in the air from 3 huge stone-lined fire pits. The air was thick with the smell of roasting meat and curdled fermented mare's milk. The hall was crowded and noisy when they entered, the cushions packed with those whose rank and names were not sufficient to allow them at the ceremony. As Dany rode beneath the arched entry and up the center aisle, every eye was on her. The Dothraki screamed out comments on her belly and her breasts, hailing the life within her. She could not understand all they shouted, but one phrase came clear. "The stallion that mounts the world," she heard, bellowed in 1,000 voices. The sounds of drums and horns swirled up into the night. Half-clothed women spun and danced on the low tables amid joints of meat and platters piled high with plums and dates and pomegranates. Many of the men were drunk on clotted mare's milk, yet Dany knew no Iraqs would clash tonight, not here in the sacred city, where blades and bloodshed were forbidden. Khal Drogo dismounted and took his place on the high bench. Khal Jomo and Khal Ogo, who had been in Vaes Dothrak with their khalasars when they arrived, were given seats of high honor to Drogo's right and left. The blood riders of the 3 Khals sat below them, and farther down, Khal Jomo's 4 wives. Dany climbed off her silver and gave the reins to one of the slaves. As Doria and Iri arranged her cushions, she searched for her brother. Even across the length of the crowded hall, Viserys should have been conspicuous with his pale skin, silvery hair, and beggar's rags, but she did not see him anywhere. Her glance roamed the crowded tables near the walls, where men whose braids were even shorter than their manhoods sat on frayed rugs and flat cushions around the low tables, but all the faces she saw had black eyes and copper skins. She spied Ser Jorah Mormont near the center of the hall, close to the middle fire pit. It was a place of respect, if not high honor. The Dothraki esteemed the knight's prowess with a sword. Dany sent Jiqui to bring him to her table. Mormont came at once and went to one knee before her. "Khaleesi," he said, "I am yours to command." She patted the stuffed horsehide cushion beside her. "Sit and talk with me. You honor me." The knight seated himself cross-legged on the cushion. A slave knelt before him, offering a wooden platter full of ripe figs. Ser Jorah took one and bit it in half. "Where is my brother?" Dany asked. "He ought to have come by now, for the feast." "I saw his grace this morning," he told her. "He told me he was going to the Western Market in search of wine." "Wine?" Dany said doubtfully. Viserys could not abide the taste of the fermented mare's milk the Dothraki drank. She knew that, and he was oft at the bazaars these days, drinking with the traders who came in the great caravans from east and west. He seemed to find their company more congenial than hers. "Wine," Ser Jorah confirmed. "And he has some thought to recruit men for his army from the sellswords who guard the caravans." A serving girl laid a blood pie in front of him, and he attacked it with both hands. "Is that wise?" she asked. "He has no gold to pay soldiers. What if he's betrayed?" Caravan guards were seldom troubled much by thoughts of honor, and the usurper in King's Landing would pay well for her brother's head. "You ought to have gone with him, to keep him safe. You are his sworn sword." "We are in Vaes Dothrak," he reminded her. "No one may carry a blade here, or shed a man's blood." "Yet men die," she said. "Drogo told me. Some of the traders have eunuchs with them, huge men who strangle thieves with wisps of silk. That way, no blood is shed, and the gods are not angered." "Then let us hope your brother will be wise enough not to steal anything." Ser Jorah wiped the grease off his mouth with the back of his hand and leaned close over the table. "He had planned to take your dragon's eggs until I warned him that I'd cut off his hand if he so much as touched them." For a moment, Dany was so shocked she had no words. "My eggs? But they're mine. Magister Ilroy gave them to me. A bride gift. Why would Viserys want? They're only stones." "The same could be said of rubies and diamonds and fire opals, princess. And dragon's eggs are rarer by far. Those traders he's been drinking with would sell their own manhoods for even one of those stones, and with all three, Viserys could buy as many sellswords as he might need. Dany had not known, had not even suspected. Then he should have them. He does not need to steal them. He had only to ask. He is my brother, and my true king. He is your brother, Ser Jorah acknowledged. You do not understand, sir, she said. My mother died giving me birth, and my father and my brother Rhaegar even before that. I would never have known so much as their names if Viserys had not been there to tell me. He was the only one left. The only one. He is all I have. Once, said Jorah. No longer, Khaleesi. You belong to the Dothraki now. In your womb rides the stallion who mounts the world. He held out his cup, and a slave filled it with fermented mare's milk, sour-smelling and thick with clots. Dany waved her away. Even the smell of it made her feel ill, and she would take no chances of bringing up the horseheart she had forced herself to eat. What does it mean? She asked. What is this stallion? Everyone was shouting it at me, but I don't understand. The stallion is the cow of cows, promised in ancient prophecy, child. He will unite the Dothraki into a single Khalasar and ride it to the ends of the earth. Or so it was promised. All the people of the world will be his herd. Oh, Dany said in a small voice. Her hand smoothed her robe down over the swell of her stomach. I named him Rhaego. A name to make the usurper's blood run cold. Suddenly Doria was tugging at her elbow. My lady, the handmaid whispered urgently. Your brother. Dany looked down the length of the long roofless hall, and there he was, striding toward her. From the lurch in his step, she could tell at once that Viserys had found his wine. And something that passed for courage. He was wearing his scarlet silks, soiled and travel-stained. His cloak and gloves were black velvet, faded from the sun. His boots were dry and cracked, his silver blonde hair matted and tangled. A long sword swung from his belt in a leather scabbard. The Dothraki eyed the sword as he passed. Dany heard curses and threats and angry muttering rising all around her like a tide. The music died away in a nervous stammering of drums. A sense of dread closed around her heart. Go to him, she commanded Ser Jorah. Stop him, bring him here, tell him he can have the dragon's eggs if that is what he wants. The knight rose swiftly to his feet. Where is my sister? Viserys shouted, his voice thick with wine. I have come for her feast. How dare you presume to eat without me? No one eats before the king. Where is she? The whore can't hide from the dragon. He stopped beside the largest of the 3 fire pits, peering around the faces of the Dothraki. There were 5,000 men in the hall, but only a handful who knew the common tongue. Yet, even if his words were incomprehensible, you had only to look at him to know that he was drunk. Ser Jorah went to him swiftly, whispered something in his ear, and took him by the arm. But Viserys wrenched free. Keep your hands off me! No one touches the dragon without leave. Dany glanced anxiously up at the high bench. Khal Drogo was saying something to the other cows beside him. Khal Gomo grinned, and Khal Ogo began to guffaw loudly. The sound of laughter made Viserys lift his eyes. Khal Drogo, he said thickly, his voice almost polite. I'm here for the feast. He staggered away from Ser Jorah, making to join the 3 cows on the high bench. Khal Drogo rose, spat out a dozen words in Dothraki, faster than Dany could understand, and pointed. Khal Drogo says, your place is not on the high bench, Ser Jorah translated for her brother. Khal Drogo says, your place is there. Viserys glanced where the cow was pointing, at the back of the long hole in a corner by the wall. Deep in shadow, so better men would not need to look on them, sat the lowest of the low. Raw, unbloodied boys, old men with clouded eyes and stiff joints, the dim-witted and the maimed, far from the meat and farther from the honor. That is no place for a king, her brother declared. Is place, Khal Drogo answered, in the common tongue that Dany had taught him. For Sorefoot king. He clapped his hands together. A cart, bring cart for Khal Rhaegat. 5,000 Dothraki began to laugh and shout. Ser Jorah was standing beside Viserys, screaming in his ear. But the roar in the hall was so thunderous that Dany could not hear what he was saying. Her brother shouted back and the 2 men grappled, until Mormont knocked Viserys bodily to the floor. Her brother drew his sword. The bared steel showed a fearful red in the glare from the fire pits. Keep away from me, Viserys hissed. So Jorah backed off a step, and her brother climbed unsteadily to his feet. He waved the sword over his head, the borrowed blade that Magister Ilroy had given him to make him seem more kingly. Dothraki were shrieking at him from all sides, screaming vile curses. Dany gave a wordless cry of terror. She knew what a drawn sword meant here, even if her brother did not. Her voice made Viserys turn his head, and he saw her for the first time. "There she is," he said, smiling. He stalked toward her, slashing at the air as if to cut a path through a wall of enemies, though no one tried to bar his way. "The blade, you must not," she begged him. "Please, Viserys, it is forbidden. Put down the sword and come share my cushions. There's drink, food. Is it the dragon eggs you want? You can have them, only throw away the sword." "Do as she tells you, fool," Ser Jorah shouted, "before you get us all killed." Viserys laughed. "They can't kill us. They can't shed blood here in this sacred city. But I can." He laid the point of his sword between Daenerys' breasts and slid it downward over the curve of her belly. "I want what I came for," he told her. "I want the crown he promised me. He bought you, but he never paid for you. Tell him I want what I bargained for, or I'm taking you back. You and the eggs both. He can keep his bloody foal. I'll cut the bastard out and leave it for him." The sword point pushed through her silk and pricked at her navel. Viserys was weeping, she saw, weeping and laughing, both at the same time. This man who had once been her brother. Distantly, as from far away, Dany heard a handmaid Jiqui sobbing in fear, pleading that she dared not translate, that the cow would bind her and drag her behind his horse all the way up the Mother of Mountains. She put her arm around the girl. "Don't be afraid," she said. "I shall tell him." She did not know if she had enough words, yet when she was done, Khal Drogo spoke a few brusque sentences in Dothraki, and she knew he understood. The son of her life stepped down from the high bench. "What did he say?" the man who had been her brother asked her, flinching. It had grown so silent in the hall that she could hear the bells in Khal Drogo's hair, chiming softly with each step he took. His blood riders followed him, like 3 copper shadows. Daenerys had gone cold all over. "He says you shall have a splendid golden crown that men shall tremble to behold." Viserys smiled and lowered his sword. That was the saddest thing, the thing that tore at her afterward, the way he smiled. "That was all I wanted," he said. "What was promised?" When the son of her life reached her, Dany slid an arm around his waist. The cow said a word and his blood riders leapt forward. Kotho seized the man who had been her brother by the arms. Hago shattered his wrist with a single sharp twist of his huge hands. Kohello pulled the sword from his limp fingers. Even now, Viserys did not understand. "No!" he shouted. "You cannot touch me! I am the dragon, and I will be crowned!" Khal Drogo unfastened his belt. The medallions were pure gold, massive and ornate, each one as large as a man's hand. He shouted a command. Cook slaves pulled a heavy iron stew pot from the fire pit, dumped the stew onto the ground and returned the pot to the flames. Drogo tossed in the belt and watched without expression as the medallions turned red and began to lose their shape. She could see fires dancing in the onyx of his eyes. A slave handed him a pair of thick horsehair mittens, and he pulled them on, never so much as looking at the man. Viserys began to scream, the high, wordless scream of the coward facing death. He kicked and twisted, whimpered like a dog, and wept like a child, but the Dothraki held him tight between them. Ser Jorah had made his way to Dany's side. He put a hand on her shoulder. "Turn away, my princess, I beg you." "No." She folded her arms across the swell of her belly protectively. At the last, Viserys looked at her. "Sister, please. Dany, tell them. Make them. Sweet sister." When the gold was half melted and starting to run, Drogo reached into the flames, snatched out the pot. "Crown," he roared. "Here, a crown for Kart King," and upended the pot over the head of the man who had been her brother. The sound Viserys Targaryen made when that hideous iron helmet covered his face was like nothing human. His feet hammered a frantic beat against the dirt floor, slowed, stopped. Thick globs of molten gold dripped down onto his chest, setting the scarlet silk to smoldering. Yet no drop of blood was spilt. He was no dragon, Dani thought, curiously calm. Fire cannot kill a dragon. This chapter is a major turning point in Daenerys' story, marking both the climax of Viserys' arc and her full transformation into a leader in her own right. In the book, it begins with a dramatic Dothraki pregnancy ritual where Dani eats a raw stallion's heart in front of the Dosh Khaleen. They declare that her unborn son will be the stallion who mounts the world, a legendary conqueror which wins her even more respect among the Dothraki. The show includes this scene, keeping the prophecy intact with subtitled Dothraki language, though it moves a little faster than in the book, where we get more of Dani's internal experience during the ritual. The real highlight of this chapter, though, is Viserys' downfall. In both the book and the show, Viserys drunkenly storms into a feast, completely desperate and delusional, waving a sword, something strictly forbidden in Vaes Dothrak. He demands that Drogo finally give him his promised army, threatening Daenerys and her unborn child in the process. This leads to one of the most iconic deaths in the series. Drogo calmly grants Viserys the golden crown he wanted by dumping molten gold over his head. The scene plays out almost exactly as it does in the book, right down to the gruesome detail and the moment Viserys falls silent before collapsing. The biggest difference is how Daenerys reacts. In the book, her response is eerily calm. She watches without emotion, fully realizing in that moment that her brother was never the true dragon. She even notes with certainty, fire cannot kill a dragon, solidifying her belief in herself. The show conveys this in a slightly different way. Since we don't have her inner monologue, Emilia Clarke's performance does the heavy lifting. Instead of internal thoughts, Dani simply states aloud, "He was no dragon." This makes her detachment clear, but leaves some of the deeper prophetic meaning up to the audience to interpret. Another slight difference is how Viserys is portrayed. The show makes him feel more overtly pathetic and unstable, so by the time he dies, there's little room for sympathy. In the book, while he's still cruel and foolish, we see a bit more of his desperation and self-delusion, making his fate feel more tragic. One small book detail that the show glosses over is the reason Drogo uses molten glass. Since Vaes Dothrak has strict laws against shedding blood, this method technically avoids breaking the sacred rule. The show hints at this law earlier, but doesn't really make it clear in the execution scene, so it just comes across as another example of Drogo's brutal creativity. Overall, this adaptation is one of the most faithful in Game of Thrones, with the biggest difference being how Dani's empowerment is framed. The book gives us her internal reflections and the weight of her prophecy, while the show focuses on striking visuals, Dani eating the heart, standing completely unflinching as her brother dies, to show that she's truly stepping into her power as a Targaryen. Before we jump into Daenerys 6, let's quickly recap what's been happening in A Game of Thrones. In Eddard 8, Ned receives devastating news. King Robert has been mortally wounded by a boar during his hunting trip. As he lies dying, Robert drafts a will naming Ned as regent to rule in his place until Joffrey comes of age. Afterward, Renly Baratheon privately urges Ned to act fast, suggesting he seize control by taking custody of the royal children before Cersei can make her move. But Ned, bound by honor, refuses to take such drastic action. Instead, he writes a letter to Stannis Baratheon, declaring him the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Realizing he still needs men to back him, Ned turns to Littlefinger, revealing his plan and asking him to secure the loyalty of the City Watch to help maintain order when the inevitable power struggle begins. In Jon 6, Jon is initially upset when he finds out that he's been assigned to be a steward rather than a ranger. However, Sam helps him see the bright side, explaining that serving as the Lord Commander's steward is actually a prestigious role meant to prepare him for future leadership. Later, Jon and Sam go beyond the wall to the Godswood to take their vows before the old gods. After their vows are solemnly made, Ghost, Jon's direwolf, startlingly returns with a human hand in his jaws. In Eddard 14, after King Robert's death, Ned gathers the small council to formally establish himself as protector of the realm, as Robert has declared in his will. However, before anything can be settled, a summon arrives. Joffrey has taken the throne and is demanding oaths of fealty from the lords of the realm. In the throne room, things escalate quickly. Cersei dismisses Robert's will entirely, tearing it up in front of everyone. Ned, standing by his honor, refuses to recognize Joffrey's claim and declares that he has no right to the throne. Confident that he has the upper hand, he orders the City Watch to seize Cersei and her children, expecting their support. But instead of backing him, the Goldcloaks turn on Ned's men, cutting them down. In that moment, Littlefinger steps in, holding a dagger to Ned's throat and smugly revealing his betrayal with a simple reminder, "I did warn you not to trust me." In Arya 4, Arya's training with Syrio Forel is abruptly cut short by Sir Meryn Trant and some Lannister guards. Syrio fends them off, allowing Arya to escape, and in her flight, she ends up killing a stable boy who tries to stop her, then dashes through the dungeons of the Red Keep. Meanwhile, in Sansa 4, 3 days after informing Queen Cersei of her father's plans, Sansa is taken from house arrest to the Queen and the Small Council, where she learns her father is branded a traitor and is coerced into writing letters to her family explaining the situation. In Jon 7, the bodies of 2 men who accompanied Benjen Stark are found. While Sir Jeremy Riker suspects wildlings, Sam notes strange aspects of the bodies. Later, Jon hears of King Robert's death and his father's arrest for treason, and after a confrontation with Sir Alistair Thorne, he ends up fighting a reanimated corpse, saving the Lord Commander. Bran 6 sees the Karstarks arriving at Winterfell, and during a prayer in the Godswood, Osha educates Bran on the old gods and the others, urging that Robb should march north instead of south. Bran relays this to Maester Luwin even as Robb heads south with his army. Let's keep it moving. Daenerys 6. When he had taken his pleasure, Khal Drogo rose from their sleeping mats to tower above her. His skin shone dark as bronze in the ruddy light from the brazier, the faint lines of old scars visible on his broad chest. Ink-black hair, loose and unbound, cascaded over his shoulders and down his back, well past his waist. His manhood glistened wetly. The cow's mouth twisted in a frown beneath the droop of his long mustachio. "The stallion who mounts the world has no need of iron chairs." Dany propped herself on an elbow to look up at him, so tall and magnificent. She loved his hair especially. It had never been cut. He had never known defeat. "It was prophesied that the stallion will ride to the ends of the earth," she said. "The earth ends at the Black Salt Sea," Drogo answered at once. He wet a cloth in a basin of warm water to wipe the sweat and oil from his skin. "No horse can cross the poison water." "In the Free Cities, there are ships by the thousands," Dany told him, as she had told him before. "Wooden horses with 100 legs that fly across the sea on wings full of wind." Khal Drogo did not want to hear it. "We will speak no more of wooden horses and iron chairs." He dropped the cloth and began to dress. "This day I will go to the grass and hunt, woman wife," he announced as he shrugged into a painted vest and buckled on a wide belt with heavy medallions of silver, gold, and bronze. "Yes, my sun and stars," Dany said. Drogo would take his blood riders and ride in search of Harakar, the great white lion of the plains. If they returned triumphant, her lord husband's joy would be fierce, and he might be willing to hear her out. Savage beasts he did not fear, nor any man who had ever drawn breath, but the sea was a different matter. To the Dothraki, water that a horse could not drink was something foul. The heaving grey-green plains of the ocean filled them with a superstitious loathing. Drogo was a bolder man than the other horse lords in 100 ways, she had found, but not in this. If only she could get him onto a ship. After the Khal and his blood riders had ridden off with their bows, Dany summoned her handmaids. Her body felt so fat and ungainly now that she welcomed the help of their strong arms and deft hands, whereas before she had been uncomfortable with the way they fussed and fluttered about her. They scrubbed her clean and dressed her in sandsilk, loose and flowing. As Dori combed out her hair, she sent Jiqui to find Ser Jorah Mormont. The night came at once. He wore horsehair leggings and painted vest, like a rider. Coarse black hair covered his thick chest and muscular arms. "My princess, how may I serve you?" "You must talk to my lord husband," Dany said. "Drogo says the stallion who mounts the world will have all the lands of the earth to rule, and no need to cross the poison water. He talks of leading his Khalasar east after Rhaego is born, to plunder the lands around the Jade Sea. The knight looked thoughtful. "The Khal has never seen the Seven Kingdoms," he said. "They are nothing to him. If he thinks of them at all, no doubt he thinks of islands, a few small cities clinging to rocks in the manner of Loreth or Lys, surrounded by stormy seas. The riches of the East must seem a more tempting prospect." "But we must ride west," Dani said, despairing. "Please help me make him understand." She had never seen the Seven Kingdoms either, no more than Drogo, yet she felt as though she knew them from all the tales her brother had told her. Viserys had promised her 1,000 times that he would take her back one day, but he was dead now, and his promise had died with him. "The Dothraki do things in their own time, for their own reasons," the knight answers. "Have patience, princess. Do not make your brother's mistake. We will go home, I promise you." Home. The word made her feel sad. Ser Jorah had his bare island, but what was home to her? A few tales, names recited as solemnly as the words of a prayer, the fading memory of a red door. Was Vaes Dothrak to be her home forever? When she looked at the crones of the Dosh Khaleen, was she looking at her future? Ser Jorah must have seen the sadness on her face. A great caravan arrived during the night, Khaleesi. 400 horses, from Pentos by way of Norvos and Kohar, under the command of merchant captain Bayan Voturius. Illaroy may have sent a letter. Would you care to visit the Western Market? Dani stirred. "Yes," she said. "I would like that." The markets came alive when a caravan had come in. You can never tell what treasures the traders might bring this time, and it would be good to hear men speaking Valyrian again, as they did in the free cities. "Eerie, have them prepare a litter." "I shall tell your Khals," Ser Jorah said, withdrawing. If Khal Drogo had been with her, Dani would have ridden her silver. Among the Dothraki, mothers stayed on horseback almost up to the moment of birth, and she did not want to seem weak in her husband's eyes. But with the Khal of hunting, it was pleasant to lie back on soft cushions and be carried across Vaes Dothrak, with red silk curtains to shield her from the sun. Ser Jorah saddled up and rode beside her, with the 4 young men of her Khals and her handmaids. The day was warm and cloudless, the sky a deep blue. When the wind blew, she could smell the rich scents of grass and earth. As her litter passed beneath the stolen monuments, she went from sunlight to shadow and back again. Dani swayed along, studying the faces of dead heroes and forgotten kings. She wondered if the gods of burnt cities could still answer prayers. "If I were not the blood of the dragon," she thought wistfully, "this could be my home." She was Khaleesi. She had a strong man and a swift horse, handmaids to serve her, warriors to keep her safe, an honored place in the Dosh Khaleen awaiting her when she grew old, and in her womb grew a son who would one day bestride the world. That should be enough for any woman, but not for the dragon. With Viserys gone, Daenerys was the last, the very last. She was the seed of kings and conquerors, and so too the child inside her. She must not forget. The Western Market was a great square of beaten earth surrounded by warrens of mud-baked brick, animal pens, whitewashed drinking holes. Hummocks rose from the ground like the backs of great subterranean beasts breaking the surface, yawning black mouths leading down to cool and cavernous storerooms below. The interior of the square was a maze of stalls and crook-back aisles, shaded by awnings of woven grass. 100 merchants and traders were unloading their goods and setting up in stalls when they arrived. Yet, even so, the great market seemed hushed and deserted compared to the teeming bazaars that Dani remembered from Pentos and the other free cities. The caravans made their way to Vaes Dothrak from east and west, not so much to sell to the Dothraki as to trade with each other, Ser Jorah had explained. The riders let them come and go unmolested, so long as they observed the peace of the sacred city, did not profane the mother of mountains or the womb of the world, and honored the crones of the Dosh Khaleen with the traditional gifts of salt, silver, and seed. The Dothraki did not truly comprehend this business of buying and selling. Dani liked the strangeness of Eastern Market too, with all its queer sights and sounds and smells. She often spent her mornings there, nibbling tree eggs, locust pie, and green noodles, listening to the high, ululating voices of the spell singers, gaping at the manticores in silver cages and immense grey elephants and the striped black and white horses of the Gogus Nye. She enjoyed watching all the people too. dark Solomon and tall, pale Cathin, the bright-eyed men of Yitai in monkey-tail hats, warrior maids from Beer-Shabad, Sharamina, and Kkkkkya, with iron rings in their nipples and rubies in their cheeks, even the dour or frightening shadow men, who covered their arms and legs and chests with tattoos and hid their faces behind masks. The Eastern Market was a place of wonder and magic for Dani, but the Western Market smelled of home. As Iri and Jiqui helped her from her litter, she sniffed and recognized the sharp odors of garlic and pepper, scents that reminded Dani of days long gone in the alleys of Tyrosh and Mia, and brought a fond smile to her face. Under that, she smelled the heady sweet perfumes of Lys. She saw slaves carrying bolts of intricate Myrish lace and fine wools in a dozen rich colors. Caravan guards wandered among the aisles in copper helmets and knee-length tunics of quilted yellow cotton, empty scabbards swinging from their woven leather belts. Behind one stall, an armorer displayed steel breastplates worked with gold and silver in ornate patterns, and helms hammered in the shapes of fanciful beasts. Next to him was a pretty young woman selling Lannisport goldwork, rings and brooches and torques, and exquisitely wrought medallions suitable for belting. A huge eunuch guarded her stall, mute and hairless, dressed in sweat-stained velvets and scowling at anyone who came close. Across the aisle, a fat cloth trader from Yitai was haggling with a pentoshi over the price of some green dye, the monkey tail on his hat swaying back and forth as he shook his head. "When I was a little girl, I loved to play in the bazaar," Dani told Ser Jorah as they wandered down the shady aisles between the stalls. "It was so alive there, all the people shouting and laughing, so many wonderful things to look at, though we seldom had enough coin to buy anything. Well, except for a sausage now and again, or honey fingers. Do they have honey fingers in the Seven Kingdoms? The kind they bake in Tyrosh?" "Cakes, are they? I could not say, princess." The knight bowed. "If you would pardon me for a time, I will seek out the captain and seek if he has letters for us." "Very well, I'll help you find him." "There is no need for you to trouble yourself." Ser Jorah glanced away impatiently. "Enjoy the market. I will rejoin you when my business is concluded." Curious, Dani thought as she watched him stride off through the throngs. She didn't see why she should not go with him. Perhaps Ser Jorah meant to find a woman after he met with the merchant captain. Whores frequently traveled with the caravans, she knew, and some men were queerly shy about their coupling. She gave a shrug. "Come," she told the others. Her handmaids trailed her as Dani resumed her stroll through the market. "Oh, look," she exclaimed to Doria. "These are the kinds of sausages I meant." She pointed to a stall where a wizened little woman was grilling meat and onions on a hot firestone. "They make them with lots of garlic and hot peppers." Delighted with her discovery, Dani insisted the others join her for a sausage. Her handmaids wolfed theirs down, giggling and grinning, though the men of her cars sniffed at the grilled meat suspiciously. "They taste different than I remember," Dani said after her first few bites. "In Pentos, I make them with pork," the old woman said. "But all my pigs died on the Dothraki Sea. These are made of horse meat, Khaleesi, but I spice them the same." Oh, Dani felt disappointed. But Quoro liked his sausage so well he decided to have another one, and Ricardo had to outdo him and eat 3 more, belching loudly. Dani giggled. "You have not laughed since your brother the Khal Rhagat was crowned by Drogo," said Iri. "It is good to see Khaleesi." Dani smiled shyly. It was sweet to laugh. She felt half a girl again. They wandered for half the morning. She saw a beautiful feathered cloak from the summer isles and took it for a gift. In return, she gave the merchant a silver medallion from her belt. That was how it was done among the Dothraki. A bird seller taught a green and red parrot to say her name, and Dani laughed again, yet still refused to take him. What would she do with a green and red parrot in Khalasar? She did take a dozen flasks of scented oils, the perfumes of her childhood. She had only to close her eyes and sniff them, and she could see the big house with the red door once more. When Doria looked longingly at a fertility charm at a magician's booth, Dani took that too and gave it to the handmaid, thinking that now she should find something for Iri and Jiqui as well. Turning a corner, they came upon a wine merchant offering thimble-sized cups of his wares to the passer-by. "Sweet reds," he cried in fluent Dothraki. "I have sweet reds from Lys and Volantis and the Abba, whites from Lys, Taroshi, bear brandy, fire wine, pepper wine, the pale green nectars of Mia, smoked berry browns and Andalish sours. I have them, I have them." He was a small man, slender and handsome, his flaxen hair curled and perfumed after the fashion of Lys. When Dani paused before his stole, he bowed low. "A taste for the Khaleesi? I have a sweet red from Dawn, my lady. It sings of plums and cherries and rich dark oak. A cask, a cup, a swallow? One taste and you will name your child after me." Dani smiled. "My son has his name, but I will try your summer wine," she said in Valyrian as they spoke in the Free Cities. The words felt strange on her tongue after so long. "Just a taste, if you would be so kind." The merchant must have taken her for Dothraki with her clothes and her oiled hair and sun-browned skin. When she spoke, he gaped at her in astonishment. "My lady, you are Tyroshi? Can it be so?" "My speech may be Tyroshi, and my garb Dothraki, but I am of Westeros, of the Sunset Kingdom," Dani told him. Doria stepped up beside her. "You have the honor to address Daenerys of the House Targaryen, Daenerys Stormborn, Khaleesi of the Riding Men, and Princess of the Seven Kingdoms." The wine merchant dropped to his knees. "Princess," he said, bowing his head. "Rise," Dani commanded him. "I would still like to taste that summer wine you spoke of." The man bounded to his feet. "That? Dornish swill. It is not worthy of a princess. I have a dry red from the arbor, crisp and delicate. Please let me give you a cask." Khal Drogo's visits to the Free Cities had given him a good taste for wine, and Dani knew that such a noble vintage would please him. "You honor me, sir," she murmured sweetly. "The honor is mine." The merchant rummaged about in the back of his stall and produced a small oaken cask. Burnt into the wood was a cluster of grapes. "The red wine sigil," he said, pointing. "For the arbor. There is no finer drink. Khal Drogo and I will share it together. Ago, take this back to my litter, if you'd be so kind." The wine seller beamed as the Dothraki hefted the cask. She did not realize that Ser Jorah had returned until she heard the knight say, "No." His voice was strange, brusque. "Ago, put down that cask." Ago looked at Dani. She gave him a hesitant nod. "Ser Jorah, is something wrong?" "I have a thirst. Open it, wine seller." The merchant frowned. "The wine is for the Khaleesi, not for the likes of you, sir." Ser Jorah moved closer to the stall. "If you don't open it, I'll crack it open with your head." He carried no weapons here in the sacred city, save his hands. Yet his hands were enough. Big, hard, dangerous. His knuckles covered with coarse dark hairs. The wine seller hesitated a moment, then took up his hammer and knocked the plug from the cask. "Pour," Ser Jorah commanded. The 4 young warriors of Dani's cars arrayed themselves behind him, frowning, watching with their dark almond-shaped eyes. It would be a crime to drink this richer wine without letting it breathe. The wine seller had not put his hammer down. Jolgo reached for the whip coiled at his belt, but Dani stopped him with a light touch on the arm. "Do as Ser Jorah says," she said. People were stopping to watch. The man gave a quick, sullen glance. "As the princess commands." He had to set aside the hammer to lift the cask. He filled 2 thimble-sized tasting cups, poured so deftly he did not spill a drop. Ser Jorah lifted a cup and sniffed at the wine, frowning. "Sweet, isn't it?" the wine seller said, smiling. "Can you smell the fruit, sir? The perfume of the arbor. Taste it, my lord, and tell me it isn't the finest, richest wine that's ever touched your tongue." Ser Jorah offered him the cup. "You taste it first." "Me?" the man laughed. "I am not worthy of this vintage, my lord, and it's a poor wine merchant who drinks up his own wares." His smile was amiable, yet she could see the sheen of sweat on his brow. "You will drink," Dani said, cold as ice. "Empty the cup, or I will tell them to hold you down while Ser Jorah pours that whole cask down your throat." The wine seller shrugged, reached for the cup, and grabbed the cask instead, flinging it at her with both hands. Ser Jorah booed into her, knocking her out of the way. The cask bounced off his shoulder and smashed open on the ground. Dani stumbled and lost her feet. "No!" she screamed, thrusting her hands out to break her fall, and Doria caught her by the arm and wrenched her backward so she landed on her legs and not her belly. The trader vaulted over the stall, darting between Ago and Ricaro. Quoro reached for an arak that was not there as the blond man slammed him aside. He raced down the aisle. Dani heard the snap of Jogo's whip, saw the leather lick out and coil around the wine seller's leg. The man sprawled face first in the dirt. A dozen caravan guards had come running. With them was the master himself, Merchant Captain Bion Votrius. a diminutive Noboshi with skin like old leather and a bristling blue mustachio that swept up to his ears. He seemed to know what had happened without a word being spoken. "Take this one away to await the pleasure of the Khal," he commanded, gesturing at the man on the ground. 2 guards hauled the wine cellar to his feet. "His goods I give to you as well, princess," the merchant captain went on. "Small token of my regret, that one of mine would do this thing." Doria and Jikwi helped Dani back to her feet. The poisoned wine was leaking from the broken cask into the dirt. "How did you know?" she asked Ser Jorah, trembling. "How?" "I did not know, Khaleesi. Not until the man refused to drink. But once I read Magister Ilroy's letter, I feared." His dark eyes swept over the faces of the strangers in the market. "Come, best not to talk of it here." Dani was near tears as they carried her back. The taste in her mouth was one she had known before. Fear. For years she had lived in terror of Viserys, afraid of waking the dragon. This was even worse. It was not just for herself that she feared now, but for her baby. He must have sensed her fright, for he moved restlessly inside her. Dani stroked the swell of her belly gently, wishing she could reach him, touch him, soothe him. "You are the blood of the dragon, little one," she whispered as her litter swayed along, curtains drawn tight. "You are the blood of the dragon, and the dragon does not fear." Under the hollow hummock of earth that was her home in Vaes Dothrak, Dani ordered them to leave her, all but Ser Jorah. "Tell me," she commanded as she lowered herself onto the cushions. "Was it the usurper?" "Yes." The knight drew out a folded parchment. "A letter to Viserys from Magister Ilroy. Robert Baratheon offers lands and lordships for your death, or your brother's." "My brother?" Her sob was half a laugh. "He does not know yet, does he? The usurper owes Drogo a lordship." This time, her laugh was half a sob. She hugged herself protectively. "And me? You said? Only me?" "You and the child," Ser Jorah said, grim. "No, he cannot have my son." She would not weep, she decided. She would not shiver with fear. The usurper has woken the dragon now, she told herself, and her eyes went to the dragon's eggs resting in their nest of dark velvet. The shifting lamplight limned their stony scales, and shimmering motes of jade and scarlet and gold swam in the air around them, like courtiers around a king. Was it madness that seized her then, born of fear, or some strange wisdom buried in her blood? Dani could not have said. She heard her own voice saying, "Ser Jorah, light the brazier." "Khaleesi?" The knight looked at her strangely. "It is so hot. Are you certain?" She had never been so certain. "Yes, I have a chill. Light the brazier." He bowed, "As you command." When the coals were afire, Dani sent Ser Jorah from her. She had to be alone to do what she must do. "This is madness," she told herself, as she lifted the black and scarlet egg from the velvet. "It will only crack and burn, and it's so beautiful. Ser Jorah will call me a fool if I ruin it. And yet... Cradling the egg with both hands, she carried it to the fire and pushed it down amongst the burning coals. The black scales seemed to glow as they drank the heat. Flames licked against the stone with small red tongues. Dani placed the other 2 eggs beside the black one in the fire. As she stepped back from the brazier, the breath trembled in her throat. She watched until the coals had turned to ashes. Drifting sparks floated up and out of the smoke hole. Heat shimmered in waves around the dragon's eggs, and that was all. "Your brother Rhaegar was the last dragon," Ser Jorah had said. Dani gazed at her eggs sadly. What had she expected? 1,000 years ago they had been alive, but now they were only pretty rocks. They could not make a dragon. A dragon was air and fire, living flesh, not dead stone. The brazier was cold again by the time Khal Drogo returned. Kaholo was leading a pack horse behind him, with the carcass of a great white lion slung across its back. Above, the stars were coming out. The cow laughed as he swung down off his stallion and showed her the scars on his leg where the Haraka had raked him through the leggings. "I shall make you a cloak of its skin, moon of my life," he swore. When Dani told him what had happened at the market, all laughter stopped, and Khal Drogo grew very quiet. "This poisoner was the first," Ser Jorah Mormont warned him, "but he will not be the last. Men risk much for a lordship." Drogo was silent for a time. Finally he said, "The seller of poisons ran from the moon of my life. Better he should run after her. So he will. Jogo, Jory the Andal, to each of you I say, choose any horse you wish from my herds, and it is yours. Any horse save my red and the silver that was my bride gift to the moon of my life. I make this gift to you for what you did. And to Riego, son of Drogo, the stallion who will mount the world. To him I also pledge a gift. To him I will give this iron chair his mother's father's sat in. I will give him 7 kingdoms. I, Drogo, Cal, will do this thing. His voice rose and he lifted his fist to the sky. I will take my Khalasar west to where the world ends and ride the wooden horses across the black salt water as no Cal has done before. I will kill the men in the iron suits and tear down their stone houses. I will their women and take their children as slaves and bring their broken gods back to Vaestorthrak to bow down beneath the mother of mountains. This I vow. I, Drogo, son of Barbo. This I swear before the mother of mountains as the stars look down in witness. His Khalasar left Vaestorthrak 2 days later, striking south and west across the plains. Khal Drogo led them on his great red stallion, with Daenerys beside him on her silver. The wine seller hurried behind them, naked, on foot, chained at throat and wrists. His chains were fastened to the halter of Dany's silver. As she rode, he ran after her, barefoot and stumbling. No harm would come to him, so long as he kept up. So, after Viserys' death, the next big moment in Daenerys' story is the assassination attempt on her life, and Khal Drogo's fiery vow to invade Westeros. In the book, this unfolds at the western market of Vaestorthrak, where Dany is browsing stalls guarded by Jorah and her blood riders. A wine seller offers her a cask of wine as a gift, but thanks to Jorah's quick thinking, he stops her from drinking, exposing the attempted poisoning. The show keeps this scene mostly intact, with just a few small tweaks. Dany is still at the market when the assassin tries to poison her, and Jorah is the one who intervenes. One slight difference is how the assassination order is explained. In the book, we get more context about Robert Baratheon's involvement. We actually see his small council discussing it, and we know Jorah is spying on Dany because of his pardon. In the show, we do see Robert ordering the hit in an earlier scene, but Jorah's motivations for stopping it are a little more ambiguous. Once the assassin is captured, things escalate. Drogo, furious that someone dared to threaten his pregnant wife, declares war. In both versions, this is the moment where Drogo promises to cross the sea and take the Iron Throne, not for Viserys, but for Daenerys and their son. The show takes this up a notch with an intense speech from Jason Momoa, where Drogo passionately vows to gift the Iron Chair to his son and destroy anyone who stands in their way. The book conveys the same decision, but through Dany's perspective, she observes Drogo's fury and understands the weight of his words, rather than hearing a long dramatic speech. One interesting thematic shift between the two versions is how Dany's influence over Drogo is framed. In the book, Drogo's decision to invade Westeros comes primarily from the insult to his honor and the threat to his unborn son. In the show, those reasons are still there, but there's a stronger focus on Dany's reaction. She watches him with pride and quiet determination, implying that she's fully embracing this warpath as her own. It's a subtle shift, but it makes it clear that her dream of reclaiming Westeros is no longer about Viserys' ambitions, it's her mission now. From a pacing perspective, the show streamlines things. The poisoning and Drogo's vow happen back to back, keeping the momentum going. In the book, there's a bit more time for Dany to process what happened. She reflects on how much fear her unborn child already inspires, thinking, "The realm trembles at the thought of my son." Instead of giving us her thoughts, the show externalizes this through Jorah, who explains the price on her head. As for character development, both versions use this moment to further solidify Dany's resolve. In the book, she sees this assassination attempt as a confirmation of her destiny. Her child is important, and the Iron Throne is now within reach. In the show, we don't hear her inner thoughts, but we see it in the way she carries herself, confidently taking charge in the aftermath and ordering the assassin's punishment. Overall, the assassination attempt and Drogo's vows are handled very similarly in both book and show. The differences mostly come down to how the information is presented. The book gives us more insight into Jorah's knowledge and Dany's inner thoughts, while the show heightens the drama with Drogo's fiery speech and a more immediate sense of Dany stepping into her power. Before we jump into Daenerys 7, let's quickly recap what's been going on in A Game of Thrones. Catelyn 8 finds Catelyn and Sir Brendan Tully joining Robb's army at Moat Catelyn. Catelyn assists Robb in refining his war plans, emphasizing the necessity of victory. Tyrion 7 has Tyrion reuniting with his father, Tywin's army, escorted by the Vale Mountain clans. Tywin coolly manages a disruption by the clansmen and then incentivizes them to fight for him as news of Robb Stark's advancing host arrives. Then, in Sansa 5, Sansa attends Joffrey's first court session as king. Following Sir Barristan Selmy's dramatic exit from the Kingsguard and the Hound's appointment in his stead, Sansa pleads for mercy for her father. The council agrees, provided Ned confesses and acknowledges Joffrey as the true king. In Eddard 15, locked away in the Black Cells, Ned receives a visit from Varys, who brings him grim news. He urges Ned to confess to treason, surrender any claim to power, and command Robb to stand down. He also pressures him to denounce both Stannis and Renly, ensuring that Joffrey's rule remains unchallenged. At first, Ned refuses, insisting that his honor is worth more than his life. But Varys reminds him that it's not just his life on the line. Cersei has Sansa, and if Ned refuses to cooperate, she could pay the price. With his daughter's safety at stake, Ned is left with an impossible choice: protect the truth or protect his family. In Catelyn 9, Robb and his troops make it to the Twins. Here, Catelyn steps up to haggle with Lord Walder Frey so they can cross the Green Fork. In Jon 13, Jon receives the Valyrian steel sword Longclaw from Lord Commander Mormont. Initially, Jon tries to turn it down, but Mormont won't take no for an answer. Shortly after, Jon gets word that Maester Aemon needs to see him. Aemon recognizes the struggle Jon is facing between his duty and his family loyalties and offers his sympathy. Jon isn't too receptive at first, but then Aemon drops a bombshell. He's actually Aemon Targaryen, the son of King Maekar I. And that's the rundown to get set for Daenerys 7. Let's get into it. Daenerys 7. When the battle was done, Dany rode her silver through the fields of the dead. Her handmaids and the men of her cars came after, smiling and jesting among themselves. Dothraki hooves had torn the earth and trampled the rye and lentils into the ground, while Arax and arrows had sown a terrible new crop and watered it with blood. Dying horses lifted their heads and screamed at her as she rode past. Wounded men moaned and prayed. Jaqua Ran moved among them, the mercy men with their heavy axes, taking a harvest of heads from the dead and dying alike. After them would scurry a flock of small girls, pulling arrows from the corpses to fill their baskets. Last of all, the dogs would come sniffing, lean and hungry. The feral pack that was never far behind the Khalasar. The sheep had been dead longest. There seemed to be thousands of them, black with flies, arrow shafts bristling from each carcass. Khal Ogo's riders had done that, Dany knew. No man of Drogo's Khalasar would be such a fool as to waste his arrows on sheep when there were shepherds yet to kill. The town was afire. Black plums of smoke rolling and tumbling as they rose into a hard blue sky. Beneath broken walls of dried mud, riders galloped back and forth, swinging their long whips as they herded the survivors from the smoking rubble. The women and children of Ogo's Khalasar walked with a sullen pride, even in defeat and bondage. They were slaves now, but they seemed not to fear it. It was different with the townsfolk. Dany pitied them. She remembered what terror felt like. Mothers stumbled along with blank, dead faces, pulling sobbing children by the hand. There were only a few men among them, cripples and cowards and grandfathers. Ser Jorah said the people of this country named themselves the Lizarian, but the Dothraki called them Hash-Rakai, the Lambmen. Once Dany might have taken them for Dothraki, for they had the same copper skin and almond-shaped eyes. Now they looked alien to her, squat and flat-faced, their black hair cropped unnaturally short. They were herders of sheep and eaters of vegetables, and Khal Drogo said they belonged south of the river bend. The grass of the Dothraki Sea was not meant for sheep. Dany saw one boy bolt and run for the river. A rider cut him off and turned him, and the others boxed him in, cracking their whips in his face, running him this way and that. One galloped behind him, lashing him across the buttocks until his thigh ran red with blood. Another snared his ankle with a lash and sent him sprawling. Finally, when the boy could only crawl, they grew bored of the sport and put an arrow through his back. Ser Jorah met her outside the shattered gate. He wore a dark green surcoat over his mail. His gauntlet, greaves, and great helm were dark grey steel. The Dothraki had mocked him for a coward when he donned his armor, but the knight had spit insults right back in their teeth. Tempers had flared, longsword had clashed with a rack, and the rider whose taunts had been loudest had been left behind to bleed to death. Ser Jorah lifted the visor of his flat-toppled great helm as he rode up. "Your lord husband awaits you within the town." Drogo took no harm? "A few cuts," Ser Jorah answered. "Nothing of consequence. He slew 2 cows this day, Khal Ogo first, and then the son, Fogo, who became Khal when Ogo fell. His blood riders cut the bells from their hair, and now Khal Drogo's every step rings louder than before." Ogo and his son had shared the high bench with her lord husband at the naming feast where Viserys had been crowned, but that was in Vaes Dothrak, beneath the Mother of Mountains, where every rider was a brother and all quarrels were put aside. It was different out in the grass. Ogo's Khalasar had been attacking the town when Khal Drogo caught him. She wondered what the landmen had thought when they first saw the dust of their horses from atop those cracked mud walls. Perhaps a few, the younger and more foolish, who still believed that the gods heard the prayers of desperate men, took it for deliverance. Across the road, a girl no older than Dany was sobbing in a high, thin voice as a rider shoved her over a pile of corpses, face down, and thrust himself inside her. Other riders dismounted to take their turns. That was the sort of deliverance the Dothraki brought the landmen. "I am the blood of the dragon," Daenerys Targaryen reminded herself as she turned her face away. She pressed her lips together and hardened her heart and rode on toward the gate. "Most of Ogo's riders fled," Ser Jorah was saying. "Still, there may be as many as 10,000 captives." Slaves, Dany thought. Khal Drogo would drive them downriver to one of the towns on Slaver's Bay. She wanted to cry, but she told herself that she must be strong. This is war. This is what it looks like. This is the price of the Iron Throne. "I've told the Khal he ought to make for Meereen," Ser Jorah said. "They'll pay a better price than he'd get from a slaving caravan. Illaroy writes that they had a plague last year, so the brothels are paying double for healthy young girls and triple for boys under 10. If enough children survive the journey, the gold will buy us all the ships we need and hire men to sail them." Behind them, the girl being Ard made a heart-wrenching sound, a long sobbing wail that went on and on and on. Dany's hand clenched hard around the reins, and she turned the Silver's head. "Make them stop," she commanded Ser Jorah. "Khaleesi?" The knight sounded perplexed. "You heard my words," she said. "Stop them." She spoke to her Khars in the harsh accents of Dothraki. "Drogo, Corro, you will aid Ser Jorah. I want no R." The warriors exchanged a baffled look. Jorah Mormont spurred his horse closer. "Princess," he said, "you have a gentle heart, but you do not understand. This is how it has always been. Those men have shed blood for the Khal. Now they claim their reward." Across the road, the girl was still crying, her high sing-song tongue strange to Dany's ears. The first man was done with her now, and a second had taken his place. "She is a lamb girl," Corro said in Dothraki. "She is nothing, Khaleesi. The riders do her honor. The lamb men lay with sheep. It is known." "It is known," her handmaid Eerie echoed. "It is known," agreed Drogo, astride the tall grey stallion that Drogo had given him. "If her wailing offends your ears, Khaleesi, Drogo will bring you her tongue." He drew his arak. "I will not have her harmed," Dany said. "I claim her. Do as I command you, or Khal Drogo will know the reason why." "Aye, Khaleesi," Drogo replied, kicking his horse. Quarro and the others followed his lead, the bells in their hair chiming. "Go with them," she commanded Ser Jorah. "As you command." The knight gave her a curious look. "You are your brother's sister, in truth." "Viserys?" She did not understand. "No," he answered. "Rhaegar." He galloped off. Dany heard Jogo shout. The Aras laughed at him. One man shouted back. Jogo's arak flashed, and the man's head went tumbling from his shoulders. Laughter turned to curses as the horsemen reached for their weapons. But by then, Quaro and Aggo and Ricaro were there. She saw Aggo point across the road to where she sat upon her silver. The riders looked at her with cold black eyes. One spat. The others scattered to their mounts, muttering. All the while, the man atop the lamb girl continued to plunge in and out of her, so intent on his pleasure that he seemed unaware of what was going on around him. Ser Jorah dismounted and wrenched him off with a mailed hand. The Dothraki went sprawling in the mud, bounced up with a knife in hand, and died with Aggo's arrow through his throat. Mormont pulled the girl off the pile of corpses and wrapped her in his blood-shattered cloak. He led her across the road to Dany. "What do you want done with her?" The girl was trembling, her eyes wide and vague. Her hair was matted with blood. "Doria, see to her hurts. You do not have a rider's look. Perhaps she will not fear you. The rest with me." She urged the silver through the broken wooden gate. It was worse inside the town. Many of the houses were afire, and the Jaqud Ran had been about their grisly work. Headless corpses filled the narrow, twisty lanes. They passed other women being eyed. Each time, Dany reined up, sent her cars to make an end to it, and claimed the victim as a slave. One of them, a thick-bodied, flat-nosed woman of 40 years, blessed Dany haltingly in the common tongue. But from the others, she got only flat, black stares. They were suspicious of her, she realized with sadness, afraid that she had saved them for some worse fate. "You cannot claim them all, child," Ser Jorah said the fourth time they stopped, while the warriors of her cars herded her new slaves behind her. "I am Khaleesi, heir to the 7 kingdoms, the blood of the dragon," Dany reminded him. "It is not for you to tell me what I cannot do." Across the city, a building collapsed in a great gout of fire and smoke, and she heard distant screams and the wailing of frightened children. They found Khal Drogo seated before a square windowless temple with thick mud walls and a bulbous dome like some immense brown onion. Beside him was a pile of heads taller than he was. One of the short arrows of the Lambmen stuck through the meat of his upper arm, and blood covered the left side of his bare chest like a splash of paint. His 3 blood riders were with him. Jiqui helped Dany dismount. She had grown clumsy as her belly grew larger and heavier. She knelt before the Khal. "My son and stars is wounded." The arak cut was wide but shallow. His left nipple was gone, and a flab of bloody flesh and skin dangled from his chest like a wet rag. "Is scratch, Moon of Life, from Arak of one blood rider to Khal Ogo," Khal Drogo said in the common tongue. "I kill him for it, and Ogo too." He turned his head, the bells in his braid ringing softly. "Is Ogo you here, and Fogo his Kalaka, who was Khal when I slew him?" "No man can stand before the son of my life," Dany said, "the father of the stallion who mounts the world." A mounted warrior rode up and vaulted from his saddle. He spoke to Hago, a stream of angry Dothraki, too fast for Dany to understand. The huge blood rider gave her a heavy look before he turned to his Khal. "This one is Mogul, who rides in the cars of Kajokol. He says that the Khaleesi has taken his spoils, a daughter of the lambs who was his mount." Khal Drogo's face was still and hard, but his black eyes were curious as they went to Dany. "Tell me the truth of this, Moon of my life," he commanded in Dothraki. Dany told him what she had done, in his own tongue, so the Khal would understand her better. Her words simple and direct. When she was done, Drogo was frowning. "This is the way of war. These women are our slaves now, to do with as we please." "It pleases me to hold them safe," Dany said, wondering if she had dared too much. "If your warriors would mount these women, let them take them gently and keep them for wives. Give them places in the Khalasar, and let them bear you sons." Kotho was ever the cruelest of the blood riders. It was he who laughed. "Does the horse breed with the sheep?" Something in his tone reminded her of Viserys. Dany turned on him angrily. The dragon feeds on horse and sheep alike. Khal Drogo smiled. See how fierce she grows, he said. It is my son inside her, the stallion who mounts the world, filling her with his fire. Ride slowly, Kotho. If the mother does not burn you where you sit, the son will trample you in the mud. And you, Mogo, hold your tongue and find another lamb to mount. These belong to my Khaleesi. He started to reach out a hand to Daenerys, but as he lifted his arm, Drogo grimaced in sudden pain and turned his head. Dany could almost feel his agony. The wounds were worse than Ser Jorah had led her to believe. Where are the healers? She demanded. The Khalasar had two sorts, barren women and eunuch slaves. The herbs women dealt in potions and spells, the eunuchs in knife, needle, and fire. Why do they not attend the Khal? The Khal sent the hairless men away, Khaleesi, old Kaholo assured her. Dany saw the Blood Rider had taken a wound himself, a deep gash in his left shoulder. Many riders are hurt, Khal Drogo said stubbornly. Let them be healed first. The arrow is no more than the bite of a fly. This little cut only a new scar to boast of to my son. Dany could see the muscles in his chest where the skin had been cut away. A trickle of blood ran from the arrow that pierced his arm. It is not for Khal Drogo to wait, she proclaimed. Drogo, seek out these eunuchs and bring them here at once. Silver Lady, a woman's voice said behind her. I can help the great rider with his hurts. Dany turned her head. The speaker was one of the slaves she had claimed, the heavy, flat-nosed woman who had blessed her. The cow needs no help from women who lie with sheep, barked Kotho. Aggo, cut out her tongue. Aggo grabbed her hair and pressed a knife to her throat. Dany lifted a hand. No, she is mine. Let her speak. Aggo looked from her to Kotho. He lowered his knife. I meant no wrong, fierce riders, the woman spoke Dothraki well. The robe she wore had once been the lightest and finest of woolens, rich with embroidery, but now they were mud-caked and bloody and ripped. She clutched the torn cloth of her bodice to her heavy breasts. I have some small skill in the healing arts. Who are you? Dany asked her. I am named Mirri Maz Duur. I am God's wife of this temple. Magi, grunted Aggo, fingering his arak. His look was dark. Dany remembered the word from a terrifying story that Jikwi had told her one night by the cookfire. A magi was a woman who lay with demons and practiced the blackest of sorceries, a vile thing, evil and soulless, who came to men in the dark of night and sucked life and strength from their bodies. I am a healer, Mirri Maz Duur said. A healer of sheeps, sneered Kotho. Blood of my blood. I say kill this magi and wait for the hairless men. Dany ignored the Blood Rider's outburst. This old, homely, thick-bodied woman did not look like a magi to her. Where did you learn your healing, Mirri Maz Duur? My mother was God's wife before me, and taught me all the songs and spells most pleasing to the great shepherd, and how to make the sacred smokes and ointments from leaf and root and berry. When I was younger and more fair, I went to caravan to Ashai by the shadow to learn from their mages. Ships from many lands come to Ashai, so I lingered long to study the healing ways of distant peoples. A moon singer of the Jogos Nai gifted me with her birthing songs. A woman of your own writing people taught me the magics of grass and corn and horse. And a maester from the sunset lands opened a body for me and showed me all the secrets that hide beneath the skin. So Jorah Moment spoke up. A maester? Marwyn, he named himself, the woman replied in the common tongue. From the sea, beyond the sea, the seven lands, he said. Sunset lands, where men are iron and dragons rule. He taught me this speech. A maester in Ashai, Ser Jorah mused. Tell me, God's wife, what did this Marwyn wear about his neck? A chain so tight it was like to choke him. Iron Lord, with links of many metals. The knight looked at Dany. Only a man trained in the citadel of Old Town wears such a chain, he said, and such men do know much of healing. Why should you want to help my Khal? All men are one flock, or so we are taught, replied Mirri Maz Duur. The great shepherd sent me to earth to heal his lambs, wherever I might find them. Kotho gave her a stinging slap. We are no sheep, magi. Stop it, Dany said angrily. She is mine, I will not have her harmed. Khal Drogo grunted. The arrow must come out, Kotho. Yes, great rider, Mirri Maz Dur answered, touching her bruised face. And your breast must be washed and soon, lest the wound fester. Do it then, Khal Drogo commanded. Great rider, the woman said. My tools and potions are inside the god's house, where the healing powers are strongest. I will carry you, blood of my blood, Hago offered. Khal Drogo waved him away. I need no man's help, he said, in a voice proud and hard. He stood unaided, towering over them all. A fresh wave of blood ran down his breast from where Ogo's Arak had cut off his nipple. Dani moved quickly to his side. I am no man, she whispered, so you may lean on me. Drogo put a huge hand on her shoulder. She took some of his weight as they walked toward the great mud temple. The 3 blood riders followed. Dani commanded Ser Jorah and the warriors of her cars to guard the entrance and make certain no one set the building afire while they were still inside. They passed through a series of anterooms into the high central chamber under the onion. Faint line showed down through hidden windows above. A few torches burned smokily from sconces on the walls. Sheepskins were scattered across the mud floor. There, Mirri Maz Dur said, pointing to the altar. A massive blue-veined stone carved with images of shepherds and their flocks. Khal Drogo lay upon it. The old woman threw a handful of dried leaves onto a brazier, filling the chamber with fragrant smoke. Best if you wait outside, she told the rest of them. We are blood of his blood, Kaholo said. Here we wait. Kotho stepped close to Mirri Maz Dur. Know this, wife of the Lamb God. Harm the Khal and you suffer the same. He drew his skinning knife and showed her the blade. She will do no harm. Dani felt she could trust this old, plain-faced woman with her flat nose. She had saved her from the hard hands of her Aras after all. If you must stay, then help, Mirri told the Blood Riders. The great rider is too strong for me. Hold him still while I draw the arrow from his flesh. She let the rags of her gown fall to her waist as she opened a carved chest and busied herself with bottles and boxes, knives and needles. When she was ready, she broke off the barbed arrowhead and pulled out the shaft, chanting in the sing-song tongue of the Lysirian. She heated a flagon of wine to boiling on the brazier and poured it over his wounds. Khal Drogo cursed her, but he did not move. She bound the arrow wound with a plaster of wet leaves and turned to the gash on his breast, smearing it with a pale green paste before she pulled the flap of skin back in place. The cow ground his teeth together and swallowed a scream. The god's wife took out a silver needle and a bobbin of silk thread and began to close the flesh. When she was done, she painted the skin with red ointment, covered it with more leaves, and bound the breast in a ragged piece of lambskin. You must say the prayers I give you and keep the lambskin in place for 10 days and 10 nights, she said. There will be fever and itching and a great scar when the healing is done. Khal Drogo sat, bells ringing. I sing of my scars, sheep woman. He flexed his arm and scowled. Drink neither wine nor the milk of the poppy, she cautioned him. Pain you will have, but you must keep your body strong to fight the poison spirits. I am Khal, Drogo said. I spit on pain and drink what I like. Kaholo, bring my vest. The older man hastened off, before Dani said to the ugly Lysarian woman, I heard you speak of birthing songs. I know every secret of the bloody bed, Silver Lady, nor have I ever lost a babe, Mirri Maz Dur replied. My time is near, Dani said. I would have you attend me when he comes, if you would. Khal Drogo laughed. Moon of my life, you do not ask a slave. You tell her. You will do as she command. He jumped down from the altar. Come, my blood. The stallions call. This place is ashes. It is time to ride. Hago followed the cow from the temple, but Kotho lingered long enough to favor Mirri Maz Dur with a stare. Remember, Magi, as the cow fares, so shall you. As you say, rider, the woman answered him, gathering up her jars and bottles. The great shepherd guards the flock. In this chapter, Daenerys and the Dothraki sack a Lysarian village, leading to some key moments that define her character. In the book, Drogo's Khalasar is pillaging and enslaving the locals as they gather resources for their eventual invasion of Westeros. Dani, horrified by the brutality, steps in to save a group of women from being Ard, claiming them as her own. Among them is Mirri Maz Dur, a healer who Dani protects from assault. Drogo allows it, showing both his affection for Dani and the cultural divide. Normally, a Dothraki leader wouldn't deny his men their spoils, but Drogo honors her request. The show follows this plot, but makes some key changes. Instead of showing multiple women being rescued, the scene is more focused. Dani physically stops a Dothraki warrior from attacking a single woman, who essentially becomes the stand-in for all of them. This leads to a confrontation with Mago, one of Drogo's men. Here's where the show really diverges. In the book, Mago complains about Dani's interference, but it's handled diplomatically. He takes the issue to Drogo's Blood Riders, and while they grumble, Drogo ultimately backs Dani. In the show though, they turn it into a full-on fight. Mago directly challenges Drogo, and Drogo responds by brutally killing him, ripping his tongue out in one of the show's signature violent moments. This fight isn't in the book, but it adds extra tension and drama. Another big difference is how Drogo gets injured. In the book, his wound comes from fighting warriors of a rival clan, Khal Ogo, during the raid. It's described as a pretty serious injury caused by an enemy Ertac. In the show, his wound happens during his fight with Mago, and it's much smaller, a minor cut on his chest. Either way, the result is the same. Drogo is wounded, and Daenerys turns to Mirri Maz Dur for help. Both versions emphasize the growing contrast between Daenerys and the Dothraki way of life. She's no longer just a passive observer, she's actively stepping in to protect people, even if it makes her unpopular with the warriors. The show makes this even more explicit by having her physically intervene, whereas in the book, we get more of an internal struggle. She knows that saving these women won't sit well with Dothraki, but she can't ignore her conscience. A subtle but important difference comes after Drogo is wounded. In the book, he initially dismisses his injury as nothing, and later tears off the healing poultice Mirri applied, which makes things worse. The show doesn't include this detail, instead implying that all the wounds fester on its own, potentially hinting that Mirri's treatment was tainted from the start. This changes how we interpret Mirri's motives. In the book, there's some ambiguity about whether Drogo might have survived if he had followed her instructions, while in the show, it feels more like she was always planning to betray them. Overall, this chapter plays out similarly in both versions. Dani asserts her authority, Drogo is wounded, and Mirri steps in as his healer. The biggest difference comes in how the conflict with Mago is handled and the way Drogo's wound is framed. Either way, the story is heading in the same direction. Drogo's health is failing, and Daenerys is about to be forced into a desperate decision. Before we get into Daenerys 8, let's quickly catch up on what's been happening in A Game of Thrones. In Tyrion 8, Tyrion and his wild clansmen end up in the vanguard, under the fearsome Sir Gregor Clegane. When Tyrion gets back to his tent, he finds Shae, a prostitute Bronn has brought him. Before he knows it, it's almost dawn and the call to arms wakes him. In the battle on the Green Fork, Tyrion and his men actually hold their own and manage to send the enemy packing. But the victory is bittersweet as Lord Tywin Lannister finds out that Robb Stark has outsmarted him. Then, in Catelyn 10, Robb Stark skillfully leads his troops to Riverrun without being spotted. Catelyn is on edge, waiting with her guards while Robb sets up an ambush for Sir Jaime Lannister. After the battle, Robb comes back with Jaime as a prisoner. Despite their success, the victory is tinged with sadness as they've lost several of their own in the fight. And that's all the scoop you need as we head into Daenerys 8. Let's keep it moving. Daenerys 8. The flies circle Khal Drogo slowly, their wings buzzing, a low thrum at the edge of hearing that filled Dani with dread. The sun was high and pitiless. Heat shimmered in waves off the stony outcrops of low hills. A thin finger of sweat trickled slowly between Dani's swollen breasts. The only sounds were the steady clop of their horses' hooves, the rhythmic tingle of the bells in Drogo's hair, and the distant voices behind them. Dani watched the flies. They were as large as bees, gross, purplish, glistening. The Dothraki called them blood flies. They lived in marshes and stagnant pools, sucked blood from any man and horse alike, and laid their eggs in the dead and dying. Drogo hated them. Whenever one came near him, his hand would shoot out quick as a striking snake to close around it. She had never seen him miss. He would hold the fly inside his huge fist long enough to hear its frantic buzzing. Then his fingers would tighten, and when he opened his hand again, the fly would only be a red smear on his palm. Now one crept across the rump of his stallion, and the horse gave an angry flick of its tail to brush it away. The others flitted about Drogo, closer and closer. The cow did not react. His eyes were fixed on distant brown hills, the reins loose in his hands. Beneath his painted vest, a plaster of fig leaves and caked blue mud covered the wound on his breast. The herbswoman had made it for him. Mirri Maz Durr's poultice had itched and burned, and he had torn it off 6 days ago, cursing her for a magi. The mud plaster was more smoothing, and the herbswoman made him poppy wine as well. He'd been drinking it heavily these past 3 days. When it was not poppy wine, it was fermented mare's milk, or pepper beer. Yet he scarcely touched his food, and he thrashed and groaned in the night. Dani could see how drawn his face had become. Rhaego was restless in her belly, kicking like a stallion, yet even that did not stir Drogo's interest as it had. Every morning her eyes found fresh lines of pain on his face when he woke from his troubled sleep. And now this silence, it was making her afraid. Since they had mounted up at dawn, he had not said a word. When she spoke, she got no answer but a grunt, and not even that much since midday. One of the bloodflies landed on the bare skin of the cow's shoulder. Another, circling, touched down on his neck and crept up toward his mouth. Khal Drogo swayed in the saddle, bells ringing, as his stallion kept onward at a steady walking pace. Dani pressed her heels into her silver and rode closer. "My lord," she said softly. "Drogo, my sun and stars." He did not seem to hear. The bloodfly crawled up under his drooping mustache and settled on his cheek, in the crease beside his nose. Dani gasped. "Drogo!" Clumsily, she reached over and touched his arm. Khal Drogo reeled in the saddle, tilted slowly, and fell heavily from his horse. The fly scattered for a heartbeat, and then circled back to settle on him where he lay. "No," Dani said, reining up. Heedless of her belly for once, she scrambled off her silver and ran to him. The grass beneath him was brown and dry. Drogo cried out in pain as Dani knelt beside him. His breath rattled harshly in his throat, and he looked at her without recognition. "My horse," he gasped. Dani brushed the flies off his chest, smashing one as he would have. His skin burned beneath her fingers. The cow's blood riders had been following just behind them. She heard Hago shout as they galloped up. Kaholo vaulted from his horse. "Blood of my blood," he said as he dropped to his knees. The other two kept to their mounts. "No," Khal Drogo groaned, struggling in Dani's arms. "Must ride, ride, no." "He fell from his horse," Hago said, staring down. His broad face was impassive, but his voice was leaden. "You must not say that," Dani told him. "We have ridden far enough today. We will camp here." "Here?" Hago looked around them. The land was brown and sere, inhospitable. "This is no camping ground." "It is not for a woman to bid us halt," said Kotho. "Not even a Khaleesi." "We camp here," Dani repeated. "Hago, tell them Khal Drogo commanded the halt. If any ask why, say to them that my time is near, and I could not continue. Kaholo, bring up the slaves. They must put up the cow's tent at once." "Kotho, you do not command me, Khaleesi," Kotho said. "Find Mirri Maz Dur," she told him. The god's wife would be walking among the other lambmen in the long column of slaves. "Bring her to me with her chest." Kotho glared down at her, his eyes hard as flint. "The Magi," he spat. "This I will not do." "You will," Dani said, "or when Drogo wakes, he will hear why you defied me." Furious, Kotho wheeled his stallion around and galloped off in anger. But Dani knew he would return with Mirri Maz Dur, however little he might like it. The slaves erected Khal Drogo's tent beneath a jagged outcrop of black rock whose shadow gave some relief from the heat of the afternoon sun. Even so, it was stifling under the sand silk as Irri and Dori helped Dani walk Drogo inside. Thick patterned carpets had been laid down over the ground, and pillows scattered in the corners. Iroi, the timid girl Dani had rescued outside the mud walls of the Lamb Men, set up a brazier. They stretched Drogo out on a woven mat. "No," he muttered in the common tongue. "No, no." It was all he said, all he seemed capable of saying. Dori unhooked his medallion belt and stripped off his vest and leggings, while Jikui knelt by his feet to undo the laces of his riding sandals. Iri wanted to leave the tent flaps open to let in the breeze, but Dani forbade it. She would not have any see Drogo this way, in delirium and weakness. When her cars came up, she posted them outside at guard. "Admit no one without my leave," she told Drogo. "No one." Aurea stared fearfully at Drogo where he lay. "He dies," she whispered. Dani slapped her. "The cow cannot die. He is the father of the stallion who mounts the world. His hair has never been cut. He still wears the bells his father gave him." "Khaleesi," Jikui said. "He fell from his horse." Trembling, her eyes were full of sudden tears. Dani turned away from them. "He fell from his horse." It was so. She had seen it. And the blood riders, and no doubt her handmaids and the men of her cars as well. And how many more? They could not keep it a secret, and Dani knew what that meant. A Khal who could not ride, could not rule, and Drogo had fallen from his horse. "We must bathe them," she said stubbornly. She must not allow herself to despair. "Iri, have the tub brought at once. Doria, Iroa, find water, cool water. He's so hot." He was a fire in human skin. The slave set up the heavy copper tub in the corner of the tent. When Doria brought the first jar of water, Dani wet a length of silk to lay across Drogo's brow, over the burning skin. His eyes looked at her, but he did not see. When his lips opened, no words escaped them, only a moan. "Where is Miri Mazdur?" she demanded, her patience rubbed raw with fear. "Kotho will find her," Iri said. Her handmaid filled the tub with tepid water that stank of sulfur, sweetening it with jars of bitter oil and handfuls of crushed mint leaves. While the bath was being prepared, Dani knelt awkwardly beside her lord husband, her belly great with their child within. She undid his braid with anxious fingers, as she had on the night he'd taken her for the first time, beneath the stars. His bells she laid aside carefully, one by one. He would want them again when he was well, she told herself. A breath of air entered the tent as Aggo poked his head through the silk. "Khaleesi," he said, "the Andal is come and begs leave to enter." The Andal was what the Dothraki called Ser Jorah. "Yes," she said, rising clumsily. "Send him in." She trusted the knight. He would know what to do if anyone did. Ser Jorah Mormont ducked through the door flap and waited a moment for his eyes to adjust to the dimness. In the fierce heat of the south, he wore loose trousers of molted sand silk and open-toed riding sandals that laced up to his knee. His scabbard hung from a twisted horsehair belt. Under a bleached white vest, he was bare-chested, skin reddened by the sun. "Talk goes from mouth to ear all over the Khalasar," he said. "It is said Khal Drogo fell from his horse." "Help him," Dani pleaded. "For the love you say you bear me, help him now." The knight knelt beside her. He looked at Drogo long and hard, and then at Dani. "Send your maids away." Wordlessly, her throat tight with fear, Dani made a gesture. Iri herded the other girls from the tent. When they were alone, Ser Jorah drew his dagger. Deftly, with a delicacy surprising in such a big man, he began to scrape away the black leaves and dry blue mud from Drogo's chest. The plaster had caked hard as the mud walls of the Landmen, and like those walls, it cracked easily. Ser Jorah broke the dry mud from his knife, pried the chunks from the flesh, peeled off the leaves one by one. A foul, sweet smell rose from the wound, so thick it almost choked her. The leaves were crusted with blood and pus, Drogo's breast black and glistening with corruption. "No," Dani whispered as tears ran down her cheeks. "No, please. Gods, hear me, no." Khal Drogo thrashed, fighting some unseen enemy. Black blood ran slow and thick from his open wound. "Your Khal is as good as dead, princess." "No, he can't die. He mustn't. It was only a cut." Dani took his large calloused hand in her small ones and held it tight between them. "I will not let him die." Ser Jorah gave a bitter laugh. "Khaleesi or Queen, that command is beyond your power." Save your tears, child. Weep for him tomorrow or a year from now. We do not have time for grief. We must go, and quickly, before he dies. Dani was lost. Go? Where shall we go? Ashai, I would say. It lies far to the south, at the end of the known world. Yet men say it is a great port. We will find a ship to take us back to Pentos. It will be a hard journey, make no mistake. Do you trust your cars? Will they come with us? Khal Drogo commanded them to keep me safe, Dani replied uncertainly. But if he dies, she touched the swell of her belly. I don't understand. Why should we flee? I am Khaleesi. I carry Drogo's heir. He will be Khal after Drogo. So Jorah frowned. Princess, hear me. The Dothraki will not follow a suckling babe. Drogo's strength was what they bowed to, and only that. When he is gone, Jaqwo and Pono and the other Khos will fight for his place, and this Khalasar will devour itself. The winner will want no more rivals. The boy will be taken from your breast the moment he is born. They will give him to the dogs. Dani hugged herself. But why? She cried plaintively. Why should they kill a little baby? He is Drogo's son, and the crones say he will be the stallion who mounts the world. It was prophesied. Better to kill this child than risk his fury when he grows to manhood. The child kicked inside her, as if he had heard. Dani remembered the story Viserys had told her of what the usurper's dogs had done to Rhaegar's children. His son had been a babe as well, yet they had ripped him from his mother's breast and dashed his head against a wall. And that was the way of men. They must not hurt my son, she cried. I will order my cars to keep him safe, and Drogo's blood riders will. So Jorah held her by the shoulders. A blood rider dies with his Khal. You know that, child. They will take you to Vaes Dothrak, to the crones. That is the last duty they owe him in life. When it is done, they will join Drogo in the Nightlands. Dani did not want to go back to Vaes Dothrak and live the rest of her life among those terrible old women. Yet she knew that the night spoke the truth. Drogo had been more than her sun and stars. He had been the shield that kept her safe. I will not leave him, she said stubbornly, miserably. She took his hand again. I will not. A stirring at the tent flap made Dani turn her head. Mirri Maz Duur entered, bowing low. Days on the march trailing behind the Khalasar had left her limped and haggard, with blistered and bleeding feet, and hallows under her eyes. Behind her came Kotho and Hago, carrying the god's wife's chest between them. When the blood riders caught sight of Drogo's wound, the chest slipped from Hago's fingers and crashed to the floor of the tent, and Kotho swore an oath so foul it seared the air. Mirri Maz Duur studied Drogo, her face still and dead. The wound has festered. This is your work, Magi, Kotho said. Hago laid his fist across Mirri's cheek with a meaty smack that drove her to the ground. Then he kicked her where she lay. Stop it, Dani screamed. Kotho pulled Hago away, saying, Kicks are too merciful for a Magi. Take her outside. We will stake her to death, to be the mount of every passing man. And when they are done with her, the dogs will use her as well. Weasels will tear out her entrails, and carrion crows feast upon her eyes. The flies of the river shall lay their eggs in her womb and drink pus from the ruins of her breasts. He dug iron-hard fingers into the soft, wobbly flesh under the god's wife's arm and hauled her to her feet. No, Dani said, I will not have her harmed. Kotho's lips skinned back from his crooked brown teeth in a terrible mockery of a smile. No? You say me no? Better you should pray that we do not stake you out beside your Magi. You did this as much as the other. Sir Jorah stepped between them, loosening his longsword in its scabbard. Rein in your tongue, blood rider. The princess is still your Khaleesi. Only while the blood of my blood still lives, Kotho told the knight. When he dies, she is nothing. Dani felt a tightness inside her. Before I was Khaleesi, I was the blood of the dragon. So Jorah, summon my cars. No, said Kotho. We will go, for now, Khaleesi. Hago followed him from the tent, scowling. That one means you no good, princess, Mormont said. The Dothraki say a man and his blood riders share one life, and Kotho sees it ending. A dead man is beyond fear. No one has died, Dani said. Sir Jorah, I may have need of your blade. Best go don your armor. She was more frightened than she dared admit, even to herself. The knight bowed. As you say. He strode from the tent. Dani turned back to Mirri Maz Dur. The woman's eyes were wary. "So you have saved me once more. And now you must save him," Dani said. "Please." "You do not ask a slave," Mirri replied sharply. "You tell her." She went to Drogo, burning on his mat, and gazed long at his wound. "Ask or tell, it makes no matter. He is beyond a healer's skills." The cow's eyes were closed. She opened one with her fingers. "He has been dulling the hurt with milk of the poppy." "Yes," Dani admitted. "I made him a poultice of firepod and sting-me-not, and bound it in a lambskin. It burned," he said. "He tore it off. The herb woman made him a new one, wet and soothing." "It burned, yes. There is great healing magic in fire. Even your hairless men know that. Make him another poultice," Dani begged. "This time I'll make certain he wears it." "The time for that is past, my lady," Mirri said. "All I can do now is ease the dark road before him, so he might ride painless to the Nightlands. He'll be gone by morning." Her words were a knife through Dani's breast. What had she ever done to make the gods so cruel? She had finally found a safe place, had finally tasted love and hope. She was finally going home, and now to lose it all. "No," she pleaded. "Save him, and I will free you. I swear it. You must know a way. Some magic, some—" Mirri Maz Dur sat back on her heels and studied Daenerys through eyes as black as night. "There is a spell." Her voice was quiet, scarcely more than a whisper. "But it is hard, lady, and dark. Some would say that death is cleaner. I learnt the way in Ashai and paid dear for the lesson. My teacher was a blood mage from the Shadowlands." Dani went cold all over. "Then you truly are a magi." "Am I?" Mirri Maz Dur smiled. "Only a magi can save your rider now, Silver Lady." "Is there no other way?" "No other." Khal Drogo gave a shuddering gasp. "Do it," Dani blurted. She must not be afraid. She was the blood of the dragon. "Save him." "There is a price," the god's wife warned her. "You'll have gold, horses, whatever you like." "It is not a matter of gold or horses. This is blood magic, lady. Only death may pay for life." "Death?" Dani wrapped her arms around herself protectively, rocked back and forth on her heels. "My death?" She told herself she would die for him, if she must. She was the blood of the dragon. She would not be afraid. Her brother Rhaegar had died for the woman he loved. "No," Mirri Maz Dur promised. "Not your death, Khaleesi." Dani trembled with relief. "Do it." The Magi nodded solemnly. "As you speak, so it shall be done. Call your servants." Khal Drogo writhed feebly as Ricaro and Quario lowered him into the bath. "No," he muttered. "No, must ride." Once in the water, all the strength seemed to leak out of him. "Bring his horse," Mirri Maz Dur commanded, and so it was done. Drogo led the great red stallion into the tent. When the animal caught scent of death, he screamed and reared, rolling his eyes. It took 3 men to subdue him. "What do you mean to do?" Dani asked her. "We need the blood," Mirri answered. "That is the way." Drogo edged back, his hand on his arak. He was a youth of 16 years, whip-thin, fearless, quick to laugh, with a faint shadow of his first mustachio on his upper lip. He fell to his knees before her. "Khaleesi," he pleaded, "you must not do this thing. Let me kill this magi." "Kill her and you kill your Khal," Dani said. "This is blood magic," he said. "It is forbidden." "I am Khaleesi, and I say it is not forbidden. In Vaes Dothrak, Khal Drogo slew a stallion, and I ate his heart to give our son strength and courage. This is the same. The same." The stallion kicked and reared as Ricaro and Quario and Aggo pulled him close to the tub where the cow floated like one already dead, pus and blood seeping from his wound to stain the bathwaters. Mirri Maz Dur chanted words in a tongue that Dani did not know, and a knife appeared in her hand. Dani never saw where it came from. It looked old, hammered, red bronze, leaf-shaped, its blade covered with ancient glyphs. The Magi drew it across the stallion's throat, under the noble head, and the horse screamed and shuddered as the blood poured out of him in a red rush. He would have collapsed, but the men of her cars held him up. "Strength of the mount go into the rider," Mirri sang as horse blood swirled into the waters of Drogo's bath. strength of the beast go into the man. Drogo looked terrified as he struggled with the stallion's weight, afraid to touch the dead flesh, yet afraid to let go as well. Only a horse, Dani thought. If she could buy Drogo's life with the death of a horse, she would pay 1,000 times over. When they let the stallion fall, the bath was a dark red, and nothing showed of Drogo but his face. Mirri Maz Duur had no use for the carcass. Burn it, Dani told them. It was what they did, she knew. When a man died, his mount was killed and placed beneath him on the funeral pyre to carry him to the Nightlands. The men of her cars dragged the carcass from the tent. The blood had gone everywhere. Even the sandsilk walls were spotted with red, and the rugs underfoot were black and wet. Braziers were lit. Mirri Maz Duur tossed a red powder onto the coals. It gave the smoke a spicy scent, a pleasant enough smell. Yet Aroa fled, sobbing, and Dani was filled with fear. But she had gone too far to turn back now. She sent her handmaids away. Go with them, Silver Lady, Mirri Maz Duur told her. I will stay, Dani said. The man took me under the stars and gave life to the child inside me. I will not leave him. You must. Once I begin to sing, no one must enter this tent. My song will wake powers old and dark. The dead will dance here this night. No living man must look on them. Dani bowed her head, helpless. No one will enter. She bent over the tub, over Drogo in his bath of blood, and kissed him lightly on the brow. Bring him back to me, she whispered to Mirri Maz Duur before she fled. Outside, the sun was low on the horizon, the sky a bruised red. The Khalasar had made camp. Tents and sleeping mats were scattered as far as the eye could see. A hot wind blew. Drogo and Aggo were digging a fire pit to burn the dead stallion. A crowd had gathered to stare at Dani with hard black eyes, their faces like masks of beaten copper. She saw Ser Jorah Mormont wearing mail and leather now, sweat beading on his broad, balding forehead. He pushed his way through the Dothraki to Dani's side. When he saw the scarlet footprints her boots had left on the ground, the color seemed to drain from his face. What have you done, you little fool? He asked hoarsely. I had to save him. We could have fled, he said. I would have seen you safe to Asshai, princess. There was no need. Am I truly your princess? She asked him. You know you are. God save us both. Then help me now. Ser Jorah grimaced. Would that I knew how. Mirri Maz Duur's voice raised to a high, ululating wail that sent a shiver down Dani's back. Some of the Dothraki began to mutter and back away. The tent was aglow with the light of braziers within. Through the blood-scattered sand silk, she glimpsed shadows moving. Mirri Maz Duur was dancing, and not alone. Dani saw naked fear on the faces of the Dothraki. This must not be, Clotho thundered. She had not seen the Blood Rider return. Haggo and Collio were with him. They had brought the hairless men, the eunuchs who healed with knife and needle and fire. This will be, Dani replied. Magi, Haggo growled, and old Collio, who had bound his life to Drogo's on the day of his birth, Collio, who had always been kind to her. Collio spat full in her face. You will die, Magi, Clotho promised, but the other must die first. He drew his Ertac and made for the tent. No, she shouted, you mustn't. She caught him by the shoulder, but Clotho shoved her aside. Dani fell to her knees, crossing her arms over her belly to protect the child within. Stop him, she commanded her cars. Kill him. Ricaro and Coro stood beside the tent flap. Quario took a step forward, reaching for the handle of his whip, but Clotho spun gracefully as a dancer, the curved Ertac rising. It caught Quario low under the arm, the bright sharp steel biting up through the leather and skin, through muscle and rib bone. Blood fountained as the young rider reeled backwards, gasping. Clotho wrenched the blade free. Horse Lord, Ser Jorah Mormont called, try me. His long sword slid from his scabbard. Clotho whirled, cursing. The Ertac moved so fast that Corio's blood flew from it in a fine spray, like rain in a hot wind. The long sword caught at a foot from Ser Jorah's face and held it, quivering for an instant, as Clotho howled in fury. The knight was clad in chainmail, with gauntlets and greaves of lobstered steel and a heavy gorget around his throat, but he had not thought to don his helm. Clotho danced backward, Ertac whirling around his head in a shining blur, flickering out like lightning as the knight came on in a rush. Ser Jorah parried as best he could, but the slashes came so fast that it seemed to Dany that Cotho had 4 araks and as many arms. She heard the crunch of sword on mail, saw sparks fly as the long curved blade glanced off a gauntlet. Suddenly, it was Mormont stumbling backward, and Cotho leaping to the attack. The left side of the knight's face ran red with blood, and a cut to the hip opened a gash in his mail and left him limping. Cotho screamed taunts at him, calling him a craven, a milkman, a eunuch in an iron suit. "You die now," he promised, Arak shivering through the red twilight. Inside Dany's womb, her son kicked wildly. The curved blade slipped past the straight one and bit deep into the knight's hip, where the mail gaped open. Mormont grunted, stumbled. Dany felt a sharp pain in her belly, a wetness on her thighs. Cotho shrieked triumph, but his arak had found bone, and for half a heartbeat it caught. It was enough. Ser Jorah brought his longsword down with all the strength left him, through flesh and muscle and bone, and Cotho's forearm dangled loose, flopping on a thin cord of skin and sinew. The knight's next cut was at the Dothraki's ear, so savage that Cotho's face seemed almost to explode. The Dothraki were shouting, Mirri Maz Duur wailing inside the tent like nothing human, Quario pleading for water as he died. Dany cried out for help, but no one heard. Rikara was fighting Hago, Arak dancing with Arak until Jogo's whip cracked, loud as thunder. The lash coiling around Hago's throat. A yank, and the Blood Rider stumbled backward, losing his feet and his sword. Rikaro sprang forward, howling, swinging his arak down with both hands through the top of Hago's head. The point caught between his eyes, red and quivering. Someone threw a stone, and when Dany looked, her shoulder was torn and bloody. "No," she wept. "No, please stop it. It's too high. The price is too high." More stones came flying. She tried to crawl toward the tent, but Collio caught her. Fingers in her hair, he pulled her back, and she felt the cold touch of his knife at her throat. "My baby!" she screamed, and perhaps the gods heard, for as quick as that, Collio was dead. Ago's arrow took him under the arm, to pierce his lungs and heart. When at last Daenerys found the strength to raise her head, she saw the crowd dispersing, the Dothraki stealing silently back to their tents and sleeping mats. Some were saddling horses and riding off. The sun had set. Fires burnt throughout the Khalasar, great orange blazes that cracked with fury and spit embers at the sky. She tried to rise, and agony seized her and squeezed her like a giant's fist. The breath went out of her. It was all she could do to gasp. The sound of Mirri Maz Duur's voice was like a funeral dirge. Inside the tent, the shadows swirled. An arm went under her waist, and then Ser Jorah was lifting her off her feet. His face was sticky with blood, and Dany saw that half his ear was gone. She convulsed in his arms as the pain took her again, and heard the knight shouting for her handmaids to help him. Are they all so afraid? She knew the answer. Another pain grasped her, and Dany bit back a scream. It felt as if her son had a knife in each hand, as if he were hacking at her to cut his way out. "Doria, curse you," Ser Jorah reared. "Come here, fetch the birthing woman." "They will not come. They say she is accursed." "They'll come or I'll have their heads," Doria wept. "They are gone, my lord." "The Magi," someone else said. Was that Ago? "Take her to the Magi." "No," Dany wanted to say. "No, not that. You mustn't." But when she opened her mouth, a long wail of pain escaped, and the sweat broke over her skin. What was wrong with them? Couldn't they see? Inside the tent, shapes were dancing, circling the brazier and the bloody bath, dark against the sand silk, and some did not look human. She glimpsed the shadow of a great wolf, and another like a man wreathed in flames. "The lamb woman knows the secret of the birthing bed," Irri said. "She said so. I heard her." "Yes," Doria agreed. "I heard her too." "No," she shouted, or perhaps she only thought it, for no whisper of sound escaped her lips. She was being carried. Her eyes opened to gaze up at the flat dead sky, black and bleak and starless. "Please no." The sound of Mirri Maz Duur's voice grew louder until it filled the world. "The shapes," she screamed, "the dancers." So Jorah carried her inside the tent. So, this chapter is where everything starts falling apart for Daenerys. Khal Drogo's condition worsens, and in her desperation to save him, she makes the fateful decision to turn to blood magic. In the book, his decline happens over several days as they travel. He gets weaker until he can't sit up on his horse anymore, a huge symbolic moment since a Khal who cannot ride is no Khal, and eventually collapses. This causes many of his followers to abandon him, leaving only a fraction of the once mighty Khalasar. Dany tries conventional medicine first, using poultices from Mirri Maz Dur, but nothing helps. With Drogo near death, she asks Mirri if there's anything that can be done, and when Mirri reveals that there is a blood magic ritual, one that will come at a great cost. The show follows the same beats, but it speeds up the timeline, making it feel like Drogo's condition deteriorates much faster. Instead of spreading his decline over several days, it seems like he falls into critical condition within a day or so after being treated. This keeps the momentum going, but makes his downfall feel a bit more abrupt. Once Daenerys decides to go through with the ritual, both virgins depict the blood magic in an eerie, dramatic way. Mirri sacrifices Drogo's horse and begins chanting as dark magic fills the air. She warns that no one must enter the tent once the spell begins. At this point, the Dothraki are furious, particularly Kotho, one of Drogo's blood riders, who views this as a forbidden sorcery. In the book, Kotho attacks Daenerys in a rage, knocking her to the ground, which triggers her into premature labor. Jorah steps in and fights Kotho, killing him, but not before Kotho mortally wounds one of Daenerys' other guards, Quario. The show keeps the same sequence, but with a few tweaks. Instead of Kotho injuring another character before dying, the focus is solely on him fighting Jorah. The fight is dramatic, and after Kotho is dead, Dany realizes she's gone into labor. The most critical part here is that she ends up being carried into the cursed tent where the blood magic is happening. In the book, she goes inside because no midwives will help her, with Jorah carrying her in. In the show, the moment is dramatized even more. Jorah lifts her and carries her into a glowing tent, stepping into the unknown as the eerie sounds of the ritual grows louder. This moment is significant because it shows just how far Daenerys is willing to go for Drogo. Both versions make it clear that she's knowingly crossing a dangerous line, fully aware that Mirri's magic will demand a price. The book makes this even more explicit with Mirri's warning, "Only death may pay for life," which Dany acknowledges before moving forward. The show includes this line too, but without Dany's internal thoughts, we don't get to hear her full conflict, just her resolve. Another difference is how the chapter ends. In the book, things descend into chaos. Dany fades in and out of consciousness amid screams and darkness, and readers are left uncertain about what's happening to her baby. The show takes a different approach, cutting away just as Jorah carries her into the tent, leaving the mystery of what happens inside for later. This makes for a stronger visual moment, reinforcing the idea that Daenerys is stepping into something completely unknown. Overall, both versions stay true to the major plot beats. Drogo's collapse, the blood magic ritual, the confrontation with Kotho, and Dany's labor, but the adaptation trims some details and shifts the pacing to keep things moving quickly. Thematically, this chapter is about sacrifice and the dangerous consequences of meddling with dark forces, and that message comes across clearly in both versions. Daenerys is now in uncharted territory, and the fallout of her choices will shape the rest of her journey. Before we get into Daenerys 9, let's quickly catch up on what's been happening in A Game of Thrones. In Arya 5, Arya has been scraping by in the streets of King's Landing, catching pigeons for food. When the city bells ring out, calling everyone to the square, she follows the crowd, hoping to see what's happening. There, she witnesses her father confessing to treason, but after his confession, King Joffrey shockingly orders his execution. Arya tries desperately to reach him, but Yoren of the Night's Watch holds her back. He then tells her she's coming with him, pulling her away from the chaos. In Bran 7, Bran has a haunting dream where he sees his father in the crypts of Winterfell. Troubled by the vision, Maester Luwin takes Bran down to the crypts to prove that his father isn't there, only to find Rickon already there, driven by the same dream. After leaving the crypts, they head to Maester Luwin's turret, where he shifts the conversation to the history of the First Men, their pact with the Children of the Forest, and the arrival of the Andals. However, their history lesson is abruptly cut short by the arrival of a raven bearing the tragic news of Lord Eddard's death. Finally, in Sansa 6, Sansa is deep in depression following her father's execution. Her sorrow is interrupted when Joffrey shows up, insisting she accompany him to court. After the court session, Joffrey cruelly takes her to the ramparts to show her the mounted heads of her father and their household. Standing there, Sansa briefly sees a chance to push Joffrey off the wall, but the moment passes too quickly for her to act on. Let's keep it moving. Daenerys 9. Wings shadowed her fever dreams. You don't want to wake the dragon, do you? She was walking down a long hall beneath high stone arches. She could not look behind her, must not look behind her. There was a door ahead of her, tiny with distance, but even from afar, she saw that it was painted red. She walked faster, and her bare feet left bloody footprints on the stone. You don't want to wake the dragon, do you? She saw sunlight on the Dothraki Sea, the living plain rich with the smells of earth and death. Wind stirred the grasses and they rippled like water. Drogo held her in strong arms, and his hand stroked her and opened her, and woke that sweet wetness that was his alone, and the stars smiled down on them, stars in a daylight sky. Home, she whispered, as he entered her and filled her with his seed. But suddenly the stars were gone, and across the blue sky swept the great wings, and the world took flame. Don't want to wake the dragon, do you? Ser Jorah's face was drawn and sorrowful. Rhaegar was the last dragon, he told her. He warmed translucent hands over a glowing brazier where stone eggs smoldered red as coals. One moment he was there, and the next he was fading, his flesh colorless, less substantial than the wind. The last dragon, he whispered, thin as a wisp, and was gone. She felt the dark behind her, and the red door seemed further away than ever. Don't want to wake the dragon, do you? Viserys stood before her, screaming. The dragon does not beg, slut. You do not command the dragon. I am the dragon, and I will be crowned. The molten gold trickled down his face like wax, burning deep channels into his flesh. I am the dragon, and I will be crowned, he shrieked, and his fingers snapped like snakes, biting at her nipples, pinching, twisting, even as his eyes burst and ran like jelly down seared and blackened cheeks. Don't want to wake the dragon. The red door was so far ahead of her, and she could feel the icy breath behind, sweeping up on her. If it caught her, she would die, a death that was more than death, howling forever, alone in the darkness. She began to run. Don't want to wake the dragon. She could feel the heat inside her, a terrible burning in her womb. Her son was tall and proud, with Drogo's copper skin and her own silver gold hair, violet eyes shaped like almonds, and he smiled for her, and he began to lift his hand towards her. But when he opened his mouth, the fire poured out. She saw his heart burning through his chest, and in an instant, he was gone, consumed like a moth by a candle, turned to ash. She wept for her child, the promise of a sweet mouth on her breast, but her tears turned to steam as they touched her skin. Want to wake the dragon. Ghosts lined the hallway, dressed in the faded raiment of kings. In their hands were swords of pale fire. They had hair of silver, and hair of gold, and hair of platinum white, and their eyes were opal and amethyst, tourmaline and jade. Faster, they cried. Faster, faster. She raced, her feet melting the stone wherever they touched. Faster, the ghost cried as one, and she screamed and threw herself forward. A great knife of pain ripped down her back, and she felt her skin tear open and smelled the stench of burning blood and saw the shadow of wings. And Daenerys Targaryen flew. Wake the dragon. The door loomed before her, the red door, so close, so close. The hall was a blur around her, the cold receding behind, and now the stone was gone, and she flew across the Dothraki Sea, high and higher, the green rippling beneath, and all that lived and breathed fled in terror from the shadow of her wings. She could smell home. She could see it. There, just beyond that door, green fields and great stone houses and arms to keep her warm. There, she threw open the door, the dragon, and saw her brother, Rhaegar, mounted on a stallion as black as his armor. Fire glimmered red through the narrow eye slit of his helm. The last dragon, Ser Jorah's voice whispered faintly. The last. Dani lifted his polished black visor. The face within was her own. After that, for a long time, there was only the pain, the fire within her, and the whispering of stars. She woke to the taste of ashes. "No," she moaned. "No, please." "Khaleesi?" Jikwi hovered over her, a frightened doe. The tent was drenched in a shadow, still and close. Flakes of ash drifted upward from a brazier, and Dani followed them with her eyes through the smoke hole above. Flying, she thought. I had wings. I was flying, but it was only a dream. "Help me," she whispered, struggling to rise. "Bring me." Her voice was raw as a wound, and she could not think what she wanted. Why did she hurt so much? It was as if her body had been torn to pieces and remade from the scrapes. "I want—" "Yes, Khaleesi." Quick as that, Jikwi was gone, bolting from the tent, shouting. Dani needed something. Someone. What? It was important, she knew. It was the only thing in the world that mattered. She rolled onto her side and got an elbow under her, fighting the blanket tangled about her legs. It was so hard to move. The world swam dizzily. I have to. They found her on the carpet, crawling towards her dragon eggs. Sir Jorah Mormont lifted her in his arms and carried her back to her sleeping silks, while she struggled feebly against him. Over his shoulder, she saw her 3 handmaids, Jogo with his little wisp of moustache, and the flat, broad face of Mirri Maz Duur. "I must," she tried to tell them. "I have to." "Sleep, princess," Sir Jorah said. "No," Dani said. "Please, please." Yes, he covered her with silk, though she was burning. "Sleep and grow strong again, Khaleesi. Come back to us." And then Mirri Maz Duur was there, the Magi, tipping a cup against her lips. She tasted sour milk and something else, something thick and bitter. Warm liquid ran down her chin. Somehow she swallowed. The tent grew dimmer and sleep took her again. This time she did not dream. She floated, serene and at peace, on a black sea that knew no shore. After a time, a night, a day, a year, she could not say, she woke again. The tent was dark, its silken walls flapping like wings when the wind gusted outside. This time, Dani did not attempt to rise. "Irri," she called. "Jikwi, Dora." They were there at once. "My throat is dry," she said. So dry, and they brought her water. It was warm and flat, yet Dani drank it eagerly and sent Jikwi for more. Irri dampened a soft cloth and stroked her brow. "I have been sick," Dani said. The Dothraki girl nodded. "How long?" The cloth was soothing, but Irri seemed so sad it frightened her. "Long," she whispered. When Jikwi returned with more water, Mirri Maz Duur came with her, eyes heavy from sleep. "Drink," she said, lifting Dani's head to the cup once more. But this time it was only wine. Sweet, sweet wine. Dani drank and lay back, listening to the soft sound of her own breathing. She could feel the heaviness in her limbs as sleep crept in to fill her once more. "Bring me," she murmured, her voice slurred and drowsy. I want to hold." "Yes?" the Magi asked. "What is it you wish, Khaleesi?" "Bring me egg, dragon's egg, please." Her lashes turned to lead, and she was too weary to hold them. When she woke the 3rd time, a shaft of golden sunlight was pouring through the smoke hole of the tent, and her arms were wrapped around a dragon's egg. It was the pale one, its scales the color of buttercream, veined with whorls of gold and bronze, and Dani could feel the heat of it. Beneath her bed silks, a fine sheen of perspiration covered her bare skin. Dragon dew, she thought. Her fingers trailed lightly across the surface of the shell, tracing the wisps of gold, and deep in the stone she felt something twist and stretch in response. It did not frighten her. All her fear was gone, burned away. Dani touched her brow. Under the film of sweat, her skin was cool to touch, her fever gone. She made herself sit. There was a moment of dizziness and the deep ache between her thighs, yet she felt strong. Her maids came running at the sound of her voice. "Water," she told them. "A flagon of water, cold as you can find it. And fruit, I think. Dates." "As you say, Khaleesi." "I want Sir Jorah," she said, standing. Jikwi brought a sand-silk robe and draped it over her shoulders. "And a warm bath. And Mirri Maz Duur. And..." Memory came back to her all at once, and she faltered. Khal Drogo, she forced herself to say, watching their faces with dread. Is he alive? The Khal lives, Irri answered quietly, yet Dani saw a darkness in her eyes when she said the words. And no sooner had she spoken than she rushed away to fetch water. She turned to Doria. Tell me. I shall bring Ser Jorah, the Lyseni girl said, bowing her head and fleeing the tent. Jiqui would have run as well, but Dani caught her by the wrist and held her captive. What is it? I must know. Drogo. And my child. Why had she not remembered the child until now? My son, Rhaego. Where is he? I want him. Her handmaid lowered her eyes. The boy. He did not live, Khaleesi. Her voice was a frightened whisper. Dani released her wrist. My son is dead, she thought as Jiqui left the tent. She had known somehow. She had known since she woke the first time to Jiqui's tears. No, she had known before she woke. Her dream came back to her, sudden and vivid, and she remembered the tall man with the copper skin and long silver gold braid, bursting into flame. She should weep, she knew, yet her eyes were dry as ash. She had wept in her dream, and the tears had turned to steam on her cheeks. All the grief has been burned out of me, she told herself. She felt sad, and yet she could feel Rhaego receding from her, as if he had never been. Ser Jorah and Mirri Maz Duur entered a few moments later, and found Dani standing over the other dragon eggs, the two still in their chest. It seemed to her that they felt as hot as the one she had slept with, which was passing strange. Ser Jorah, come here, she said. She took his hand and placed it on the black egg with scarlet swirls. What do you feel? Shell. Hard as rock. The knight was wary. Scales. Heat? No. Cold stone. He took his hand away. Princess, are you well? Should you be up, weak as you are? Weak? I am strong, Jorah. To please him, she reclined on a pile of cushions. Tell me how my child died. He never lived, my princess. The women say, he faltered, and Dani saw how the flesh hung loose on him and the way he limped when he moved. Tell me what the women say. He turned his face away. His eyes were haunted. They say the child was... She waited, but Ser Jorah could not say it. His face grew dark with shame. He looked half a corpse himself. Monstrous, Mirri Maz Duur finished for him. The knight was a powerful man, yet Dani understood in that moment that the Magi was stronger, and crueler, and infinitely more dangerous. Twisted, I drew him forth myself. He was scaled like a lizard, blind, with the stub of a tail and small leather wings like the wings of a bat. When I touched him, the flesh sloughed off the bone, and inside he was full of grave worms and the stink of corruption. He had been dead for years. Darkness, Dani thought, the terrible darkness sweeping up behind to devour her. If she looked back, she was lost. My son was alive and strong when Ser Jorah carried me into this tent, she said. I could feel him kicking, fighting to be born. That may be as it may be, answered Mirri Maz Duur. Yet the creature that came forth from your womb was, as I said. Death was in that tent, Khaleesi. Only shadows, Ser Jorah husked. But Dani could hear the doubt in his voice. I saw, Magi. I saw you, alone, dancing with the shadows. The grave casts long shadows, Iron Lord, Mirri said. Long and dark, and in the end, no light can hold them back. Ser Jorah had killed her son, Dani knew. He had done what he did for love and loyalty, yet he had carried her into a place no living man should go and fed her baby to the darkness. He knew it too. The grey face, the hollow eyes, the limp. The shadows have touched you too, Ser Jorah, she told him. The knight made no reply. Dani turned to the god's wife. You warned me that only death could pay for life. I thought you meant the horse. No, Mirri Maz Duur said. That was a lie you told yourself. You knew the price. Had she? Had she? If I look back, I am lost. The price was paid, Dani said. The horse, my child, Quario and Quotho, Hago and Cohello. The price was paid and paid and paid. She rose from her cushions. Where is Khal Drogo? Show him to me, God's wife, Magi, blood mage, whatever you are. Show me Khal Drogo. Show me what I bought with my son's life. As you command, Khaleesi, the old woman said. Come, I will take you to him. Dani was weaker than she knew. Ser Jorah slipped an arm around her and helped her stand. "Time enough for this later, my princess," he said quietly. "I would see him now, Ser Jorah." After the dimness of the tent, the world outside was blinding bright. The sun burned like molten gold, and the land was seared and empty. Her handmaids waited with fruit and wine and water, and Jogo moved close to help Ser Jorah support her. Aggo and Ricaro stood behind. The glare of sun on sand made it hard to see more, until Dani raised her hand to shade her eyes. She saw the ashes of a fire, a few score horses milling listlessly and searching for a bite of grass, a scattering of tents and bedrolls. A small crowd of children had gathered to watch her, and beyond she glimpsed women going about their work, and withered old men staring at the flat blue sky with tired eyes, swatting feebly at bloodflies. A count might show 100 people, no more. Where the other 40,000 had made their camp, only the wind and dust lived now. "Drogo's Khalasar is gone," she said. "A cow who cannot ride is no cow," said Jogo. "The Dothraki follow only the strong," Ser Jorah said. "I am sorry, my princess. There was no way to hold them. Kopono left first, naming himself Khal Pono, and many followed him. Jaqo was not long to do the same. The rest slipped away night by night, in large bands and small. There are a dozen new Khalasars on the Dothraki Sea, where once there was only Drogos. The old remain," said Ogo, "the frightened, the weak, and the sick, and we who swore, we remain." "They took Khal Drogo's herds, Khaleesi," Ricaro said. "We were too few to stop them. It is the right of the strong to take from the weak. They took many slaves as well, the cows and yours, yet they left some few." "Eroa?" asked Dani, remembering the frightened child she had saved outside the city of the Lamb Men. "Mago seized her, who was Khal Joko's blood rider now," said Jogo. "He mounted her high and low and gave her to his Khal, and Joko gave her to his other blood riders. They were 6. When they were done with her, they cut her throat." "It was her fate, Khaleesi," said Aggo. "If I look back, I am lost." "It was a cruel fate," Dani said. "Yet not so cruel as Mago's will be, I promise you that, by the old gods and the new, by the Lamb God and the Horse God and every god that lives. I swear it by the Mother of Mountains and the Womb of the World. Before I am done with them, Mago and Jaqo will plead for the mercy they showed Eroa." The Dothraki exchanged uncertain glances. "Khaleesi," the handmaid Iri explained as if to a child. "Joko is a cow now, with 20,000 riders at his back." She lifted her head. "And I am Daenerys Stormborn, Daenerys of House Targaryen, of the blood of Aegon the Conqueror and Maegor the Cruel, and old Valyria before them. I am the dragon's daughter, and I swear to you, these men will die screaming. Now bring me to Khal Drogo." He was lying on the bare red earth, staring up at the sun. A dozen bloodflies had settled on his body, though he did not seem to feel them. Dani brushed them away and knelt beside him. His eyes were wide open, but he did not see, and she knew at once that he was blind. When she whispered his name, he did not seem to hear. The wound on his breast was as healed as it would ever be, the scar that covered it grey and red and hideous. "Why is he out here alone, in the sun?" she asked them. "He seems to like the warmth, princess," Ser Jorah said. "His eyes follow the sun, though he does not see it. He can walk after a fashion. He will go where you lead him, but no further. He will eat if you put food in his mouth, drink if you dribble water on his lips." Dani kissed her sun and stars gently on the brow and stood to face Mirri Maz Duur. "Your spells are costly, Magi." "He lives," said Mirri Maz Duur. "You asked for life, you paid for life." "This is not life, for one who was as Drogo was. His life was laughter, and meat roasting over a fire pit, and a horse between his legs. His life was an arak in his hand and his bells ringing in his hair as he rode to meet an enemy. His life was his blood riders, and me, and the son I was to give him." Mirri Maz Duur made no reply. "When will he be as he was?" Dani demanded. "When the sun rises in the west and sets in the east," said Mirri Maz Duur. "When the seas go dry and mountains blow in the wind like leaves. When your womb quickens again and you bear a living child. Then he will return, and not before." Dani gestured at Ser Jorah and the others. "Leave us. I would speak with this Magi alone." Mormont and the Dothraki withdrew. You knew, Dani said when they were gone. She ached inside and out, but her fury gave her strength. You knew what I was buying, and you knew the price, and yet you let me pay it. It was wrong of them to burn my temple, the heavy, flat-nosed woman said placidly. That angered the great shepherd. This was no god's work, Dani said coldly. If I look back, I am lost. You cheated me. You murdered my child within me. The stallion who mounts the world will burn no cities now. His Khalasar shall trample no nations into dust. I spoke for you, she said, anguished. I saved you. Saved me? The Lazarian woman spat. 3 riders had taken me, not as a man takes a woman, but from behind, as a dog takes a bitch. The 4th was in me when you rode past. How then did you save me? I saw my God's house burn, where I had healed good men beyond counting. My home they burnt as well, and in the street I saw piles of heads. I saw the heads of a baker who made my bread. I saw the head of a boy I had saved from dead-eye fever. Only 3 moons passed. I heard children crying as the riders drove them off with their whips. Tell me again what you saved? Your life. Mirri Maz Duur laughed cruelly. Look at your cowl and see what life is worth when all the rest is gone. Dani called out for the men of her cars and bid them take Mirri Maz Duur and bind her hand and foot, but the Magi smiled at her as they carried her off, as if they shared a secret. A word, and Dani could have her head off. Yet, then what would she have? A head? If life was worthless, what was death? They led Khal Drogo back to her tent, and Dani commanded them to fill a tub, and this time there was no blood in the water. She bathed in herself, washing the dirt and dust from his arms and chest, cleaning his face with a soft cloth, soaping his long black hair and combing the knots and tangles from it, till it shone again as she remembered. It was well past dark before she was done, and Dani was exhausted. She stopped for drink and food, but it was all she could do to nibble at a fig and keep down a mouthful of water. Sleep would have been a release, but she had slept enough. Too long, in truth. She owed this night to Drogo, for all the nights that had been, and yet might be. The memory of their first ride was with her when she led him out into the darkness, for the Dothraki believed that all things of importance in a man's life must be done beneath the open sky. She told herself that there were powers stronger than hatred, and spells older and truer than any Magi had learnt in Ashai. The night was black and moonless, but overhead, 1,000,000 stars burned bright. She took that for an omen. No soft blanket of grass welcomed them here, only the hard, dusty ground, bare and strewn with stones. No trees stirred in the wind, and there was no stream to soothe her fears with the gentle music of water. Dani told herself that the stars would be enough. Remember, Drogo, she whispered. Remember our first ride together, the day we wed. Remember the night we made Rhaego, with the Khalasar all around us and your eyes on my face. Remember how cool and clean the water was in the womb of the world. Remember, my sun and stars. Remember and come back to me. The birth had left her too raw and torn to take him inside of her, as she would have wanted. But Doria had taught her other ways. Dani used her hands, her mouth, her breasts. She raked him with her nails and covered him with kisses and whispered and prayed and told him stories, and by the end she had bathed him with her tears. Yet Drogo did not feel or speak or rise, and when the bleak dawn broke over an empty horizon, Dani knew that he was truly lost to her. When the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, she said sadly, when the seas go dry and mountains blow in the wind like leaves, when my womb quickens again and I bear a living child, then you will return, my sun and stars, and not before. Never, the darkness cried, never, never. Inside the tent, Dani found a cushion, soft silk stuffed with feathers. She clutched it to her breast as she walked back out to Drogo, to her sun and stars. If I look back, I am lost. It hurt even to walk, and she wanted to sleep and not to dream. She knelt, kissed Drogo on the lips, and pressed the cushion down across his face. This chapter is where Daenerys hits rock bottom. She wakes up to find her entire world shattered. In the book, she drifts in and out of consciousness for about 2 days, weak and feverish before finally learning the truth. Her baby, Rhaego, was stillborn and horribly deformed, and Drogo is alive but in a completely unresponsive state. The show follows this almost exactly, but it slightly tones down the horror of Rhaego's fate. In the book, Rhaego's stillbirth is described in grotesque detail. He had scaly, leathery skin and had been dead in the womb for months, making it clear that the blood magic completely twisted the natural order. In the show, Mirri Maz Duur briefly mentions that the baby was scaled like a lizard with the stump of a tail, but they don't dwell on it or show anything. This makes the supernatural horror of his fate a little less explicit, keeping things more ambiguous for the audience. The confrontation between Dany and Mirri is almost nearly identical in both versions. Daenerys realizes that Mirri never actually intended to heal Drogo. She used the blood magic to take revenge for the destruction of her people. In the book, Mirri coldly explains that Dany's son would have been the stallion who mounts the world, but now he will burn no cities. The show condenses the dialogue but keeps the same sentiment, with Mirri smirking that she saved Dany from a worse fate, a drooling, brain-dead husband, and a monstrous child. She also delivers one of her most memorable lines: "When the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, when your womb quickens again and you bear a living child, then Drogo will return, and not before." Essentially, she's telling Dany that Drogo is gone forever. Since we don't get Dany's inner monologue in the show, her emotions are conveyed through performance rather than narration. In the book, we get a direct look into her mind as she processes the fact that Drogo is truly lost to me. The show instead relies on Emilia Clarke's acting, showing Dany shift from heartbreak to quiet resolve. One small difference is how Dany handles Drogo's final moments. In the book, she tries one last time to bring him back. She speaks to him, touches him, even considers different methods to revive him before ultimately accepting that he's gone. In the show, this is condensed into a single intimate scene. Dany kisses Drogo one last time and then smothers him with a pillow, crying as he does. It's a faithful adaptation, just streamlined for pacing. After Drogo's death, Daenerys reaches a turning point. Despite losing everything, her child, her husband, her future as Khaleesi, she doesn't collapse in grief. Instead, she immediately starts making plans for what comes next. The book shows her taking charge right away, preparing for Drogo's funeral pyre with a realistic sense of purpose. The show spreads this out a little, cutting away before showing her setting things in motion. A few minor details are skipped in the show. The book describes Dany's physical weakness. She's still recovering from childbirth, yet refuses to rest, fully determined to see things through. The show doesn't emphasize this as much, beyond her looking visibly exhausted. Another small omission is what happens to her handmaidens. In the book, Dany frees them, rejecting the Dothraki tradition that a cow's widow must join the Dosh Khaleen or have her retinue sacrificed. The show doesn't explore this aspect at all. Overall, this chapter and its adaptation are very closely aligned. Both versions showcase the sheer tragedy of Dany's situation while also marking the moment she begins to take full control of her destiny. The biggest differences are in the explicitness of Rhaego's deformities, a slight rearrangement of dialogue, and the omission of a few cultural details. However, Dany's core characterization remains intact. She is devastated but not broken, and the next chapter will see her rise from the ashes. Quite literally. Before we dive into Daenerys 10, let's quickly catch up on what's been happening in A Game of Thrones. In Tyrion 9, the news of Robb Stark's victory at Riverrun sets off a heated debate among the Lannister officers. After the meeting, Lord Tywin clears the room to discuss their tricky situation privately with Tyrion. He then sends Tyrion to King's Landing to act as Hand of the King, hoping he can keep Joffrey from making disastrous decisions. Despite his father's explicit orders, Tyrion plans to bring Shae along with him to the capital. Then, in Jon 9, Jon makes a snap decision to desert the Night's Watch and ride south to join Robb in his fight for vengeance. However, he doesn't get far before his friends catch up with him south of Molestown and persuade him to return. The next morning, Lord Commander Mormont confronts Jon, revealing he knows about his attempt to desert. Instead of punishing him, Mormont convinces Jon to stay and join him on an important mission beyond the Wall, known as the Great Ranging. Finally, in Catelyn 11, Catelyn makes an emotional return to Riverrun, visiting the place for the first time in years. She quickly seeks out her father, who is unwell, to spend some time with him. Afterward, she finds Robb praying in the Godswood with his bannermen. Once the prayers are over, Robb calls a council to decide their next strategic moves. The council debates for hours, torn between different paths and which king to support. The meeting reaches a climatic turn when Great John Umber delivers a stirring speech that unites and energizes everyone, leading to Robb being proclaimed the King in the North. And that's your quick update as we head into the final chapter of the book, Daenerys 10. Daenerys 10. The land was red and dead and parched, and good wood was hard to come by. Her foragers returned with gnarled cottonwoods, purple brush, shreves of brown grass. They took the two straightest trees, hacked the limbs and branches from them, skinned off their bark and split them, laying the logs in a square. Its center they filled with straw, brush, bark shavings, and bundles of dry grass. Hikaru chose a stallion from the small herd that remained to them. He was not the equal of Khal Drogo's Red, but few horses were. In the center of the square, Aggo fed him a withered apple and dropped him in an instant with an axe blow between the eyes. Bound hand and foot, Mirri Maz Duur watched from the dust with disquiet in her black eyes. "It is not enough to kill a horse," she told Dany. "By itself, the blood is nothing. You do not have the words to make a spell, nor the wisdom to find them. Do you think blood magic is a game for children? You call me Magi as if it were a curse, but all it means is wise. You are a child, with a child's ignorance. Whatever you mean to do, it will not work. Loose me from these bonds, and I will help you." "I am tired of the Magi's braying," Dany told Jogo. He took his whip to her, and after that, the god's wife kept silent. Over the carcass of the horse, they built a platform of hewn logs, trunks of smaller trees and limbs from the greater, and the thickest, straightest branches they could find. They laid the wood east to west, from sunrise to sunset. On the platform they piled Khal Drogo's treasures, his great tent, his painted vests, his saddles and harness, the whip his father had given him when he came to manhood, the arak he had used to slay Khal Ogo and his son, a mighty dragon bone bow. Aggo would have added the weapons Drogo's blood riders had given Dany for bride gifts as well, but she forbade it. "Those are mine," she told him, "and I mean to keep them." Another layer of brush was piled about the Khal's treasures, and bundles of dried grass scattered over them. So Jorah Mormont drew her aside as the sun was creeping towards its zenith. "Princess," he began. "Why do you call me that?" Dany challenged him. "My brother Viserys was your king, was he not?" "He was, my lady." "Viserys is dead. I am his heir, the last blood of House Targaryen. Whatever was his is mine now." "My queen," Ser Jorah said, going to one knee. "My sword that was his is yours, Daenerys, and my heart as well, that never belonged to your brother. I am only a knight, and I have nothing to offer you but exile. But I beg you, hear me. Let Khal Drogo go. You shall not be alone, I promise you. No man shall take you to Vaes Dothrak unless you wish to go. You do not need to join the Dosh Khaleen. Come east with me, Yitai, Karth, the Jade Sea, Ashai by the Shadow. We will see all the wonders yet unseen, and drink what wines the gods see fit to serve us. Please, Khaleesi, I know what you intend. Do not. Do not." "I must," Dany told him. She touched his face fondly, sadly. "You do not understand." "I understand that you loved him," Ser Jorah said in a voice thick with despair. "I loved my lady wife once, yet I did not die with her. You are my queen. My sword is yours, but do not ask me to stand aside as you climb onto Drogo's pyre. I will not watch you burn." "Is that what you fear?" Dany kissed him lightly on his broad forehead. "I am not such a child as that, sweet sir." "You do not mean to die with him?" "You swear it, my queen." "I swear it," she said in the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms that, by rights, were hers. The third level of the platform was woven of branches no thicker than a finger, and covered with dry leaves and twigs. They laid them north to south, from ice to fire, and piled them high with soft cushions and sleeping silks. The sun had begun to lower toward the west by the time they were done. Dany called the Dothraki around her. Fewer than 100 were left. How many had Aegon started with, she wondered. It did not matter. "You will be my Khalasar," she told them. "I see the faces of slaves. I free you. Take off your collars. Go if you wish. No one shall harm you. If you stay, it will be as brothers and sisters, husbands and wives. The black eyes watched her, wary, expressionless. I see the children, women, the wrinkled faces of the aged. I was a child yesterday. Today I am a woman. Tomorrow I will be old. To each of you I say, give me your hands and your hearts, and there will always be a place for you. She turned to the 3 young warriors of her cars. Jogo, to you I give the silver-handled whip that was my bride gift, and name you Ko, and ask your oath that you will live and die as blood of my blood, riding at my side to keep me safe from harm. Jogo took the whip from her hands, but his face was confused. Khaleesi, he said hesitantly, this is not done. It would shame me to be blood rider to a woman. Ago, Dany called, paying no heed to Jogo's words. If I look back, I am lost. To you, I give the dragon-bone bow that was my bride gift. It was double-curved, shiny black and exquisite, taller than she was. I name you Ko and ask your oath that you should live and die as blood of my blood, riding at my side to keep me safe from harm. Ago accepted the bow with lowered eyes. I cannot say these words. Only a man can lead a Khalasar or name a Ko. Ricaro, Dany said, turning away from the refusal. You shall have the great Akar that was my bride gift, with hilt and blade chased in gold. And you too I name my Ko, and ask that you live and die as blood of my blood, riding at my side to keep me safe from harm. You are Khaleesi, Ricaro said, taking the Akar. I shall ride at your side to Vaes Dothrak beneath the Mother of Mountains, and keep you safe from harm until you take your place with the crones of the Dosh Khaleen. No more can I promise. She nodded, as calmly as if she had not heard his answer, and turned to the last of her champions. Sojourn a moment, she said. First and greatest of my knights, I have no bride gift to give you, but I swear to you, one day you shall have from my hands a long sword like none the world has ever seen, dragon-forged and made of Valyrian steel, and I would ask for your oath as well. You have it, my queen, Ser Jorah said, kneeling to lay his sword at her feet. I vow to serve you, to obey you, to die for you if need be. Whatever may come, I shall hold you to that oath. I pray you never regret the giving of it. Dany lifted him to his feet, stretching on her toes to reach his lips. She kissed the knight gently and said, You are the first of my Queensguard. She could feel the eyes of the Khalasar on her as she entered her tent. The Dothraki were muttering and giving her strange sideways looks from the corners of their dark almond eyes. They thought her mad, Dany realized. Perhaps she was. She would know soon enough. If I look back, I am lost. Her bath was scalding hot when Irri helped her into the tub, but Dany did not flinch or cry aloud. She liked the heat. It made her feel clean. Jikwi had scented the water with the oil she had found in the market in Vaes Dothrak. The steam rose moist and fragrant. Doria washed her hair and combed it out, working loose the mats and tangles. Irri scrubbed her back. Dany closed her eyes and let the smell and the warmth enfold her. She could feel the heat soaking through the soreness between her thighs. She shuddered when it entered her, and her pain and stiffness seemed to dissolve. She floated. When she was clean, her handmaids helped her from the water. Irri and Jikwi fanned her dry, while Doria brushed her hair until it fell like a river of liquid silver down her back. They scented her with spice flower and cinnamon, a touch on each wrist, behind her ears, on the tips of her milky heavy breast. The last dab was for her. Irri's fingers felt as light and cool as a lover's kiss as it slid softly up between her lips. Afterward, Dany sent them all away, so she might prepare Khal Drogo for his final ride into the Nightlands. She washed his body clean and brushed and oiled his hair, running her fingers through it for the last time, feeling the weight of it, remembering the first time she had touched it, the night of their wedding ride. His hair had never been cut. How many men could die with their hair uncut? She buried her face in it and inhaled the dark fragrance of the oils. He smelled like grass and warm earth, like smoke and semen and horses. He smelled like Drogo. Forgive me, son of my life, she thought. Forgive me for all I have done and all I must do. I paid the price, my star, but it was too high. Too high. Dany braided his hair and slid the silver rings onto his moustache and hung his bells one by one. So many bells, gold and silver and bronze. Bells so his enemies would hear him coming and grow weak with fear. She dressed him in horsehair leggings and high boots, buckling a belt heavy with gold and silver medallions about his waist. Over his scarred chest she slipped a painted vest, old and faded, the one Drogo had loved best. For herself she chose loose sandsilk trousers, sandals that laced halfway up her legs, and a vest like Drogo's. The sun was going down when she called them back to carry his body to the pyre. The Dothraki watched in silence as Jogo and Aggo bore him from the tent. Dany walked behind them. They laid him down on his cushions and silks, his head toward the mother of mountains far in the northeast. "Oil," she commanded, and they brought forth the jars and poured them over the pyre, soaking the silks and the brush and the bundles of dry grass, until the oil trickled from beneath the logs and the air was rich with fragrance. "Bring my eggs," Dany commanded her handmaids. Something in her voice made them run. So Jorah took her arm. "My queen, Drogo will have no use for dragon's eggs in the Nightlands. Better to sell them in Asshai. Sell one and we can buy a ship to take us back to the free cities. Sell all three and you will be a wealthy woman all your days." "They were not given to me to sell," Dany told him. She climbed the pyre herself to place the eggs around her sun and stars. The black beside his heart, under his arm, the green beside his head, his braid coiled around it, the cream and gold down between his legs. When she kissed him for the last time, Dany could taste the sweetness of the oils on his lips. As she climbed down the pyre, she noticed Mirri Maz Duur watching her. "You are mad," the god's wife said hoarsely. "Is it so far from madness to wisdom?" Dany asked. "Sir Jorah, take the Magi and bind her to the pyre." My queen. No, hear me. Do as I say." Still, he hesitated. "You swore to obey me, whatever might come. Ricaro, help him." The god's wife did not cry out as they dragged her to Khal Drogo's pyre and staked her down amidst his treasures. Dany poured the oil over the woman's head herself. "I thank you, Mirri Maz Duur," she said, "for the lessons you have taught me." "You will not hear me scream," Mirri responded as the oil dripped from her hair and soaked her clothing. "I will," Dany said, "but it is not your screams I want, only your life. I remember what you told me. Only death can pay for life." Mirri Maz Duur opened her mouth, but made no reply. As she stepped away, Dany saw that the content was gone from the Magi's flat black eyes. In its place was something that might have been fear. Then there was nothing to be done but watch the sun and look for the first star. When a horse lord dies, his horse is slain with him, so he might ride proud into the Nightlands. The bodies are burnt beneath the open sky, and the cow rises on his fiery steed to take his place among the stars. The more fiercely the man burnt in life, the brighter his star will shine in the darkness. Jogo spied it first. "There," he said in a hushed voice. Dany looked and saw it, low in the east. The first star was a comet, burning red, blood red, fire red, the dragon's tail. She could not have asked for a stronger sign. Dany took the torch from Aggo's hand and thrust it between the logs. The oil took the fire at once. The brush and dried grass a heartbeat later. Tiny flames went darting up the wood like swift red mice, skating over the oil and leaping from bark to branch to leaf. A rising heat puffed at her face, soft and sudden as a lover's breath. But in seconds it had grown too hot to bear. Dany stepped backward. The wood crackled louder and louder. Mirri Maz Duur began to sing in a shrill, ululating voice. The flames whirled and writhed, racing each other up the platform. The dusk shimmered as the air itself seemed to liquefy from the heat. Dany heard logs spit and crack. The fires swept over Mirri Maz Duur. Her song grew louder, shriller. Then she gasped, again and again, and her song became a shuddering wail, thin and high and full of agony. And now the flames reached her Drogo, and now they were all around him. His clothing took fire, and for an instant the cowl was clad in the wisps of floating orange silk and tendrils of curling smoke, grey and greasy. Dany's lips parted and she found herself holding her breath. Part of her wanted to go to him as Sir Jorah had feared, to rush into the flames, to beg for his forgiveness and take him inside her one last time. The fire melting the flesh from their bones until they were as one forever. She could smell the odor of burning flesh, no different than horse flesh roasting in a fire pit. The pyre roared in the deepening dusk like some great beast, drowning out the fainter sound of Mirri Maz Dur screaming and sending up long tongues of flame to lick at the belly of the night. As the smoke grew thicker, the Dothraki backed away, coughing. Huge Oran gouts of fire unfurled their banners in that hellish wind, the logs hissing and cracking, glowing cinders rising on the smoke to float away into the dark like so many newborn fireflies. The heat beat at the air with great red wings, driving the Dothraki back, driving off even Mormont. But Dany stood her ground. She was the blood of the dragon, and the fire was in her. She had sensed the truth of it long ago, Dany thought as she took a step closer to the conflagration, but the brazier had not been hot enough. The flames writhed before her like the woman who had danced at her wedding, whirling and singing and spinning their yellow, orange and crimson veils, fearsome to behold, yet lovely, so lovely, alive with heat. Dany opened her arms to them, her skin flushed and glowing. This is a wedding too, she thought. Mirri Maz Dur had fallen silent. The god's wife thought her a child, but children grow, and children learn. Another step, and Dany could feel the heat of the sand on the soles of her feet, even through her sandals. Sweat ran down her thighs and between her breasts, and in rivulets over her cheeks, where tears had once run. Ser Jorah was shouting behind her, but he did not matter anymore. Only the fire mattered. The flames were so beautiful, the loveliest things she had ever seen. Each one a sorcerer robed in yellow and orange and scarlet, swirling long smoky cloaks. She saw crimson fire lions and great yellow serpents and unicorns made of pale blue flame. She saw fish and foxes and monsters, wolves and bright birds and flowering trees, each more beautiful than the last. She saw a horse, a great grey stallion limbed in smoke, its flowing mane a nimbus of blue flame. Yes, my love, my sun and stars, yes, mount now, bride now. Her vest had begun to smolder, so Dany shrugged it off and let it fall to the ground. The painted leather burst into a sudden flame as she skipped closer to the fire, her breasts bare to the blaze, streams of milk flowing from her red and swollen nipples. Now, she thought, now, and for an instant she glimpsed Khal Drogo before her, mounted on his smoky stallion, a flaming lash in his hand. He smiled and the whip shake down at the pyre, hissing. She heard a crack, the sound of shattering stone. The platform of wood and brush and grass began to shift and collapse in upon itself. Bits of burning wood slid down at her, and Dany was showered with ash and cinders, and something else came crashing down, bouncing and rolling to land at her feet. A chunk of curved rock, pale and veined with gold, broken and smoking. The roaring filled the world, yet dimly through the firefall, Dany heard women shriek and children cry out in wonder. Only death can pay for life. And there came a second crack, loud and sharp as thunder, and the smoke stirred and whirled around her, and the pyre shifted, the logs exploding as the fire touched their secret hearts. She heard the screams of frightened horses and the voices of the Dothraki raised in shouts of fear and terror, and Ser Jorah calling her name and cursing. No, she wanted to shout to him. No, my good knight, do not fear for me. The fire is mine. I am Daenerys Stormborn, daughter of dragons, bride of dragons, mother of dragons. Don't you see? Don't you see? With a belch of flame and smoke that reached 30 feet into the sky, the pyre collapsed and came down upon her. Unafraid, Dany stepped forward into the firestorm, calling to her children. The third crack was as loud and sharp as the breaking of the world. When the fire died at last and the ground became cool enough to walk upon, Ser Jorah Mormont found her amidst the ashes, surrounded by blackened logs and bits of glowing ember and the burnt bones of a man and woman and stallion. She was naked, covered with soot, her clothes turned to ash, her beautiful hair all crisped away. Yet she was unhurt. The cream and gold dragon was sucking at her left breast, the red and bronze at the right. Her arms cradled them close. The black and scarlet beast was draped across her shoulders, its long sinuous neck coiled under her chin. When it saw Jorah, it raised its head and looked at him, with eyes as red as coals. Wordless, the knight fell to his knees. The men of her cars came up behind him. Drogo was the first to lay his arak at her feet. "Blood of my blood," he murmured, pushing his face to the smouldering earth. "Blood of my blood," she heard Aggo echo. "Blood of my blood," Ricaro shouted. And after them came her handmaids, and then the others, all the Dothraki, men and women and children, and Dany only had to look at their eyes to know that they were hers now, today and tomorrow and forever. Hers as they had never been Drogo's. As Daenerys Targaryen rose to her feet, her black hissed, pale smoke venting from its mouth and nostrils. The other two pulled away from her breasts and added their voices to the call. Translucent wings unfolding and stirring the air, and for the first time in hundreds of years, the night came alive with the music of dragons. So, Daenerys' final chapter in A Game of Thrones is one of the most iconic moments in the entire series, the funeral pyre of Khal Drogo and the birth of dragons. The Game of Thrones Season 1 finale adapts it very closely, but there are a few key differences in execution and emphasis. In the book, Daenerys takes full command as she prepares Drogo's pyre. She orders his body placed on a massive wooden stack along with his treasures and the 3 dragon eggs. She then ties Mirri Maz Duur to the pyre as punishment for her betrayal. Before lighting the fire, she also makes a bold move. She names 3 of her followers, Drogo, Aggo, and Ricaro, as her blood riders, something no Khaleesi has ever done before. At first, they resist, saying only a cow can have blood riders. But Dany insists, essentially telling them to wait and see what happens. This show skips this entirely, making her leadership feel more like an immediate, instinctive reaction to the miracle rather than something she was already trying to establish. When it comes to the pyre itself, both versions play out similarly. Daenerys lights the fire, declaring that Mirri Maz Duur will scream. The biggest difference is how Dany enters the flames. In the book, she walks into the fire with complete confidence, disappearing into the smoke. By morning, she is found alive in the ashes unharmed with 3 dragon eggs clinging to her. However, there's one notable detail. In the book, all of her hair burns away. She emerges bald, covered in soot, reinforcing the idea that her survival is a one-time magical event rather than an innate trait. The show tweaks this moment for dramatic effect. Instead of disappearing into the fire, we see her walking into it as night falls, then cut to dawn. When her followers find her, she's completely intact, including her hair. She's naked, holding a dragon, with 2 others crawling around her. This was likely a practical choice for the visuals, but it also changes how we interpret her fire resistance. The book suggests that her immunity to flames was a unique occurrence due to the blood magic and dragon eggs, while the show makes it seem like an inherent Targaryen ability, reinforcing her almost divine status. Another change is in the final moments. In the book, the newly hatched dragons nurse at Daenerys' breasts, emphasizing her maternal connection to them in a raw, primal way. The show omits this, likely for sensitivity reasons, and instead gives us an unforgettable closing shot. One dragon perches on her shoulder and lets out a screech, as Jorah and the others kneel before her in awe. The book also gives us more insight into how the remaining Dothraki react. Some leave, unwilling to follow a woman, while others stay and pledge themselves to her. The show simplifies this, skipping the debate and just having everyone instantly recognize her as their new leader. This makes the transition feel a little more destined rather than something Dany had to fight for, but the overall effect is the same. She steps out of the fire as someone completely transformed, the mother of dragons. In the end, both versions deliver the same powerful message. Daenerys has gone from a powerless girl to a true force of nature. The changes mainly affect the emphasis. The book focuses on her gradual assumption of leadership, while the show leans into a mythical awe of the moment. Either way, this is the moment where Daenerys truly becomes something more than just a Khaleesi. She is reborn, along with the first dragons the world has seen in centuries, marking the start of a new era. That is the final chapter we have from Daenerys Targaryen in A Game of Thrones. Thank you for watching this video, and if you enjoy this type of content and want to see more, then comment below which character you would like to see next. Subscribe for more. And when you get the chance, check out our Game of Thrones inspired Choose Your Own Adventure game here on YouTube by clicking the video link on the screen right now.